Chapter 1, Born. There was no trace of the bright moon, the stars were shining, the little stars shone and occupied the entire night sky, and the people on the ground were dazzled. Luo, this name probably also has this reason in it. Even though it is not uncommon to see the sky full of stars, there are never lack of people who look up at the stars, but tonight, people don't want to watch it. And also in the night, among the bright stars that seemed to shine the night sky, there were two shining stars. Star Luo Empire, Imperial City. Inside the palace, two adult men outside the door paced back and forth anxiously. One of them was wearing a yellow robe and was extremely sturdy, with long golden hair draped behind him. Even at this moment, the correct facial features still had a sense of majesty. The other was wearing a black robe, a little smaller than the former, but taller, with long black hair and a gentle face. At this time, both of them were unabashedly worried. "Brother Dai, look at your anxious look," the elegant man said, feeling the atmosphere too depressing. "Xiao Lu, don't you worry about it. It's very easy to say, I don't know you yet." The blonde man counterattacked unceremoniously. These two people have extremely high status in the Xingluo Empire. The blonde man has the surname Dai. Needless to say, the surname Dai is the royal family of the Xingluo Empire. This man is naturally the Xingluo Emperor and his name is Dai Su. The black-haired man, named Lu Zhan, is the head of the Lu family in the Star Luo Empire, second only to the Dai family of the royal family. The intimate relationship with the Dai family is well known. It's powerful when we are together. Yes, of course you know, I am young, but you know very well. Lu Zhan smiled happily, scanning Dai Su up and down. I don't know if it is because of Lu Zhan's Qi-Kuo's eyes. Dai Su blushed, and instead of continuing the topic with Lu Zhan, he said, "Two children are born on the same day." "Children?" Lu Zhan glanced at him. "It's too early to tell. What if it's two boys or two girls? You plan to let them go our old way? And first think about how to deal with your offspring, no matter how many there are. A child, only one can be left in the end, hey." Dai Su's expression sank, and then he sighed. The rules passed down by the first emperor are precisely because of this kind of competition that allowed the Star Luo Empire to flourish. Let's do everything. For the future, let's look at the children themselves. Lu Zhan's eyes were cleared, and as soon as his voice fell, two babies cried one after another. The two shook their bodies, and there was a surprised look on their faces. Born. Just about to open the door and walk in, the door opened by itself. The midwife was shocked when seeing the two big men standing in front of her, and hurriedly said in a respectful voice, "Congratulations to the two adults, the ladies gave birth to a son." "Are all sons?" Dai Su's heart sank, and it seemed that the future struggle was inevitable. Lu Zhan relaxed a little. Fortunately, he was a son. If his daughter and this newly born kid fell in love with him, wouldn't they have to get involved? The two walked in, first checked their wife's situation, and only when they confirmed that there was no problem, they happily picked up their son. The two children cried intermittently in their father's arms, looking curiously at the man holding them. The two children are about the same size, but Dai Su's child has golden pupils, while Lu Zhan's child has black pupils. Several people in the room exchanged names, and they named the two little beings. Dai Su's son was named Dai Mubai, and Lu Zhan's son was named Lu Chenai. "Xiao Yat, call me brother." Two kids about the same height met at the agreed place, Dai Mubai said proudly with his hands on his hips, shaking his long golden hair. "Cut, it doesn't necessarily matter who your elder brother is, but the midwife told me that you were born a few seconds earlier than me. This counts? I think you are the younger brother." Lu Chenai stared at him in the darkness. His big eyes do not show weakness at all. "I was definitely born first, so you can honestly call your brother, I will protect you." Dai Mubai patted his little chest and said with a look of I am very strong. Just blow it. Lu Chenai's face changed as soon as he said 4 words, because he saw 4 or 5, 6 or 7-year-old children walking out of the woods, surrounded them, and his eyes swept away. I found 2 figures that bore both him and Dai Mubai. Davis, Lu, what do you 2 mean? Hey, it's Brother Chenai, you should know how to respect your elders, why don't you even call your elders and sisters? Although she is still young, Lu already showed some enchantment. Dai Mubai's gaze also cooled, looking at a few people around him, he probably couldn't run away, and he said, Davis, if there is something for me, I will pick them up. Don't involve Xiaoye in it. Haha, good brother, I didn't intend to do anything against Chenai. We have no grievances and no grudges. We just need to deal with you. Davis had a gentle smile on his face, but his eyes were full. With a cold and stern look, Lu Chenai, the matter between our brothers has nothing to do with you. If you are acquainted with yourself, hurry away, otherwise we will beat you together. Xiao Yat, you go first, I'll find you in a while. Dai Mubai said to Lu Chenai without looking back. He was always bullied by Davis since he was not sensible. There is no way. He is 3 years younger than Davis, and resistance is completely useless. He has also sought out his parents, but the results have left him chilling. As long as it is not a particularly serious matter, they will not interfere. The battle for the throne began from the day Dai Mubai was born. Especially serious things refer to disability. Of course, they have a certain degree of protection for Dai Mubai. Davis can't do it himself, otherwise the consequences will be very serious. In the beginning, Davis was just playing the side ball and didn't dare to do too much, but as he got older, he became more courageous and learned a lot of things. For example, now, without having to do it by himself, Dai Mubai can put some color on it. Fart. With a cold snort, Lu Chenai rushed out and rushed to one of them to make money before the children around him hadn't reacted. He smashed one of them with a fist unceremoniously in the face. Fuck, kid, you're looking for a fight by yourself, give it to me. As long as you don't make it crippled, you can fight. Davis was taken aback, and then shouted very hotly. Even though the people they called were only 5 or 6 years old, they cringed a little under Lu Chenai's fierce actions, but after all, they had an advantage in numbers. You punched me and made Lu Chenai appear to be very embarrassed. On the other side, Dai Mubai was not feeling well either. 5 people stood in a circle, Lu Chenai faced 2, while Dai Mubai faced 3. The 2 people were behind their backs, trying to block the frontal attack. No one is willing to give in, because they know that his brother is behind him. If he retreats, the other person will be in danger. Chapter 2, Carry You Home. Regardless of their young age, they were very fierce in the fight. One punch and one kick can make the beater grin for a while. Mubai, be careful. Chen Yi's side is pretty good, but Mubai's side has to deal with 3 people, 2 fists are hard to beat 4 hands, let alone 6 fists. Dai Mubai was inadvertently hit by a young man on the face, and a piece of it suddenly swelled. Lu Chenai's eyes immediately turned red when he saw it, and he resisted, punched back and gave the man a fierce one. A bit. Ah! Chen Yi's angry shot was definitely not light, the young man was knocked out of a tooth, covering his mouth and quickly backed away. It's okay. A companion was injured, making the other 4 people horrified at the same time, and the attack was a little heavier. Chen Yi barely blocked it twice with his arm, but was still kicked in the stomach. While breathing in the air conditioning, he asked about Mubai's situation. Dai Mubai also suffered a few blows at this time, grinning, it's okay. Then beat them all so that their mothers don't even know it. Lu Chenai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and threw his fist at one person. The injury not only did not scare the 2 of them, but aroused their fierceness, making their moves more fierce than before, and even focusing on offense regardless of defense. 10 minutes later, the 5 teenagers were all beaten up, afraid to provoke these 2 little lunatics, and ran away in a panic. Davis and Lu, who were watching the battle, showed a trace of horror in their eyes. Dai Mubai and Lu Chenai looked at them both with bloodshot eyes, scaring them to rush away. I'm going to awaken martial spirit in 2 days, Dai Mubai, you have no chance to fight with me, just wait. Davis did not forget to say something cruel in the end. Ha, rubbish. With a chuckle, Dai Mubai lay down on the ground swayingly, gasping for breath. After relaxing, he felt that he could not move anymore, and he would feel a cramp even when he breathed. Mubai, it's not bad. Lu Chenai grinned and lay down next to Dai Mubai. This was the first time they had a fight, and he didn't expect them to be so fierce. Dai Mubai turned his head and looked at Lu Chenai, seeing the blood stains still on the corners of his mouth. He couldn't help feeling a little distressed, but he didn't show it. My future martial arts soul is a white tiger. Fierceness is normal, but yours Wuhan should be a ghost cat. How could it be so cruel? I don't know, but the fight was pretty good. Lu Chenai stretched out a fist. Happy cooperation, hiss. Dai Mubai stretched out his fist and touched Lu Chenai, but it affected the injury and gasped. Xiao Ye suffered less injuries than me. Looking at him, he was still looking relaxed. Dai Mubai felt a little guilty in his heart, followed by a deep warmth. Originally, as long as Lu Chenai left, this incident would not be involved at all. He was beaten for himself, this friendship, he deeply remembered, good brother. Lu Chen gave him a white look, with you never regarded me as a good brother. Dai Mubai smiled bitterly, I didn't say that. Lu Chenai started slowly, and stretched out a hand towards Dai Mubai, go back, there are so many injuries on your body, it will affect your body if you don't hurry up and rub the medicine. Dai Mubai struggled, and finally gave up, I can't move. Stretch out your hand. Lu Chenai didn't withdraw his hand. Dai Mubai reluctantly raised her body, reached out and grabbed the hand Lu Chenai handed over, and then felt a pulling force coming, leading him to stand. The power on his side also brought Lu Chenai 2 steps forward. After Dai Mubai stood up straight, there was not even a centimeter between the two. Both of them were stunned. They could feel each other's breathing, and a strange feeling filled their hearts. Their faces could not help but become hot, but they couldn't see it in the bluish purple. They are still very young and don't understand what this feeling is, but feel that they are very unnatural at that moment. Lu Chenai came back to his senses, turned around and squatted down slightly, come on. What are you doing? Dai Mubai said unclearly. Can you go back now? Lu Chenai turned his head and rolled his eyes. Why don't it work? Dai Mubai tried to take a step, the soreness instantly spread to his brain, and immediately stopped. Well, if it doesn't work, don't try your best, come up quickly. Lu Chenai urged. Dai Mubai was silent for a while, and finally lay obediently behind Lu Chenai, hugged his neck, let him grab his legs, and lifted himself up. You are young, you are quite heavy. Lu Chenai shook his body as soon as he stood up straight, and said angrily. Dai Mubai did not reply, and pressed her face to Lu Chenai's back. The slight smell of sweat from his body passed into his nose, and the powerful heartbeat caused his heartbeat to increase. He didn't dare to see Lu Chenai, but kept asking himself what's wrong? However, I really like this feeling. The distance between the woods and home is not close, and Lu Chenai, who was injured and carrying people on his back, naturally couldn't walk fast. When he took Dai Mubai into Lu mansion, the street was already bright. The 2 children often played together, and when they came home together, the adults didn't ask much. As for the injuries on their bodies, they were dealt with casually by Lu Chenai. Lu Zhan heard some wind noises, but just gave Lu Chenai a bottle of wound medicine, so he didn't bother about it, just reminded them to be careful in the future. Seeing the two children enter Liu Chenai's room, Liu Zhan's expression is a little weird. Is it really what they said before? Forget it, no matter what, the future is ultimately the children's own business. Send someone to notify Daisui and tell him that Mubai is with him so that he won't worry. How about it, can you move? Take off your clothes. Liu Chenai put Dai Mubai on the bed and said while taking off his clothes. Why are you undressing? Dai Mubai asked unclearly. Nonsense, of course it's taking a bath, and the medicine can be applied after the bath. Liu Chenai knocked Dai Mubai's head. Oh! Dai Mubai stuck out his tongue and slowly took off the clothes on his body. After half a day of rest, his body no longer hurts so much, and his basic actions will not be affected. When Dai Mubai saw that there was almost no blue-purple color on Liu Chenai's body, he couldn't help taking a breath. Only then did he remember that in that fight, Liu Chenai suffered the damage. At most, even helped him block several attacks. Xiao, don't you hurt? Dai Mubai asked distressedly, how did he persevere? He was injured so badly that he could still walk so long on my back without yelling pain. That's, who am I? What kind of pain is this little pain? Liu Chenai patted his chest and said with his head up. Dai Mubai had been looking at Liu Chenai's eyes seriously, and he could clearly see that a trace of pain flashed in Liu Chenai's eyes. Although it was only a flash, it definitely existed. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Dai Mubai lowered his head. What do you think, silly brother, as long as you call brother, I won't hurt at all. Liu Chenai rubbed Dai Mubai's head and smiled. Really? A light flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes. Of course. Liu Chenai nodded heavily. Brother. Dai Mubai called earnestly. From this moment on, he officially recognized the status of big brother Liu Chenai, even though Liu Chenai might be younger than him. Well, good brother. Liu Chenai smiled and stroked Dai Mubai's golden hair. Hey, Mubai, your eyes. What's wrong? Dai Mubai didn't feel anything strange. Your pupils have become too, like uncle, the color has also become dark blue. Really? This is a normal change. I heard my father say that when he is old, he will naturally change into double pupils. Hey, look at me, is it handsome? Dai Mubai raised his head, smelly beautiful, you. Liu Chenai knocked on Dai Mubai's head. The two sit in the bathtub, take a bath together, rub their backs and wash their hair for each other. Washing and washing, the two children's xing performance, playing with water, laughing, the pain seems to have alleviated a lot. Under the light, the two children gave each other medicine seriously, and the tired two fell asleep after dinner. The two slept on a bed for the first time, and subconsciously hugged each other, sleeping very sweetly. This year, Dai Mubai and Liu Chenai were 3 years old. Chapter 3, I want to practice martial arts. The next day, Liu Chenai woke up early, but feeling the warmth in front of him, he was lazy and didn't want to move, and didn't want to wake Mubai. He dragged it to past 8 o'clock, and Dai Mubai also slept naturally. Wake up before getting up. The healing medicine has a strong effect, and all their injuries recovered in one night. Daddy, I want to learn martial arts. After a simple breakfast, Liu Chenai found Liu Zhan. Why did you have this idea? Liu Zhan asked curiously. Children are very playful, and few are willing to spend their time on training. The main body of the upper class in this world is the soul master, but it doesn't mean that other professions will decline. On the Douluo continent, each person will be accompanied by a martial soul, who can be guided to awaken the martial soul after the age of 6, and the types of martial souls mostly come from the inheritance of their parents. There are many types of martial souls. The more common one is the weapon soul. Most people will be the awakening weapon soul, and most of the weapon souls have no combat power, nor can they provide soul power to human beings. Humans cannot be allowed to become soul masters. But it can make people more convenient at work. For example, a person with a martial arts spirit will be faster than others at a lower speed. Next is the beast spirit. Most beast spirits can be cultivated, and their manifestation is to cause changes in the spirit master, similar to the appearance of a fit. The next thing is the main martial spirit, whose martial spirit is their organs, like arms, eyes, and so on. In addition, there are elemental martial souls, which can control various elements. This martial soul will involve beast martial souls and weapon martial souls, so they are specifically separated. Except for soul masters, ordinary people will choose their own professions to make a living, and martial arts is one of them. Even if there is no spirit power, people can still keep fit by practicing martial arts and possess certain offensive and defensive abilities. Most soul masters only pay attention to the amount of soul power and the power of soul skills. In fact, under certain conditions, martial arts can also play a great role. If martial arts and soul skills are combined, they may be able to play a role. More powerful power. It's just that this is very good and will be noticed, and few people are willing to spend their energy on martial arts. For Liu Chenai now, it was too early to cultivate spirit power, so he focused on martial arts, which was the easiest aspect he could think of at this time. I want to become stronger, I want to protect Mubai. Liu Chenai said his thoughts without hesitation. I don't know what method Davis will use to deal with him, but his situation will definitely get worse and worse. Danger, I must become stronger. Dai Mubai on the side looked at Liu Chenai, opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Liu Zhan's eyes flashed. These two boys smiled slightly. Practicing martial arts is very hard. 3 days of fishing and 2 days of netting can only be useless work. Can you stick to it? Yes. Liu Chenai nodded seriously. Watching Liu Chenai seriously, he nodded for a full minute. Okay, I'll ask you a teacher. Remember, since you have made a decision, you can't give it up halfway. I understand, thank you father. Liu Chenai laughed. What are you saying thank you to my father? Liu Zhan rubbed Liu Chenai's head and walked out of the room. Xiao, you. Watching Liu Zhan walk away, Dai Mubai pursed his lips, but was interrupted by Liu Chenai waved his hand to say something. It's nothing, you're calling my brother. It's necessary to protect you, and I want to become stronger. Liu Chenai smiled. Dai Mubai held down Liu Chenai's shoulders. I want to learn too. It's hard to say who will protect and who will protect you in the future. Okay, but don't cry if you can't hold on. Cut, I don't know if you cry, I will definitely be better than you in the future. Hey, then just wait and see, don't make conclusions about the future so early. The two children quarreled with each other. Liu Zhan had already walked back, and behind him was a middle-aged man who was nearly 2 meters tall and stubborn. Approaching to the front, Liu Zhan introduced, this is Su Lei, everyone in martial arts. Su Lei didn't have any spirit power fluctuations in his body, he was obviously an ordinary person, but even so, Liu Zhan still didn't mean to look down on it. Everyone who can reach this point in their own industry is a respectable existence, because the hardships they have paid are not imaginable by ordinary people. He obviously already knew what he was here for, and his gaze fell on Liu Chenai. Are you ready? You must know that martial arts practice is different from soul power practice. It takes too much hardship, and once it starts, I will not allow you to give up before you succeed. Liu Chenai's eyes didn't fluctuate, and he took a step forward and bowed deeply. Teacher Su, I'm ready, no matter how difficult it is, I will definitely stick to it. Dai Mubai also followed. Teacher Su, please teach me too. He didn't expect that he would buy one and get one free, but the attitude of the two children still made him very satisfied. He glanced at Liu Zhan. After all, Dai Mubai's status was not low, he couldn't decide casually. Liu Zhan nodded and agreed. Su Lei said solemnly, okay, I will take you 2 apprentices and get some sets of exercise clothes. I will wait for me in the backyard at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning." After speaking, he turned around and left, not giving the 2 children any time to ask more questions. "Okay, you go back, I will send someone to prepare what you need," Liu Zhan said to Liu Chenai, and he gradually paid attention to the 2 children. Is there such an awareness at a young age? In the same environment, I have never seen a few people make such a request when they are less than 3 years old. He still has to talk to Daisuo about these things to see his views. I can't see it too clearly now. After a certain period of time, the children's minds will be reflected. Davis is 3 years older than Dai Mubai, and 3 years is not so easy to make up for. This is still not knowing what his talent is. If Davis had good talents, Dai Mubai would be very dangerous. When Davis was 20 years old, Mubai was only 17 years old, obviously there was no advantage. He didn't want Dai Mubai to be so easily decided on the future, so he had to talk about some things. Of course, there is also Liu Chenai's relationship, and I don't know what Chenai would be like if something happens to Mubai. The next morning, the 2 woke up early and went to the backyard to wait for Su Lei's arrival. Unexpectedly, when they arrived, they found that Su Lei was already waiting for them, so he didn't dare to delay, so he hurriedly stood up in front of him. "Not bad, I'm not late." Su Lei nodded, without a trace of expression on his face. "Now, turn to the right and run 10 laps around the backyard. You will finish the run within an hour and a half, otherwise you won't have breakfast." Chapter 4, Training. The 2 were stunned for a moment, without asking more, turned around and started running. 10 laps, it doesn't sound like a lot, but how big is the backyard of Lu Mansion? 1 lap is 1 kilometer. I am afraid that some adults will not be able to hold on. Seeing the 2 children carrying out their orders without any hesitation, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in Su Lei's eyes. Yes, they were still obedient. The first lap did not feel much, after all, it was a child with strong vitality, but as all of them increased, the sense of fatigue gradually spread throughout the body, and they realized that the 10 laps were not as simple as they had imagined. 2 laps, 3 laps, they could barely keep their speed down, but by the 4th lap, they felt that their legs could no longer move and couldn't help but slow down. 4 laps, 5 laps, and 6 laps. Liu Chenai's clothes were already wet with sweat, and it felt uncomfortable to stick to his body, but he had no intention of caring about these. There were 4 laps left. What should I do later? Dai Mubai has been by his side all the time, and the situation at this time is no better than him, panting like a bellows. His chest is very hot, as if it is about to burn. Glancing at each other and seeing the firmness and persistence in the opponent's eyes, it is enough to persist for 4 laps. This is just the beginning, and this training can't be sustained. How can you succeed in the future? If this cannot be maintained, how can I protect him in the future? 7 laps and 8 laps. He clenched his teeth and persisted. On the 9th lap, Liu Chenai's legs were as heavy as lead-filled. It was very difficult to run at small steps, so he could only barely rub forward slowly, and the distance he walked forward was half and half. It's not even a step. Tripping under his feet, Liu Chenai leaped forward, grabbing his shoulder quickly with one hand, helping him stabilize his figure. Looking at Dai Mubai gratefully, Liu Chenai continued to run forward. As long as he hadn't reached the target, he would never stop. After the 9th lap, the 2 of them were about to stand unsteadily. There was no way. They stretched out one arm on each other's shoulders, leveraging each other's strength. I am a little vague. I don't know what I am thinking when I run. I only know that I mutter 2 words silently in my heart: persistence. Seeing the 2 figures supporting each other, Su Lei's eyes moved a little. Back then, didn't he and his brothers also come here like this? This first training was not only exercise, but also a test for them. Now it seems that both of them have handed in perfect answers. Although time may not be too late, there is no doubt that they persevered. How incredible it is for this situation to appear in two young children. Time passed by, and when they ran past Su Lei for the last time, they couldn't stabilize their bodies and fell forward. Su Lei stretched out his hands and grabbed the two of them one by one, making them stop. It's too slow. 10 minutes have passed. I'll give you 30 minutes to eat breakfast, and then come here to see me. Su Lei turned and left. Also, call me the instructor later. Haha, the instructors are still good, and even let us eat after time has passed. Liu Chenai laughed. Dai Mubai rolled his eyes. Okay, let's go quickly, if you delay it for a while, you won't be able to finish it. Yes, yes, go quickly. The physical strength recovered a little bit, and the two dared not delay. Liu Chenai hooked Dai Mubai's shoulder and walked back to his room. There were already people in the room who had prepared the food, and after the two sat down, they gobbled it up. They never thought that they would be so hungry. A table of food was cleaned by the two in 10 minutes. After a short break, the two rushed to the backyard to prepare for the next training. At 7:40, Su Lei appeared on time. Instructor. The two stood straight. Yet. Su Lei nodded. You have just finished eating, we don't do strenuous exercise, come and watch my movements. With that said, Su Lei clenched his fists and put them on his waist, doing a horse-riding squat pose, coughing cough, which is a horse stance, imitate my movements and take a horse stance. In a way, Liu Chenai and Dai Mubai squatted down one after another. Su Lei held a wooden stick and kept tapping on the two of them. Your thighs should be parallel to the ground. Squat down a bit. Both feet tip toes forward. Look forward. Horse stance does not require much activity, but over time it can be more tormenting than exercise. No, within 10 minutes, the thighs of the two men began to tremble. Can't fall, can't move. Both of them persisted, the painful feeling aroused their stubbornness, no matter what kind of pain, they must continue. Sour, numbness, swelling, and pain. If these initial feelings can be managed barely, then the numbness in the back will be too painful. The sensation like an ant bite makes their whole bodies tremble and they can't control it at all. After a full hour, their legs were numb, and Su Lei said, "Okay, let's stop here." The two fell to the ground, and gradually, their legs regained consciousness. Only then did they realize that their previous thinking was too simple. How can a martial artist want to achieve something so simple? But the first two items make them a little timid, and they don't know what training awaits them in the future. However, if they want to return to thinking like this, they will not be willing to stop them. Since it has started, there must be results. Okay, you watch my movements. Su Lei took advantage of the recovery time of the two and punched a set of punches. The movements were not fast, but there would be a pause every time, and he appeared vigorously towards the violent wind. After 3 consecutive times, he asked, "Remember?" Liu Chenai recalled Su Lei's actions in his mind and confirmed that there were no omissions before nodding, "Remember, instructor." Dai Mubai also nodded, indicating that he was fine. "Okay, you are almost recovering, stand up, hit it again and show it to me." Su Lei picked up the wooden stick that had just been thrown aside. "Yes." The two responded and started to take action. In terms of moves, remembering is one thing, and the standard of performance is another. Most of the children's movements will be a little deformed. At this time, Su Lei's stick will fall unceremoniously, and then he will not correct. Standard place. He wouldn't be relaxed because these two kids are young and their backgrounds are big. What else would he learn? The pain now is better than the bleeding in the future. Remember when it hurts, remember what to do. He has worked so hard in the outside world for so many years, and he has reached his current position. The essence he has condensed is enough for an ordinary person to last a lifetime. Now that I have accepted 2 apprentices, I naturally have to give them all. Although they are always beaten, punching makes the two children feel a lot easier. In this change of moves, they feel much more interesting than boring quality training. Chapter 5, Massage. Ah, it's finally over. At the end of the day's training, Lu Chenai and Dai Mubai fell on the big bed, not wanting to move. Although it was hard during the training, I always thought about persisting and then I came over. After this relaxation, I immediately felt sore, and I didn't have the strength to move a finger. Feeling the bed swayed twice, he turned his head and looked to the side, and found that Dai Mubai had already sat up, and dragged Lu Chenai's body upwards, allowing him to lie completely flat on the bed. "What are you doing?" Lu Chenai didn't resist, letting Dai Mubai play around with him, and asked curiously. Dai Mubai put her hand on Lu Chenai's leg, kneading it from time to time, and said dully, "It's hard to feel, let me massage you." The tight muscles relaxed under Dai Mubai's rusty kneading, and Lu Chenai hummed comfortably, "How come you think of this?" Dai Mubai's face is slightly red, and her lips are pursed. "You only asked to learn this for my business. I feel sore all over my body now. I think you are also like this, and giving you a massage will make you more relaxed." "What? I just want to become stronger." Lu Chenai sat up and laughed, raised his hand to stroke Dai Mubai's already angular face, and said after looking at him for a long time, "You are so cute." Dai Mubai shook his head and didn't say much. Lu Chenai didn't want to say what he really thought, and he didn't get entangled. Regardless of whether he said it or not, he should understand it in his heart. Lu Chenai lay down again, enjoying Dai Mubai's body massage. The warm little hands have good strength, and gradually become familiar with the mastery of power over time, and they can grasp them very well. I don't know why, at this moment, Lu Chenai's spirit was concentrated and he felt a wave of energy wandering around in his body. This energy seemed to be able to perceive the position where Dai Mubai was pressing, and automatically hover in which position, causing him to recover. "It's fast. What is this? Soul power? Impossible, isn't it only after awakening at the age of 6 that you can perceive your spirit power?" Doubtful, Lu Chenai urged his mind to try to communicate with that energy. The process was unexpectedly smooth. The energy contacting Lu Chenai's mind was like seeing a child of his mother. He was very obedient. Where should he go? Just go back there. Recalling the root of this energy operation just now, I tried to actively drive it, and found that there was no change in a week. Lu Chenai couldn't help scratching his head. These things were too complicated, and he could only let them go first and talk about them later. "Okay, it's your turn." Dai Mubai finished the task assigned to him. He sighed and wiped the sweat from his head. Seeing Lu Chenai's comfortable look, all the fatigue seemed to disappear. Just standing upright, Lu Chenai took his hand, pressed him to the bed with a strong force, and said with a smile, "How can I just let my brother work hard?" With Dai Mubai's previous press experience, Chen Ye could better grasp the strength and position. During the period, I tried to transfer that energy to the palm of my hand, but found that it was about to disappear before it reached my hand. After the operation came back, it returned to its original state. Such a change made Chenai puzzled and planned to go to the library to find a book after cleaning. He wants to solve some things by himself, so he hasn't asked his father about his thoughts yet. After feeling that Mubai was completely relaxed, Chen Ye stood up and looked at Dai Mubai, who was dazed, and couldn't help being a little amused. "Okay, don't sleep, get up and take a bath, or you will smell bad tomorrow, be careful. You kick it down." Oh. Dai Mubai barely cheered up, took off his clothes, and walked Chen Ye into the bathroom wearing only boxer briefs. Soaking in the warm water that had already been put, Dai Mubai leaned against Lu Chenai, and fell asleep after a while. "This guy." Chen Ye looked at Dai Mubai's peaceful sleeping face, and smiled helplessly. Today is indeed tired enough, but Mubai's sleeping face is really good looking, and it must be rare when he grows up. Handsome guy. While helping him wash his body, while watching Mubai, he didn't understand the throbbing in his heart when he was young. He only knew that he especially liked the feeling of being with Mubai. Lowering his head, the ghost kissed Mubai's lips. What am I doing? Chen Ye was startled, and quickly raised his head, staring at Dai Mubai for a while, only to find that he showed no signs of waking up, and he was relieved. Lu Chenai, who was embarrassed by his behavior, simply cleaned and wiped the two of them to end the bath. Although she was still young, Chen Ye still had some strength, and Mubai was only 3 years old, so he could weigh more. He was picked up by Chen Ye and put on the bed. Mubai slept very deeply, and after being tossed by Chen Ye, she didn't mean to wake up. After covering Mubai with the quilt, Chen Ye walked out of the room door. She seemed to perceive Chen Ye going out. Mubai frowned and looked a little uneasy, but after all, she couldn't match her pajamas and didn't wake up. It's not too early to see if it's too early, and you have to hurry up. You must go to bed early, otherwise it will be troublesome if you can't get up tomorrow. He dived into his home library, found books about martial arts and soul power, and checked it out, mainly to look at it roughly to find out if there was anything similar to his own. His luck is not bad. The Lu family's collections are all fine books that ordinary people can't see, and there are many things that the outside world doesn't know. Opening the third book, Chen Ye saw a title that matched his own situation at a glance, on the possibility of awakening spirit power before Wuhan awakens. Find the corresponding page number and read it carefully. Most of the content in it is speculation. After all, it's too rare to be able to sense the spirit power before the spirit is awakened. In particular, these people are afraid that they will be regarded as guinea pigs after being known by others, and they are even more reluctant to regard their own contribute secretly. But the content mentioned in it was extremely consistent with his own situation, and at this time, he was sure that the energy in his body was spirit power. Then, according to the book, part of the spirit power associated with awakening at the age of 6 is from one's own martial soul, and part of it is from the spirit of self-absorption of external energy during 6 years, all in an unconscious form. Accumulate, then you can sense soul power now. Can you cultivate soul power in advance? Chen Ye thought with surprise that in 3 years, no matter what his foundation is, as long as it is not particularly bad, it shouldn't be a problem to cultivate to full soul power. However, he immediately thought of 2 questions: how to practice. He didn't know anything about soul power cultivation, and he didn't dare to try it at will. If he hits a dead spot, wouldn't he have to finish it immediately? Moreover, he can cultivate. What should Mubai do? Prosperity and wealth cannot be left alone. How can he forget his good brother when it comes to strength? What's more, Mubai is the one who needs strength the most. Only when he is strong enough can he be qualified to compete with Davis. Chapter 6, I Promise. He turned his hand back easily, and the content behind it made his eyes shine. It is really the right time to come to the library today. Because the innate soul power does not have any attributes, it belongs to a completely natural energy body and has a strong tolerance. The infusion of the innate soul power from the outside world can accelerate its accumulation speed, but the same, due to the loss of the injector, will reduce their own innate soul power. It turned out that it could still be like this. Chen Ye got excited. That's great. He lost a bit of nothing. As long as he finds a way to cultivate, he can also cultivate back. It is the best that he can help Mubai cultivate to the level of innate soul power. Innately full of spirit power, compared with other situations, the advantage is that it can directly obtain a spirit ring, and when the spirit awakens, it will lay a foundation for cultivation. With a strong foundation, and the speed of cultivation will be faster. Why is the soul master who is naturally full of soul power valued? It's because of this. Close the book and glance at the footnote. The author Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang? A person called a master. Chen Ye murmured, with gratitude and respect for this person in his heart. I'm afraid I wouldn't know this without him. Putting the book back in its place, Chen Ye wandered around in the library again. He doesn't know anything about meridians, let alone how to use energy to speed up cultivation. Most of the cultivation methods used by soul masters are meditation. To put it bluntly, they are sitting cross-legged, calling the surrounding energy to infuse themselves and blending into the energy in the body. However, which method did not reflect the advantage of the spirit master being able to feel the energy flow in the body. The cultivation was very passive, and the speed was naturally limited. The human body is a very strange existence. He can't count the many meridians in the body. He heard his father tell his sister that he should make good use of his own meridians when practicing, but he didn't know how to use it. He just saw his father give Lu a booklet, saying that it will be destroyed immediately after remembering. At that time, I didn't care too much, but now I think about it, it should be the family's cultivation technique. This kind of thing can only be found in the inherited family and sex. Your own law decision. This kind of exercise is only suitable for people with the same martial spirit. If you practice at will, it will have no effect at all, and the cultivation base will regress. What he needs right now is not that kind of exercise technique. He hasn't awakened his martial arts yet, and it would be difficult to handle it if there is a conflict. What he was looking for was the kind of exercise that was neutral and peaceful, without the bias of martial spirit. That kind of exercise is a big selling thing, it has no characteristics, and it doesn't have much effect on increasing the speed of cultivation, so that most people don't want to spend time learning. But this does not mean that these exercises are useless. You must know that all the top-level exercises are born out of these basic exercises. At present, this kind of exercise is most suitable for Chen Ye. No matter what exercise he will modify in the future, it will never conflict. There are not many books in the family library, but there will be all that should be there. Soon Chen Ye found what he wanted, Pei Yuan Gong. After a brief record, he took this exercise back to his room, browsed it today, and tried cultivation tomorrow. Returning to the room, quietly closing the door, only the bedside lamp in the room emits a dim light, reflecting Dai Muebai's quiet sleeping face. He took off his clothes lightly, climbed onto the bed, and sat down against the head of the bed. As soon as he was about to look at Pei Yuan Gong, Dai Muebai rolled over and got close to him, holding Chen Yi's waist with both hands honestly and unceremoniously. The whole person was posted on him. Still muttering, "Brother, I really like." Lu Chenai felt that the whole person was melting and stroking Muebai's back. The child's skin was still very smooth and delicate, bringing a very soft touch. "I like you too, I like you very much." Pulled the quilt over and covered Dai Muebai, opened Pei Yuan Gong, but found that there was still a reading mood, and the whole heart was filled with this bad boy. "Muebai, if I don't find a wife and settle accounts with you in the future." Chen Ye shook her head and smiled, but she thought in her heart, will we really need a woman to be a wife in the future? It seemed, his eyes fell on Dai Muebai again. Are the children of large families so precocious? Ba, what are you thinking about? Lu Chenai hurriedly shook his head, and threw out the unhealthy images in his mind, forcing himself to concentrate on the cultivation technique in his hands. He wanted to concentrate, but Dai Muebai in his sleep disagreed. His hands slid on Lu Chenai's waist from time to time, making his waist itchy and itching in his heart, making him want to pat Dai Muebai. However, he couldn't move his hands, and didn't dare to do too much movement, because he was afraid of waking him up, so he had to endure it silently. Lu Chenai, who could have memorized the content in half an hour, abruptly extended the time to 2 hours under Muebai's harassment offensive. "Let's see how I will deal with you in the future." Lu Chenai gently pinched Dai Muebai's nose and said viciously, then turned off the light and slid into the bed, reached out to embrace Dai Muebai in his arms, and quickly entered dreamland. Dai Muebai has been living in Lu Chenai's house since that day, and every day he rests with Liu Chenai in martial arts. The parents have Liu Zhan communicating with them. Although Dasu has never asked the children about things on the surface, there is no such thing in the world. Parents who don't care about their children? Wanting to come to Mubai in Liu mansion. Davis could avoid many accidents without seeing him, so he simply agreed. In addition, Davis and Liu had completed the Wuhan awakening in the first 2 days, and undoubtedly inherited the parents' white tiger and ghost cat respectively. Davis's spirit power is 8th level, while Liu is 7th, but this innate spirit power surpasses a large number of people, and it can be said that it is an excellent talent. The news came over there, which put a lot of pressure on Dai Mubai, level 8. He is a little at a loss about the future, and the potential of this number makes him at a loss. Liu Chenai ran the cultivation of Yuan Gong several times in the past 2 days, and it had already had some effects. He could see that the volume of soul power in his body was constantly increasing. Seeing Mubai's gloomy face, he smiled and patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, your future will never be worse than him, I promise." Yet, Dai Mubai didn't say anything, but just responded. In his opinion, Liu Chenai was comforting himself. How could the innate spirit power be changed by humans? With pressure, Dai Mubai practiced harder, and Liu Chenai spent less and less time sleeping at night and spent more time cultivating. Only with enough spirit power can he help Mubai. For this reason, even if he was exhausted after daily training, he would practice silently by himself after Mubai fell asleep. Fortunately, the practice of the exercises can be regarded as another kind of sleep. Not only will you not get tired after practicing for a night, but you will feel refreshed. Although it was very boring, as long as he thought of it for Mubai, he could persevere. Chapter 7, Pass On. Mubai, can you feel the warmth in your body? 6 months later, Liu Chenai asked while massaging Dai Mubai after a day of training. Dai Mubai looked blank. "What do you feel?" "Nothing." "Mubai, do you believe me?" Liu Chen nodded and continued to ask. Dai Mubai sat up, feeling that something was wrong with Liu Chenai today. "Xiao, what's the matter with you?" Most of the time, he was called Liu Chenai Xiao, and sometimes he was called elder brother to please him. "Answer my question first." Liu Chenai's tone was serious, and Dai Mubai had to relax completely for what he would do later. "Of course I believe it. If I don't believe you, who else can I believe?" Dai Mubai nodded. Liu Chenai really got up and looked at Dai Mubai's eyes solemnly. "I have a way to improve your innate soul power. It requires your unsuspecting cooperation. Can it be done? I have to remind you of this. Relaxation is not only physical relaxation, but also mental relaxation. Once I have evil intentions, you are likely to be controlled by me and there is no freedom in your life." At this time, Dai Mubai laughed. "If you will harm me too, then what is the point of my being alive, and if you want to harm me, I have no regrets when I am planted in your hands. Who made you the most good brother?" Liu Chenai chuckled lightly, patted Dai Mubai's shoulder, and said behind Dai Mubai, "Then start now, sit cross-legged. It won't have any influence on you, right?" Dai Mubai asked suddenly. If Liu Chenai had any harm, he would definitely not agree. "Don't worry, it's okay." Liu Chenai smiled, and then shouted in a deep voice, "Relax your mind and feel the spirit power that I have passed into your body. It has started." Dai Mubai was shocked, and hurriedly controlled himself to relax, removed all precautions, and let a strange energy penetrate into his body through his vest. The body instinctively wanted to repel, but let him press it down. He didn't know what it was, but he completely trusted Liu Chenai. At the moment when the defense was completely ripped off, he felt a warm feeling emanating from his body. "Is this the kind of feeling his brother said? So comfortable. Feel it well and remember the route of operation." Liu Chenai shouted. Dai Mubai hurriedly concentrated, and the spirit power injected into his body by the follower Lu Chenai wandered in his body. Lu Chenai couldn't hold on after just running for a big week. It seemed that he was too impatient. The spirit power that could easily run for 3 or 4 days in his body could only hold on to this point in Muebai's body, but it should be enough. Under his control, the energy injected into Dai Muebai's body began to circulate and gradually formed a seed. As Lu Chenai's spirit power withdrew, it faded away, but after all, a little spirit power remained. Dai Muebai kept his eyes closed, and he could feel the spirit power remaining in his body. It had not dissipated, but turned into a masterless spirit power. Following his year of contact, he was allowed to dispatch. Chen Yat, I can control it. Dai Muebai turned his head in surprise, but his pupils shrank instantly. He saw Lu Chenai looking at him with a pale face, and he didn't need to think about it because he became like this. Brother, you. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Ah, I'm fine, it's just a bit of a waste, just a night's rest." As he said, he took out a booklet from behind him, which was the cultivation technique he had previously cultivated. The method of cultivation is here. I guess I have been in your body just now for a week and you should have a general impression. As soon as Dai Muebai took the booklet, Lu Chenai's expression changed. Wait, give it to me first. What's the matter? Dai Muebai was puzzled. Seeing Lu Chenai's anxiety, he knew there must be a problem. Instead of returning the booklet to Lu Chenai, he stepped back a few steps. I will give it to you after I read it. Dai Muebai opened the booklet, and all the previous cultivation methods passed, but the last method of spreading the gong made him stunned. At this moment, remember, you can't use this method lightly. Once you use this method, you will inevitably give up your previous efforts and start all over again. A word made Dai Muebai stunned, and tightly squeezed the booklet in his hand. His eyes flushed. Think about it. Lu Chenai has been getting up very early every day since about half a year ago, always seeing him sitting cross-legged. He always said that it was a rest. Looking at it now, it should be cultivating soul power. He once woke up in the middle of the night and saw Lu Chenai get into the bed flusteredly, thinking that he had just returned from going to the bathroom and didn't care too much. At that time, he should be cultivating. For half a year, the practice of forgetting to sleep and eat for half a year, only disappeared overnight, just to condense a seed for me. Brother, how can I be? It's worth your effort for me. Knowing that things couldn't be kept secret, Lu Chenai accepted it safely, looked at Dai Muebai's red eyes, and smiled helplessly. Tell you not to see, a man, don't cry. I told you about you. His future will not be worse than Davis. With this seed, as long as you keep practicing, it is not impossible for you to be full of soul power innate. Brother, why do you treat me so nicely? Dai Muebai threw into Lu Chenai's arms and burst into tears. What a man is not a man, he is just a boy. Brother, this elder brother who has no blood relationship with him, or even younger brother, why can he silently give so much behind him? If he hadn't seen his secret today, he would probably still know nothing. Touching his head gently, Lu Chenai's eyes were full of soft colors. Because I like you. As long as you like me, everything I do is worth it. Dai Muebai nodded repeatedly. Well, I like it. I like my brother the most. Okay, don't cry. It's not that I can't cultivate. It's only half a year. I have 2.5 years to come. I will definitely be able to cultivate back. Dai Muebai raised his head and wiped away the tears from his face. It is not allowed to do this again in the future. In-law, I see, Xiaoko, let's go to bed, and have to get up early tomorrow. Chen Ye said while taking off her clothes. You're a cat, I'm a tiger. White tiger. Dai Muebai stripped off his clothes in twos, jumped into bed and hugged Lu Chenai, adding in his heart, whether it is a cat, I am willing to be your big cat. His parents were indifferent to his own affairs, and his own brother regarded himself as the enemy of life and death. Now he is only Liu Chenai. Holding Dai Mubai in his arms, he felt very safe. If he could do this for the rest of his life, it would be great. No, I will definitely guard him. The author has something to say. Thanks for your comments. Chapter 8, Wuhan Awakening. After that, the two of them took a break together during the day and practiced soul power together in the evening. They were able to keep up with their nutrition. Their bodies grew very fast. They had reached 1.3 meters before they were 6 years old. They are also very strong and muscular. It is not too prominent, but appears in the place where it should appear. It has become a standard clothes rack and also shows good power. Dai Mubai's long golden hair shawl, a pair of dark blue eyes gleaming with evil light, leaning lazily on a tree. Beside him, Liu Chenai with long black hair is not as elegant as his father. Li Blind flashed from time to time between the opening and closing of his eyes, but the aura exuding from the whole person was inconsistent with gentleness. Especially when his gaze fell on Dai Mubai, it was gentle and enviable. Since the beginning of martial arts, the two have stayed together and inseparable. If it weren't for the difference in appearance, they would have thought that they were brothers. After Davis's spirit awakened, he went to the Soul Master Academy to go to school, and because Dai Mubai had been staying in the Lu mansion, he had no chance to start. He just asked a few bullies to teach them, but he didn't estimate how strong the fighting power of his brother who worked hard in martial arts was. The few bullies fell on the ground before they had time to take action. After that, no one troubled them, and the lives of the two people were busy but fulfilled. When they opened their eyes every day and saw the other side by their side, they felt that all they were filled with was a sense of happiness. This year, they are 6 years old, and it is the day when Wuhan awakens. They all know that they have spirit power, and only they know this secret. Since last year, they felt that their spirit power was no longer growing, and after thinking about it, they realized that they had reached the level of innate full spirit power. But they did not stop practicing. Liu Chenai, who had benefited from the library, ran to the study whenever he had time, looking for some books to watch, and these books would always inspire him. I still remember the book written by that master. He searched for it, and he found some, such as the core competence of the Wuhan of the Normal University, on the twin spirits, and so on. I have benefited from the master's book, so of course we must seize the opportunity now to read the master's book thoroughly and memorize it by heart. Although there are still many things in it that have not been confirmed, he has already believed that such a great person would not write unfounded things casually to sensationalize. One of them is that when the spirit power reaches the peak of this level, even if the spirit ring is not obtained, the spirit power will be accumulated if you continue to practice, and these spirit power will burst out after the spirit ring is obtained. Chen Yat, Mubai, let's go, wait anxiously. Liu Zhan saw the two children waiting here from a distance, and walked over with a smile. He was very satisfied with these two children. He didn't know that they had already started to practice spirit power, but he saw the martial arts practice that they never stopped for a day. From early morning to night, that he had a headache after seeing this training. It was really hard to think about how the two children persisted. Even the extremely demanding instructor Su Lei was full of praise to the two children in private. Later, I will look at the martial arts and spirit power of the two children. If they inherit their martial spirit and possess spirit power, then the future is boundless. Without going to the spirit hall branches all over the mainland, their awakening naturally did not require the power of the spirit hall. Take the two children to a building not far away. There is no one inside. Their awakening is closed. This is also the benefit of their background. Inside, a kind-looking old man sat quietly on a futon and opened his eyes when he heard the movement. Then he stood up and bowed slightly to Liu Zhan, looking at Liu Chenai and Dai Mubai. These two young masters are here to awaken the spirit of martial arts. In the face of this person, as Liu Zhan, he didn't show any arrogance, and he bowed slightly. Yes, the dogs and nephews below will be handed over to the husband. The old man nodded slightly, beckoned to the two, motioning them to step forward. Only then did the two of them notice that there were two beads on the table in front of them, both colorless and transparent spheres, which were supposed to be used for awakening the spirit of martial arts and testing the power of the spirit. Who will come first? The old man still smiled kindly. Lu Chenai winked at Dai Mubai. Mubai stepped forward knowingly and bowed, Mr. Trouble. Haha, the old man nodded in satisfaction, the child's character is still good, pointing to the bead on the left, put your hand on this bead. Dai Mubai's breath became a little quick, and he attached his palm to one end of the sphere, and the old man placed his palm on the other end. In an instant, a green light gleamed from the beads and filled the entire room. I just felt that a cool airflow entered my body along the palm of my hand. Before I had time to react, something in my body was aroused, and there was a violent wind in the room in an instant. Yun Kong Long, Wind Kong Hu, it seems that the martial spirit of the white tiger is undoubtedly. Lu Zhan nodded secretly. Lu Chenai stared at Dai Mubai closely, for fear of something wrong with him. White light emerged from Dai Mubai's body, and then became strong, and the few people he wanted couldn't open their eyes. A few minutes later, Bai Guang stopped, but Dai Mubai had already changed his appearance. The body swelled with a punch, the muscles bulged, the white burst covered the body, the hair turned white, only a strand of black was hidden in it, and black stripes could be seen on the arm. The character formed by 3 horizontal lines and 1 vertical black hair appeared in the center of his forehead. Dai Mubai opened his eyes, and the awe-inspiring king spirit swept out. Yes, Bai Hu, put away the martial spirit. The old man said calmly. Dai Mubai was stunned for a moment. He still didn't know how to take the martial spirit back, and tried to send out thoughts. Soon, the hair on his body disappeared, and Dai Mubai became the same again. Come on, test the spirit power. The old man took a step sideways and stood behind another bead. Dai Mubai turned his head and glanced at Lu Chenai. He nodded before taking a deep breath, walked over, and put his hand on another bead. The same white glow came out, and the old man and Lu Zhan showed shocked expressions at the same time, innately full of soul power. There are people in the Dai family's successors. What the old man said was Lu Zhan's wry smile. If there was no such thing as Davis, it would be nice to say, how can the 3-year gap be made up? Dai Mubai and Lu Chenai knew in their hearts, naturally they didn't feel shocked, and they seemed very calm. Little guy, it's your turn. The old man smiled and looked at Lu Chenai. Lu Chen nodded his head and calmly stepped forward 2 steps, raising his hand and pressing it on the transparent bead. Following the same steps, under the guidance of the old man, a burst of energy was not drawn out of Lu Chenai's body. The room dimmed for a moment, as if it had entered the night at that moment. Lu Zhan smiled and nodded. This was the same as when he awakened the spirit of the martial arts. He should have inherited the spirit of the ghost cat in the same way. But soon, Lu Zhan's expression changed, and the development of things was not the same as he thought. The author has something to say. The protagonist's golden finger is about to open, and it still feels quite BT. Friends who are interested can guess what Wuhan it is also. Thank you for your rating. Chapter 9, Purple Hell Demon Eye Tiger. In the darkness, there was a faint sound of wind. Martial soul mutation. Lu Zhan's expression was a bit ugly. Martial soul mutation is the most unstable. In most cases, it will be bad mutation. I hope Ye is lucky. His worry is actually completely redundant. Even if he mutates in a bad direction, he still has innate soul power. Lu Chenai's cooking oil is accompanied by soul power, and the level is not low, but Lu Zhan doesn't know this play. Lu Chenai's figure was tall, his figure only expanded half a circle, not as majestic as Dai Mubai looked. Contrary to Dai Mubai's, Lu Chenai's hair is still as black as ink, and his pupils can't see any changes. He has black hair with purple lines on it. If you don't look closely, you can't see it at all, it's dark blue. 3 horizontal lines and 1 vertical lines appeared on Liu Chenai's head. The secretive aura spread, so that everyone present didn't understand what martial spirit this was for a while. Suddenly, Liu Chenai's expression changed. He felt the spirit power in his body instantly drop, and he quickly suppressed the continued changes in his body to stabilize. Liu Chenai twisted around his body, but the time was too short, and he was pressed back by Liu Chenai before he fully appeared, and no one noticed. The darkness quickly returned to normal. Liu Zhan looked at it for a long while and couldn't tell which spirit it was. He had never seen it before. The only thing he could be sure of was that it was also a tiger spirit, or a very powerful tiger spirit. There is one thing to say here. Everyone knows that Liu Chenai's father is Dai Su's younger sister, and she also possesses the white tiger martial spirit. The mutation of Liu Chenai's martial spirit is affected by both parents' influences, and this change will happen. The old man also looked confused. Based on his experience, he didn't think of any martial spirits or soul beasts similar to it. Purple Prison Demon Eye Tiger. 5 words appeared in Liu Chenai's heart and read them out. The 3 looked at each other. The Purple Prison Demon Eye Tiger? It seems that it has never appeared in history. What they didn't know was that the Purple Hell's Eye Tiger was a fierce beast in ancient times, ranking one of the 10 most prestigious fierce beasts. When humans appeared, this fierce beast was almost extinct, so there is no relevant historical data. The record. Okay, it's a good mutant spirit, let's test the spirit power. If you can also have the companion spirit power, then you can also become a spirit master. The old man didn't expect that today's awakening would allow him to see it. This kind of martial soul, who had never seen it before, returned to normal after being slightly surprised, and continued to preside over the awakening. Hearing the test of spirit power, Dai Mubai twitched in her heart and watched Liu Chenai nervously. Liu Chenai gave himself the chance to be full of spirit power. I wonder if what he said would comfort me, if Liu Chenai he didn't know how to face him if he hadn't reached the innate full soul power. Liu Chenai remained the same, raising his hand on the pillar, as in Dai Mubai's situation before, shining bright white light. Liu Chenai moved his ears, caught Dai Mubai's exhalation, and smiled slightly. Innately full of soul power. The old man smiled bitterly and shook his head. Liu Zhan, did you bring 2 little monsters here? Liu Zhan also grinned. Both children have excellent talents to be able to grow. It is not impossible to achieve title Douluo in the future. Liu Chenai and Dai Mubai left after saying goodbye to the 2 of them. The 2 adults had nothing to do with them. Of course, they didn't want to stay here, and Liu Chenai still had something to tell Dai Mubai. The 2 ran into the room. Liu Chenai closed the door tightly, and turned to face Dai Mubai. What's the matter? Dai Mubai could see Liu Chenai's emotions a bit agitated, and couldn't help but ask curiously. Look! As he said, Liu Chen yelled, and the hair that appeared when he was awakened again appeared on his body. Looking at Dai Mubai's puzzled eyes, he smiled slightly. The tiger palms struck each other, and he gave a low voice. The force rushed out. The purple stripes on Liu Chenai's body turned into faint blue in an instant, and even his pupils changed from pure black to light blue. At the same time, there were obvious distortions around Liu Chenai's body. Feeling the rapid fading of the spirit power in his body, without delay, he disappeared in front of Dai Mubai's eyes in one step. Xiao Yat! Dai Mubai was completely shocked. Why did the person disappear like this? Where did you go? I'm here. Liu Chenai's voice sounded behind him, and he quickly turned around, only to find that Liu Chenai had been lying on the bed without knowing when. His face was very pale. Dai Mubai hurriedly grabbed his arm. Are you okay? Liu Chenai waved his hand. It's okay, it's just that the soul power has been consumed too much. I will only tell you about my spirit. Is it a twin spirit? Daimyo Bai guessed. No, I only have one martial soul, but this martial soul has two forms. One is the most common state when it was awakened. Just like a general martial soul possessing a body, it consumes soul power very slowly. Lu Chen yet told her secret without concealing it at all. The second form is just like that just now. I call him void walking. In that state, I can travel through space. Well, you can understand it as teleportation. Lu Chenai scratched his head, unfortunately void walking. Just maintaining the state will consume a lot of soul power, let alone using this ability. Daimyo Bai said dumbfoundedly, you are not satisfied yet, your current martial arts is beyond the reach of ordinary people. By the way, what attributes are your martial arts? Darkness. Many martial arts have their own attributes. For example, the red tiger is the fire attribute, the blue electric tyrannosaurus is the thunder and lightning, and Daimyo Bai's white tiger has very few attributes. Attack power, just with some light attributes. Lu Chenai shook his head and said, it's not darkness, it's nether. It should be inherited from my father. Both states are nether. The first is inclined to the power and characteristics of tiger spirits, and the second is nether. The attributes are highlighted, and even feel that there are some spatial attributes attached. You perverted martial soul, how can I compare with you in the future? I am afraid that the gap in the future will get bigger and bigger. Daimyo Bai smiled bitterly. Lu Chenai laughed and said, why, your little brother still wants to crush your brother for nothing. Daimyo Bai shook his head, and said seriously, I don't care about whether you and I are strong or weak. I also want to protect you. If you are too strong in the future, my strength can't keep up. Wouldn't it be possible to hide forever? Behind you. Lu Chenai's eyes softened, and the laughter disappeared. He pulled Daimyo Bai to his side and lay down and hugged him tightly. Don't worry, the martial spirit is powerful, and it is also a limitation. In the future, my spirit power training speed will definitely not be hurry up, maybe, I really need you to protect me in the future. Daimyo Bai rubbed in Lu Chenai's arms, and the fragrance was refreshing. Well, with me, you won't be hurt at all. Chapter 10, Get the Spirit Ring. After completing the martial arts awakening, Su Lei completely let go of the two of them, saying that he had taught them everything he could, and he would train here every day. Of course, having said that, Su Lei still requires two people to exercise every day, otherwise they will regress quickly. They naturally want to listen to the words of the instructors. After practicing martial arts in the past few years, they have formed a habit of exercising. Even now, they still have weight belts tied to their wrists and ankles. When instructor Su finally left, he even exhorted, "You are going to school soon. If you were bullied at school, you must be beaten back. Otherwise, let alone I teach you, it's a shame." The two looked at each other and smiled. Yes. Their most recent thing is not to go to school, but to obtain their first spirit ring. And the accompanying staff, naturally Lu Chenai's father, Lu Zhan personally took the post. The two children went hunting for the soul beasts, and let others follow him. The Stardo Forest, located in the center of the continent, is the largest settlement of soul beasts on the Douluo continent. There are many soul beasts in it. Both the quantity and the quality are the soul beast hunting areas created by humans. I don't know how high it is. Before deciding what kind of soul beast to hunt, you must first choose the path you want to take. Do you have any ideas? Lu Zhan asked like two children as he walked forward. Soul masters are divided into different training directions. According to the characteristics of their martial arts, they can be divided into strong attack system, sensitive attack system, defense system, and control system, auxiliary department and so on, and each department is divided into war spirit master, mostly beast spirit, and weapon spirit master, mostly weapon spirit. And according to the different direction of study chosen, the choice of the type of spirit ring to be absorbed must be carefully studied. The strong attack system requires the spirit ring to increase more attack power, the defense system requires higher defense, and so on. I have nothing to choose from. Of course, it is a strong attack type spirit war master. It would be great to be able to find a tiger spirit beast that matches my spirit. Daimyo Bai said directly. Liu Chenai frowned in thought. His martial spirit not only inherited the dexterity of the ghost cat, but also possessed the power and dominance of a tiger, so that he made a difficult time between the strong attack and the sensitive attack system. Looking at Liu Chenai's appearance, Liu Zhan knew that he hadn't thought about it, and he didn't urge him, there is still time, don't rush to make a decision. Your martial arts spirit is also a tiger, first look for it, and absorb the soul if you have the right one. Ring it. When both directions are feasible, your choice depends on your preferences. There is no best, only the best for you. Power attack department? It looks very good. He himself prefers close-to-hand combat, so that he can maximize his strength, but he is also interested in the speed of coming and going like the wind. There is the existence of void walking, and a few people can stop me. From this point of view, it seems that the development of the agile attack system is greater. He had to be cautious. He was not a twin spirit. Although there were two forms, he could only attach a spirit ring once, and he couldn't go back after making a choice. Asking Daimyo Bai for help, he could only look at Liu Chenai with helpless eyes. Hey, you have to make your own decision. Their luck was good. Within half a day, they found a 200-year-old tiger spirit beast. At the sign of Liu Chenai, Daimyo Bai did his part to absorb the spirit ring. Acquire the first spirit ability, White Tiger Body Barrier, boost your own attack power and defense power by 50% while opening a shield that absorbs damage. This effect is quite good as the first spirit ring, which is equivalent to a direct increase of 50% of one's own strength, which is not unbelievable. Liu Chenai didn't have a suitable goal, and Daimyo Bai and Liu Zhan didn't have the slightest impatience. This kind of situation is only a rough range, and chances are a little troublesome, but it doesn't matter to them, as long as it's all worthwhile to help Liu Chenai find the right spirit ring. 2 days passed quickly, and they also saw a few tiger spirit beasts of the right age, but they were all passed away by Liu Chenai shaking his head. After coming down several times, the two of them didn't think there was anything, but Liu Chenai felt embarrassed. Just when he wanted to give up, he would choose when he met the next tiger spirit beast. When he saw the choice of fate, a yellow figure suddenly rushed in front of a few people, stretched out his claws and clawed Liu Chenai on his head. Liu Zhan didn't intend to shoot immediately, but he had already mobilized his spirit power. Once the children were in danger, he could shoot immediately. He suppressed his own aura along the way, otherwise, the aura of tidal Douluo would spread out, and no soul beast dared to approach it. Rapid Thunder Tiger, known as the cheetah among tigers, is extremely fast, and at the same time it has the power not inferior to similar soul beasts. We have encountered a treasure. Liu Zhan smiled and said the message of this soul beast. At this time, Daimyo Bai had already stood in front of Liu Chenai, releasing his martial spirit, and Beihu's body barrier opened directly. He resisted, and his body shook, but he did not take a step back. After absorbing the spirit ring, all the spirit power accumulated in front of Daimyo Bai was released, and the level skyrocketed. And his own strength was so great that it was naturally not a problem for him to block the blow with the assistance of spirit skills. The pitch-black claws were grabbed from behind Daimyo Bai, and Liu Chenai, who had completed his spirit possession, launched an attack unceremoniously. Feeling bad, Jilihu took advantage of Daimyo Bai's arm, and when he retreated, he was about to flee. At his speed, Daimyo Bai and Liu Chenai would definitely not be able to catch up. But, don't forget, Liu Zhan is still staring beside him. Where do you want to run? Just stay. Liu Zhan grabbed it with one hand, and the fast Thunder Tiger, who was about to flee away, stagnated and was drawn back abruptly. The terrifying aura suddenly released from Liu Zhan's body oppressed Thunder Tiger not daring to move, and obediently lay on the ground. "I'm sorry." Liu Zhanai squatted, fingertips popped sharp claws into the neck of Ji Lihu, and easily opened his arteries. It didn't make Ji Lihu die too painful, and cut his neck with a palm to make him faint. When he woke up, he should already be in the kingdom of heaven. A circle of yellow spirit rings appeared in front of him, and Liu Zhanai sat cross-legged on the ground to restore his spirit power to its peak state, and then dragged the spirit ring into his body according to the method Liu Zhan gave him. The moment the spirit ring entered his body, Liu Zhanai's body suddenly shook, and he was almost lost by the energy injected from the outside world. But fortunately, he quickly stabilized. He could feel that the energy in the spirit ring had a counterattack at first, but a black light flashed on his spirit, and the energy was instantly solidified, and he let it go. He was assimilated by Liu Zhanai. As the spirit ring turned into a stream of energy and injected into the body, he felt the original shackles in his body gradually disappeared, and the suppressed spirit power surged out like the Yangtze River, running through the meridians, and his level began to rise. In addition to the natural level of absorption of the spirit ring, he also rose more than 2 levels, and only stopped when he approached the 14th level. Chapter 11, Liu Zhanai's first soul ability. After experiencing his soul skills, Liu Zhanai's expression became weird, and he muttered, "It shouldn't be. What's wrong?" Both of them thought something was wrong with Liu Zhanai's spirit skills, and both asked. Liu Zhanai shook his head, "It's nothing, it's just that this spirit ability is not much the same as I thought, it's obviously biased towards the strong attack system." Hearing what he said, the two became curious while letting go. Daimyo Bai couldn't help but said, "Release the spirit ability. Let me see." There were no outsiders present, and a yellow spirit ring around Liu Zhanai's body was shining. There was no change in his body, nor did he release an attack, but 2 phantoms of tiger heads enveloped his fists. Amplification skills. Liu Zhan made a judgment. Liu Zhanai's skills should be similar to Daimyo Bai's, and they all increase their own abilities. Liu Chen nodded and waved his fist, faintly as if there was a tiger roaring, increase attack power by 50%, and it seems that there are some incidental effects. "Come on, try my best to give me a punch," Liu Zhan said. "Okay." Liu Zhanai didn't hesitate, with Liu Zhan's strength, there was no problem at all forcing him to punch him. Lifting the soul power into the right fist, smashed forward fiercely. The phantom tiger head on his fist roared with his fist, as if to bite the person in front of him. The sound of the tiger's roar came into his ears, and the unsuspecting Liu Zhan's intuition quickly fell over his head, and then he recovered, stretched out his hand, and took it abruptly. "Good boy, soul skills are not ordinary. In addition to the increased attack power, there is also a deterrent effect. If my level is not higher than yours, the spiritual power and soul power are strong, this one will be a direct hit." Liu Zhan's eyes were full of surprises, and his son gave him too much surprise. In the future, when you exercise your soul skills, try to control whether the tiger roar is emitted. If you can control it well, then you are fighting. Unexpectedly, it will have a great effect. Understand? Liu Zhanai nodded, listening to his father's analysis. He also understood the power of his skill. Just like Daimyo Bai's white tiger barrier provides a shield while increasing his defense power, his spirit ability also has a certain mental attack when his attack power is increased. The quality of the appearance of the spirit ability is related to the spirit of the spirit, and it is also related to the spirit beast that absorbs the spirit ring itself. The higher the quality of the spirit, the greater the possibility of powerful skills. The better the spirit beast and its spirit are, the easier it is. Play a complementary role. This first spirit ability is called Tiger Shadow. He named his first spirit ability Xiao Yat. It's not bad. I will resist injury in the future. You can definitely play a good role in attacking. Dai Mubai did not show jealousy. His brother is strong, and he has a lot of face. Okay, now that we have all the spirit rings, let's go. The Stardo Forest is not a long-stay place. Liu Zhan said, the Stardo Forest is after all a settlement of spirit beasts, who knows if there will be 100,000 Neon Soul Beast. The purpose of this trip was achieved, so naturally he should set off to go home. Dai Mubai and Liu Chenai walked in the forest for several days, feeling tired, and immediately agreed. Brother, what level of soul power is it? Lying on Liu Chenai's big bed, asked. He still couldn't let go of what Liu Chenai taught him 2 years ago. The innate soul power made him feel a little more relieved, but he still wanted to understand more clearly. In the Stardo Great Forest, because the road was not convenient to ask questions, there were only 2 people at this time, and he finally couldn't help but speak. 13th level, almost to the 14th level. Liu Chenai put his arm on his arm and said casually, what about you? Level 14, brother, if you didn't transfer spirit power to me at the time, you should be able to reach level 16 or 7 now. Dai Mubai pursed his lips and said, Liu Chenai is so kind to him, so he has a seed. Feeling unrequited. How many people are willing to sacrifice the soul power they have cultivated to achieve others in this world where the strong are respected? Liu Chenai turned over and stretched out his hand to pinch Dai Mubai's cheek. What are you thinking about? I am not bad now, no more crazy thinking, otherwise what? Otherwise, I will scratch you. After several years of getting along, he knew Dai Mubai's body so well, he reached out and touched Dai Mubai and laughed. Don't make it, I'm wrong, can't I be wrong if I'm wrong? Dai Mubai waved his hands quickly to block Liu Chenai's claws. The Xingluo Royal Soul Master Academy is divided into a senior department and a junior department. It is the best Soul Master Academy in the Xingluo Empire. It can be seen from its name. It is an academy established by the Xingluo Empire royal family, a typical aristocratic school. The descendants of court ministers, princes, nobles, etc., or merchants who are extremely wealthy in their families, will study here. The quality of teaching needless to say, but the 4 words noble school are destined to have no relationship with ordinary people, which also caused it to miss a large number of talented students. As Dai Mubai and Liu Chenai, they were undoubtedly arranged to study here. By the time they arrived at the school, it had been about a week since the beginning of school. It took a certain amount of time for their spirit to awaken and obtain the spirit ring, and it was not reported until now. But from their background, these are not problems. The 2 had just awakened their spirits, and although they had already acquired the spirit ring, they had also entered the 1st grade along with the other 6-year-olds. Under the respectful guidance of the teacher from the Academic Affairs Office, the 2 went to their dormitory. Glancing at each other, they all found the helplessness in the other's eyes. This kind of life really made them feel quite uncomfortable, and the kind of hypocritical smile made them feel disgusting. But there is no way, society is like this. The Xingluo Royal Soul Master Academy occupies the area of a mountain, and the state has injected countless funds, not to mention teaching, but the accommodation conditions are beyond the reach of other academies. Each dormitory is like a villa. Although 4 people live together, everyone has their own room and all kinds of facilities are available. A hotel stay under these conditions might cost 1,000 gold soul coins a day. Let's talk about the currency system here. 1 amethyst coin equals 100 gold soul coins equals 10,000 silver soul coins equals 1 million copper soul coins. After the 2 people who arrived at school put their things in the dormitory on the 1st day, they didn't have to go to class. It was enough to transfer to the school on the 1st day to learn about the school environment. In the afternoon, when the 2 returned to the dormitory, the other 2 had already returned. Seeing them come in, they asked, "Are you new here?" They are all children, asking questions out of curiosity, not malicious. Liu Chen nodded and smiled, "Hello, we will be roommates from now on. Chapter 12, Threat. My name is Xiaohe, Soul Power Level 6, and my name is Muku, Soul Power Level 7. The two children should have just awakened martial arts, Level 6 and 7, both are considered very good. Lu Chenai. Dai Mubai. The two introduced themselves briefly. As for spirit power, there was no need to show off. Xiaohe and Muku had one side, and they often heard these two names. Those with these two surnames had extremely high status in the Douluo Empire. I have seen the two sons. The two children were obviously told by the adults in the family. Although they were a little unconcerned, they still saluted respectfully. Lu Chenai frowned, "You don't need to be like this. We are just ordinary students here. We are all classmates." The two indeed shook their heads again and again, the courtesy can't be discarded. If there is anything but it's okay, we must do our best. No matter what the two people think of themselves, they dare not act rashly just because of their family's warnings. They remember the words of the family members very clearly. If you have a good relationship with these people, the family will flourish just around the corner, but if you offend, it means you will be unlucky. If the two of them knew that those adults said that they would have been wronged, how could we bully others so kindly, okay? We are not like Davis. However, facing the attitude of the two of them at this time, they had no choice but to deal with a few words and went back to their room. In order to become stronger, after they relax a little bit, they must seize the time to practice. Dai Mubai had already obtained the exercises practiced by the Dai family's White Tiger martial spirit, and Lu Chenai had also tried his family's exercises. Due to the variation of Wuhan, he was accompanied by Lu Zhan when he was practicing the exercises, and he let him go after confirming that he had no problems at all. After Wuhan awakened, Lu Chenai felt that his cultivation speed was much slower than before, but the exercises made up for it. Compared to before the awakening, it was only a bit slower, and it didn't have much effect, at least not at the current level. What is the difference? In the evening, Lu Chenai was focusing on cultivating spirit power. With a move of his ears, he opened his eyes and watched the blonde boy who quietly entered the house and carefully closed the door. No smile appeared on his face. "You don't practice and don't sleep at night, why are you looking for me?" Lu Chenai smiled. "I miss you, I feel so accustomed to being in a room, I want to sleep without sleepiness, I want to practice but I can't calm down, so I can only come to you." Dai Mubai said truthfully, looking at Chen Ye pitifully. The two looked at each other for a while, and Lu Chenai reluctantly compromised and moved a position inside. "You look like this, what should we do if we separate in the future?" He wouldn't admit that all his mind was Dai Mubai before entering Ding, and it took a lot of effort to calm down. "We will never separate, isn't it all right?" 6-year-old Xiao Mubai said for granted. "Then you won't marry a wife anymore." As soon as he said that, Lu Chenai's heart jumped abruptly. Why would I feel so unhappy when I think of him being with others in the future? After thinking about it, he realized that he wanted to be with Mubai for the rest of his life, but why? We are all men. Well, it's a big deal not to marry, let's live a lifetime, okay? Dai Mubai said without any consideration. Lu Chenai, who had been a little confused in his thoughts, was amused by this sentence. After those things, he now thinks so much about what to do. "You said, we will not marry a wife in the future, and we will live together for a lifetime." Dai Mubai stretched out a hand, "Retractor." Lu Chenai stretched out, his tail fingers hooked together, "Hang on the hook for 100 years, no change." "Haha, you can't go back on the hook now. It's a puppy." Dai Mubai stuck his tongue out, sat cross-legged in front of Lu Chenai, closing his eyes. "The person you are thinking of is by your side, what else can make them upset?" Soon, both of them entered into a fixed state. Ideas are always beautiful, but accidents always appear. Most of the junior colleges talk about theoretical knowledge and listen to the lectures casually. The rest of the time is for self-cultivation, and a week is passed smoothly, but at this time, someone approached Dai Mubai. Mubai, it's been a long time since I saw you. He looked 7 points similar to Dai Mubai, a head taller than him, and the more robust young man stood in front of Dai Mubai, who was alone. A trace of disgust flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes. Davis, what are you doing? In this academy, Davis did not dare to do anything at will, otherwise he would be unlucky, and Dai Mubai was not afraid of what he would use. However, Davis didn't want to trouble him. He knew about Dai Mubai's congenital full spirit power, and he also knew that Liu Chenai mutated his martial spirit and was congenital full of spirit power. He is not afraid of anything alone, but the two people are mixed all day long, which puts a lot of pressure on him, so he must find a way to separate the two. It just so happened that Dai Mubai and him were in the same school that made him feel uncomfortable. Liu Chenai was very shrewd. If he troubled him, he would probably lift a rock and hit him in the foot. Therefore, he had the idea of expelling Dai Mubai. So many academies on the mainland, the Douluo Royal Soul Master Academy, are top-notch ones. There is a great advantage in studying here, so he will expel Dai Mubai. Then, is there still a chance to catch up with yourself? Don't do anything, you just got the spirit ring, I'm already 23rd level. Davis's eyes were busy with unknown meaning, and he said casually. Dai Mubai frowned, didn't answer. Don't understand what Davis meant. Do you put pressure on it? If this is the case, it does have a certain effect. In 3 years, with the spirit power approaching 10th rank, he did feel the pressure before he could clearly feel the speed of his cultivation. You have a good relationship with that kid from the Lu family, right? Dai Mubai was thinking about it, and Davis suddenly changed the subject. What is this guy going to do? Dai Mubai looked at Davis non-committal. Although he didn't know what he wanted to express, he realized something was wrong in his heart. I'm just curious, why do you still have the confidence to study here? Do you think you can make up for the gap of nearly 10th level with your innate full soul power? Indeed, your cultivation speed will be faster than ordinary soul masters, and there is a chase. It's possible to get on me, but have you ever thought that together with Lulu, with the existence of martial soul fusion skills, our cultivation speed will also increase? Without waiting for Dai Mubai to speak, Davis continued, why should you fight with me in the future? Just rely on you two boys? Soul power is not as good as ours, and there is no martial soul fusion skill. You two will still be caught at any time. We abused. Chapter 13, Go away. You have a good relationship with that guy from the Lu family. He will definitely help you when the time comes, but do you think there is a chance of winning? Davis's eyes showed a stigmatizing light. When the time comes, not only will you be unlucky, but you will also hurt him. Am I right? Dai Mubai's breathing was stagnant, and Davis pinched his dead spot. Of course he was not afraid of his own words, but what he was most afraid of was dragging Liu Chenai. Reminiscing about the feelings that I depended on him, I suddenly felt that I would have a great influence on Liu Chenai. The thoughts in his mind were chaotic. Dai Mubai didn't care about Davis, and walked over with his head down. With the winner's smile on Davis's face, he looked at Dai Mubai's flustered back, and said loudly, if you want to live, just leave here, to a place where I can't see you, so that even if you lose to me in the future, I will save you my life, who made you my brother. Seeing Dai Mubai's footsteps paused, he knew that Dai Mubai had heard what he said just now. Turned to leave, and said as he walked, good brother, I have a good idea for you. Mubai? What's the matter? In the dormitory, Liu Chenai, who was going to have dinner, and Dai Mubai, who was looking a little sluggish, had a face-to-face and asked. Hey! Dai Mubai returned to his senses and barely smiled, it's okay, but I feel a little tired. I have finished supper, and I will go back to sleep. Well, you must tell me something. Liu Chenai said worriedly as Dai Mubai walked into his room. What do I do? Shutting himself in the room, Dai Mubai scratched his hair in a mess. He didn't want to hurt Liu Chenai, but in fact, he had been involved in him. If it wasn't for his own affairs, how could he spread it? Give me power? Is it a hindrance to his cultivation speed? Yes, Davis is right, martial soul fusion skill, even if he catches up with him in spirit power, can he beat their martial soul fusion skill? That's not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. If it was him, he could not care at all, but how could he not care when Liu Chenai was involved? Recalling the retraction a few days ago, he made such a decision because of me. If I don't marry forever, even if I like him, do I still make him like a man too? Davis' last words made his eyes shine. Right, leave. Just leave here, after a long time, Xiao Ye will be able to forget me and start his own life, yes, that's it. The 6-year-old child has a very simple thinking, even if he was born in the royal family, whereas Davis's opponent, taking advantage of his lack of self-confidence, taking advantage of his importance to Liu Chenai, to force him to leave. Once he had an idea, Dai Mubai immediately began to pack things. There was no burden on his body, and all of the wristbands on his hand were resolved. There are a few gold soul coins in his hand, plus the monthly subsidy of 1 gold soul coin from the Spirit Hall, it is enough. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Dai Mubai, who hadn't slept all night, stood at the door of Liu Chenai's room, and his hand on the doorknob was slow to move. He wanted to see Liu Chenai for the last time, even if he couldn't see him again, he wanted to imprint his look on the bottom of my heart. But after struggling for a long time, he still didn't make up his mind. He was afraid that Liu Chenai would be alarmed, so he would not be able to leave. Along his lips, his heart was cruel, and he turned and left. Goodbye, brother, forget me, being with me can only bring you burdens and disasters, I'm sorry, I broke my promise, I'm sorry. Tightly holding the white yin and yang fish-like pendant on his neck, tears slipped across his face quietly, he couldn't bear it, but for the sake of Liu Chenai, he had to be willing. Without being aware of it, Dai Mubai's figure disappeared in the academy. After leaving the college, he felt a little at a loss, where should he go? Are you still in the Douluo Empire? No, family members can easily find him here, so go to Heaven Do Empire. The little boy embarked on the journey alone, with reluctance and nostalgia, and with blessings to Liu Chenai. Just let him go like this. Liu Zhan said to the strong man beside him, standing on the wall of the Royal Academy. He didn't want Dai Mubai to leave. He could think of how sad Xiao Ye should be when Dai Mubai is gone. Let him stay here, I'm afraid Davis will have a greater impact on him, let him go. Dai Su's eyes looked at Dai Mubai's smaller and smaller figure without blinking, hoping that he would be able to grow up. After all, Dai Mubai is his child. It's impossible to watch Dai Mubai leave like this and say that he doesn't feel distressed, he is already a soul master, and he still has the power to protect himself. Then you sent so many shadow guards to protect him. Liu Zhan unceremoniously demolished his platform. Ahem. Dai Su coughed twice, I want to know where he wants to go, don't talk nonsense. Liu Zhan made a dazed look, what did I say? Dai Su glared at him and pinched his neck with both hands, go to you. Liu Zhan rolled his eyes in cooperation, murdered my husband. One sentence almost made Dai Su choke to death, obviously I am your husband, okay, you are always below. Dai Su let go, but Liu Zhan's hands wrapped around Dai Su's waist, when will you come again? If you want, you can do it now. Dai Su's eyes lit up, and there was a reaction under him. I don't think that Liu Zhan stood up straight at this time, let's finish the rest of the matter first. I don't know how to deal with Xiao's affairs. Mubai is gone, I guess he can't keep it. You guy. Dai Su stared at him fiercely, but in the end he could only sigh, because he couldn't do anything, because he spoiled this guy too much. Just as Liu Zhan thought, Liu Chenai, who opened the door of Dai Muabai's room early in the morning, found that it was empty inside. His heart was abrupt. He couldn't help but become worried if he didn't see Dai Muabai. Immediately searched in the academy, but how could he find it? He couldn't find it, so he mobilized the power of the family to search for Dai Muabai, and finally he was stunned after hearing the news of Dai Muabai's departure from his father. Why do you want to leave? Didn't you say you want to be together for the rest of your life? Why can you leave so easily? Liu Chenai, who was in a state of excitement, trembled involuntarily, without Dai Muabai by his side. He felt that his whole heart was empty, and he didn't know what to do. When Liu Zhan saw Liu Chenai like this, he knew that the child couldn't keep it, but when he handed over a briefing, he raised his eyebrows and said, "He has gone to the Heaven Do Empire." Tiandu Empire. Liu Chen muttered, "Can you be sure which school he is going to?" Liu Zhan shook his head, "Our spies can't do too obvious in the Heaven Do Empire. After he enters the Heaven Do Empire, it will be difficult to detect his news." The author has something to say. 57,000 word update. Happy May Day, everyone. Chapter 14, Loha College. Is it really what he said? In fact, it is not. Although the two empires continue to war, there are still other exchanges between them. It is not a problem for them to follow a person. He said this to allow Liu Chenai to walk alone, and the relationship needs to be tempered, and it is not necessarily a good thing to find it too simple. After a long silence, Liu Chenai raised his head and said, "Father, I'm going to Heaven Do Empire." Liu Zhan, who had been mentally prepared for a long time, nodded, "Go, remember, leaving here, it will be difficult for you to get support from your family, everything depends on you." "I understand." Liu Chenai nodded earnestly, "I will definitely find him." "Okay, I'm waiting for you to bring him back as my daughter-in-law." Liu Zhan's face was full of unclear smiles. Liu Chenai was stunned for a moment. "Our matter, don't you object? If you object to me, I can still let you sleep together." Liu Zhan glared at him, and said angrily, "Smelly boy, if you don't learn well, you still fall in love with men. I don't care about you, but there is one thing you remember. After you live, no matter what method you use, you must leave me a descendant. The incense of our Liu family can't be cut off in your generation. I don't know if I have that kind of feeling for him, let's talk about it later." Liu Chenai smiled bitterly. He had always been ignorant of his feelings for Dai Muabai, but this time when Dai Muabai left, the strong sense of longing made him feel that he really couldn't live without Dai Muabai. "Whatever you want, and if you want to help him, try hard to cultivate. You know who his future enemy is." Liu Zhan reminded. "This time Muabai's departure is related to Davis?" Liu Chenai asked uncertainly as a flash of light flashed in his mind. "You're still smart, we've checked things out, Muabai was driven away by Davis." Liu Zhan said vaguely. "Davis, you wait." Liu Chenai's eyes were cold, and then he returned to normal. "Father, I'm going to prepare, and I will leave tonight." "Are you so anxious?" Liu Zhan was also very reluctant to bear this son, but he knew that he would not be able to keep it if he left, so he said, "Go, the carriage will be prepared for you, and I will give you a suggestion. Don't rush to find him, yours. The spirit master level is still too low. Running around by yourself is very easy to be dangerous. It is best to find an academy to study first. We will slowly penetrate and search for Muabai's traces." "Okay." Liu Chenai replied and retired. In terms of learning, his effect in the Star Luo Empire would be better, but once he wanted to try his luck, if he ran into Muabai, that would be great. Secondly, he didn't want to see it. Davis, he was afraid he could not help but shoot when he saw Davis. Thirdly, as mentioned earlier, he hates the kind of environment in the college. Presumably, when no one knows him, he should be able to become an ordinary soul master. You are not afraid of your child's accident, so let him go at such a young age. Liu Chenai's mother complained with red eyes. Children always have to go through something to grow up. Xiao is very talented and needs to be tempered. Moreover, I can send out all my guards. Liu Zhan said helplessly. How could he be completely relieved? Bumping on the carriage, he didn't send the carriage back home until he entered the territory of the Tiandu Empire, and wandered alone in the strange city of the Tiandu Empire, Luhu City. Each junior college in the mainland has a different enrollment time, and there will be an enrollment month that is roughly the same time, and the enrollment time corresponds to the time when the 6-year-old children's spirit awakens. I asked someone and found out that it would be 2 days before all Luhu colleges in this city started school. These 2 days were the days for enrollment. With the mentality of staying here since he was here, the next morning, Liu Chen went to participate in the college's enrollment assessment. Of course, the so-called assessment is to test whether you have the status of a soul master, and there is nothing special. Not every city has a soul master academy. Generally, only one of the 7 or 8 cities has a soul master academy. This is related to the number of soul masters. Only one newly awakened soul master from the surrounding cities is barely enough. The academy can accommodate the number of students. You can see how rare a soul master is. I don't know if it's the last 2 days. There are a lot of people who come to sign up, and the college has also set up a lot of test points to test together. The efficiency is still quite fast. I randomly found a team to line up, and as the team slowly moved forward, I don't know when, behind him there was a blue-haired boy with a pair of azure eyes exuding curiosity about the world. He looked around and stopped for a moment. Not down. These blue eyes attracted Liu Chenai's attention. Like him, they have blue pupils, and they are all so beautiful. Liu Chenai silently watched the blue-haired boy without saying anything, silently thinking of the boy who had left. Hey, why are you taking my place? The dissatisfied words drew Liu Chenai's attention back, his voice was crisp. And it stood up quite sweetly. Looking back, it was the blue-haired boy who was talking. I don't know when he ran out of the team. Standing behind Liu Chenai was a red-haired boy who was much fatter than the blue-haired boy. Your position? Who can prove that this is your position? There was no one here when I came, the red-haired boy said buzzingly, his eyes full of provocation. There were 2 adults standing beside him, who seemed to be judging or something. I have been here all the time, you just squeezed me out. The blue-haired boy said aggrievedly. He just wanted to see things farther away and leaned out a little bit. No, I thought that such an unreasonable person would take his position. The red-haired fat man snorted coldly, little brother, to be honest, who squeezed you out, hey? While talking, the 2 adults next to him took a step forward, rolled up their sleeves, and looked at this coldly. The blue-haired boy, the meaning is obvious, if he says more, he will definitely have a fight. Liu Chenai could see clearly that the 2 of them did not have spirit power, but it was enough to deal with the child who had just awakened the spirit power. After all, they might not even know how to use spirit power. Seeing the pitiful look of the blue-haired boy, Liu Chenai shook his head. He didn't want to care about it, but this kind of bullying made him feel very uncomfortable, and said coldly, he really stands behind me. The blue-haired boy looked at Liu Chenai in surprise. He didn't expect that this very cold boy would speak for him, and everyone around him was just watching the show. The red-haired fat man glared his eyes. Boy, do you want to be nosy? Chapter 15, Admission. The cold expression on Liu Chenai's face was unmoved. So what, want to fight? I'll accompany you. As he said, he released his martial spirit. Black hair covered his whole body, and a circle of yellow spirit rings floated from under his feet, causing the people around him to marvel. After releasing his martial soul, Liu Chenai looked at the fat man so coldly. Seeing him like that, he knew that he couldn't fight. Most people weren't the opponents of soul masters with soul abilities. They just went up and found them by themselves. Abuse. Soul master, still a century-old soul ring. The fat man was completely stunned. Here are some soul master levels and soul ring levels. From low to high, soul masters are divided into soul master, just awakened, no soul ring, soul master, great soul master, soul respect, soul sect, soul king, and soul emperor, soul sage. Contra, titled Douluo, the spirit rings are 10-year spirit ring, white, 100-year spirit ring, yellow, 1000-year spirit ring, purple, 10,000-year spirit ring, black, and 100,000-year spirit ring, red. Those who have seen Douluo can ignore it, these are mainly for those who have not seen Douluo. Not leaving yet? Waiting for me to do it. Liu Chenai frowned. The fat man was taken aback, and immediately took 2 steps back, giving up his position. With a cold snort, he retracted his martial spirit, and said to the blue-haired boy, "Come back, this position is still yours." Only then did the blue-haired boy react and ran behind Liu Chenai. "Big brother, thank you, you are so amazing, you already have a spirit ring, what's your name?" Liu Chenai ignored him, but he didn't expect the child to talk endlessly. He was chattering in Liu Chenai's ears, which made him very annoying, and finally couldn't help but glared at him. "Shut up! I will throw you out if you make a noise." "Oh!" The young man was obviously taken aback. He was taken aback and lowered his head and responded with a low voice. He didn't dare to say anything, and fell silent completely. Suddenly Liu Chenai felt that what he had done was a little too much. Would it scare him so fierce? Just as he wanted to see the situation of the young man behind him, the teacher's voice came in front of him, "Classmate, come and register." Liu Chenai only noticed that he was at the forefront of the team and looked at the form in front of him. "Don't I need to test?" The teacher shook his head and smiled. "No, you already have a spirit ring. It must be a spirit master. The test is a waste of time. Just record your information." Nodded, took the pen and recorded all his information. It was nothing more than name, age, martial arts, soul power level, etc. There were no secrets involved. After registering the information, he took a sign from the teacher, saying that he was going to the academic affairs office to pick up a series of things such as school uniforms. From now on, he was officially counted as a student of Douluo College. Not long after he left, I heard footsteps coming from behind him, and soon caught up with him. "Brother Liu, wait for me. You don't have to look back, you know that it's the blue-haired boy just now. He has caught up, and it's hard to ignore. How do you know my surname is Liu?" The blue-haired boy stuck his tongue out. "I saw that when you filled out the form. My name is Lan Bao, my spirit is a leopard, and I joined this academy. We will be classmates in the future, hee." Liu Chenai is helpless. This kid is optimistic? Why is he always laughing? He peeped at the matter of filling out the form and he didn't want to worry about it anymore. He just looked at it. Anyway, there is nothing that he can't look at. But he couldn't understand why this guy always came to pester himself. "Oh." Liu Chenai replied lightly. "Brother Liu, let's go together, I also want to go to the academic affairs office." Blue Leopard seemed to be unable to stop, running around by his side. Liu Chenai felt a little irritable when she saw it. I didn't bother to pay attention to him, so I just pretended to be out of sight and walked on my own. "But just follow along. Can you stop talking? That's enough." Fortunately, I arrived at the academic affairs office soon, and thought of dividing the dormitory for a while, so I could be separated. But the day did not fulfill everyone's wish, and the dormitory numbers obtained by the two people were the same. Liu Chenai didn't want to say anything about this kind of encounter. It seemed that he had to cultivate his character, otherwise he wouldn't be annoyed by this kid, thinking that he would be screamed by this little blue leopard all day long by his side. so let her I feel a little unbearable. Great, brother Lu, we are still roommates. Lan Leopard said excitedly. Seeing his happy look, Lu Chennai was not good at attacking him, thinking that he would not look up and see him all day long, so he would endure it. People are like this by nature, so why bother? Call me Chennai. In the end, Lu Chennai decided to accept this active kid. If he doesn't noisy people, he's pretty cute. Okay, brother Chennai. Blue Leopard still smiled and pointed in a direction. Our dormitory area is over there. I have already seen the map before I came, let's go. Yeah. Lu Chennai agreed, and walked behind Lan Bao. By the way, we are all 6 years old, how do you know that I will be older than you? Lu Chennai couldn't understand why this young man called his brother when he spoke. Because you are taller than me, hee. The reason Lan Leopard gave Lu Chennai was speechless, but the truth is that Lu Chennai's height is already higher than that of his peers, and he looks almost the same as a 7 or 8-year-old boy. Up. The school's dormitory area is about the same size as the teaching area, and the accommodation conditions for students are still very superior. Although it is not comparable to the small villas like the Royal Academy, it is not bad. The rooms are very large. Each room accommodates 4 people. There are 4 single beds in it. The bedding and other daily necessities are all available. The room is very tidy and it seems to have a refreshing feeling. When the curtains are opened, you can see that there is a bamboo forest outside, and the environment is still good. This is the place to live in the next 6 years. At this time, only the 2 of them arrived in the dormitory. Naturally, the bed was chosen randomly. Lu Chennai chose a bed near the window, while Blue Leopard lay directly on the bed opposite him. He wears the same braces on his wrists as Dai Mubai, which is also a soul guidance device. It was originally a pair, divided into left and right wrist braces, but each of them has a huge capacity, so 2 people will wear one each. On it. After taking out the daily necessities from the wristband and sorting them out, it didn't take long for the door to open, and 2 people walked in from outside. One person was slender and tall, and he was about the same height as Lu Chennai, who had been practicing martial arts since childhood, but he was very thin. The other person is very short, well, shorter than the average 6-year-old child, which is in sharp contrast to the person in front of him. Chapter 16, Protection Fee, Master. My name is Kaylee, and my name is Muen, hello. The 2 introduced themselves, and saw that there were 2 beds left. They chose one and put the package on it. Lu Chennai nodded calmly, Lu Chennai. The strange thing is that the Blue Leopard was not very enthusiastic, and it didn't show up at all. He just smiled and said, hello, my name is Blue Leopard. Lu Chennai felt a little surprised at the indifference that Lan Leopard suddenly showed. What happened? Is this person still multiple personality? How does it feel like changing the individual? After Kyle put the package on the bed, he didn't tidy up things immediately, but said, everyone is here, then I have something to say. Confirming that the other 3 people are projecting their gazes, they nodded in satisfaction and continued, we are all in the same dormitory, which means we are roommates. There should always be one person in charge of the 4. You mean you want to be? Muen said, disapproving of his proposal. Kaylee did not hide it, and followed Muen and said, yes, I think I am capable of this position. My martial arts spirit is bamboo, and my innate soul power is level 6. As he said, Kaylee raised his head proudly. Indeed, this kind of soul power is pretty good. Lu Chennai ignored him. Blue Leopard was also lacking in interest. Only Muen looked at him unconvincedly, my martial soul is a rat, and my soul power is also level 6. Why should you be the head of the house? Children have a competitive mind, it is impossible for this kind of thing to retreat, and the 2 immediately quarreled. Seeing that it was about to rise to the hands-on stage, a shout suddenly came from outside the door, is anyone inside? Get out! The rough voice made Liu Chenai frown. I don't know what these people are doing. The who came in outside the school? Kelly understood, this is the high-level students here to collect protection fees. These guys do this every year and bully newcomers. Aren't you going to be the boss? Go out and settle the matter, the boss is yours. Muen rolled his eyes and came up with an idea. Hey, look at you, still want to be the head of the house. Kelly snorted coldly, opened the door and walked out. As soon as he was about to speak, he was startled by the sight outside. Why, how come so many people? Liu Chenai stood up. Although he didn't catch a big cold with Kaylee, he couldn't watch his roommate being bullied. There were so many people facing him. Obviously, Kaylee couldn't deal with it alone. He moved, lying on the side, and the blue leopard, who looked like nothing to do with him, also stood up and followed out. Afraid? Boy, no one who knows will hand in 30 Gintama coins, and pay once a month in the future, otherwise, he. At the beginning, a young man with a good body shook his fist and made a crackling sound. 30? Why so much? This amount of money is nothing to Liu Chenai, but it is very much for people like Kai Lai who are not very wealthy, and his monthly living expenses are only 40 silver soul coins. That's it, most of this time is going to pass. Why? Too much? Give you a choice, hand over the money now, or don't let us see you in the future, otherwise we will see you once. Boss Wang is right, see once and fight once. The few people behind immediately followed suit, creating momentum for the boss and putting a lot of pressure on Kaylee. Liu Chenai leaned against the door, wondering if there was no one in charge of the school. But he said, what if you don't give it? Yeah, kid stiff, it seems that you are looking for a fight. Boss Wang narrowed his originally small eyes so that he could no longer see his eyeballs. When his words fell, everyone behind him surrounded him and released him. Out of the martial soul, he looked like he was going to fight. These people are all second-year students. Collecting protection fees has become a school ethos. Generally speaking, second-year students accept first-year students. It's not that the school doesn't care, but the students who have indulged at this stage. Their purpose is to tell these newcomers that the academy is not your comfortable nest. If you want not to be bullied, you must try to make yourself. Be strong. Hey? There's a fight to fight, okay, I like fighting the most. Lan Leopard rolled up his sleeves and stood beside Liu Chenai. Blue hair appeared on his body with white spots on his ears. Appeared on the top of the head, the round one is very cute. It seems that you are going to toast and not eat and drink fine wine. Boss Wang has no face, he has collected protection fees and several dormitories. No dormitory has so much effort, give me up. Be careful. Liu Chenai reminded him, and the whole person rushed out, only sideways, letting the oncoming punch pass, and cut his right hand into the palm of the person's lower abdomen. The man's eyes burst, and he squatted down, clutching his stomach. These people don't even have a soul ring. They just rely on martial spirits to strengthen themselves. Some are weapon spirits or even have a weapon. In addition, these people don't even have any actual combat experience. Liu Chenai doesn't even have martial spirits. You can easily get these people down without any need. 3 years of painful training is not in vain. And there are blue leopards on the side assists, these people have no backhand. After a while, the group of people lay on the ground humming, and Boss Wang looked at them in horror. Don't come over. He turned around and ran away. Really scary, boring. Lan Leopard shook his head and said. Not bad. Liu Chenai smiled. There were 4 people in a dormitory. Kaylee was frightened. When Muen saw that posture, he hid away, and only Blue Leopard came to fight alongside him. 1 is not bad, and it also means that Liu Chenai started to treat him as a friend. Back in the dormitory, Muen and Kai Lai didn't dare to say anything. If such a fierce person annoyed him, it would be light to beat them up. Brother Chen Yat, go eat, I'm hungry. Blue Leopard looked at Liu Chenai expectantly, hoping that he could go with him. Looking at the sky, it's almost time for dinner, let's go. Oh, Brother Chen Yat is the best. Brother Chen Yat, what do you want to eat at night? Buns? Noodles? Or? As soon as he walked out of the dormitory, the Blue Leopard who was alone with Liu Chenai returned to his active appearance. The black line on Liu Chenai's face, Mama thought that you had a change, it turned out to be on different occasions, isn't it honest to bully me? Along the way, many people pointed to Liu Chenai, watching him from a distance and daring not to approach, and after listening carefully, they knew that today's matter had been spread. Look, that is Liu Chenai. He has a 100-year-old spirit ring when he was only 6 years old. Today, I even beat up those in the 2nd grade who came to collect protection fees. Girl 1 said. Oh? It's him, so handsome. So stylish. His cold look is crazy. If only he could be my boyfriend. Girl 2 said. Nympho, what do you think? He must like me like this. If you want to be breastless and have beautiful legs, how can he look at you? Girl 3 said. She doesn't have one, do you have one? Girl 4 asked after taking a look at her figure. Not now, it will grow out in the future. Girl 3 said solemnly. Cut. Chapter 17, Bun. What are you doing? Liu Chenai looked at the Blue Leopard clutching his sleeve. You are a celebrity in the school now, you must be held fast, otherwise you will be abducted by others. Blue Leopard said with a serious mind. Liu Chenai. After finally coming to the cafeteria, I found that it was also surrounded by people, and I could vaguely hear, look, it's that person, the one who eats and drinks as an honorary professor. He is a master. Cut, what a master, it's just a liar, and his spirit power is only over 20 ranks so big, what is the use of those empty theories, said one person with eyes full of contempt. Grandmaster? Liu Chenai's eyes lit up, his gaze crossed the crowd, and he looked at the person sitting inside, who was belittled by the crowd but still did not change his face. Let's go. The master is kind to himself in a certain sense, how could he just watch the master be degraded? Ah! Wait for me. Lan Bao was stunned for a moment, and Liu Chenai had already got into the crowd. Squeeze in, go aside. The crowd felt someone squeeze in and cursed. He was shocked when he saw Liu Chenai's appearance. He is also in the 2nd grade, and of course he knows what happened today. Go back immediately, sorry, please. The noise in the back was also heard by the people in front. Hearing a ruthless man came, they stepped aside, for fear that they might provoke him to a beating. The 6th grade students of the Junior Soul Master Academy are only the 1st and 2nd rings. There is no need to provoke such a genius. He has become a soul master now. Who knows if he will reach the 3rd ring when he graduates? But don't think about it. Liu Chenai didn't pay attention to him at all, walked directly through the crowd and walked in front of the master. With Liu Chenai opening the way, the Blue Leopard easily passed through with his agility. The master found someone coming, his cold face did not fluctuate at all, but there was some doubt in his eyes. Are you a master? Yes. After a brief questioning, Liu Chenai took a step back. There was a lot of discussion among the crowd, it's not that the master provoked this person before, I will inevitably get a beating. I guess you can't understand that the master is eating and drinking here. Among the students, there was a lot of ridicule, and there was some gloating, and Liu Chenai couldn't help but frown. However, their voices stopped abruptly soon, because they saw Liu Chenai bow deeply to the master. The master was shocked, and hurriedly supported Liu Chenai's shoulders, trying to help him up, but unexpectedly a strong force came from his hands, but he didn't ask him to help him up. Why is this? Liu Chenai stood up straight, Master is kind to me. Your theory has helped me a lot, so you should take this bow. A bright light flashed in the eyes of the blue leopard on the side. Brother Chennai could really do things that ordinary people couldn't do. A hint of surprise flashed in the master's eyes, and he asked anxiously, "Have you tried my theory?" "Yes." Lu Chennai nodded seriously. "Let's go back and say." The master's voice looked a little anxious, and he pulled Lu Chennai and walked out of the crowd. "Lan Leopard, aren't you hungry? Let's eat first." Lu Chennai turned his head and said to Lan Leopard, and quickly left the canteen with the master. "I know, I'll wait for you to come back." Blue Leopard waved and said loudly. When he came to the master's office, the master asked Lu Chennai to sit in a chair. "Can you elaborate on it? Most of his theories have no practical basis. He needs a successful example to prove it, otherwise he would not be so eager." Lu Chennai didn't conceal it, and talked about everything that had happened to him. Innately full of soul power, acquired innately full of soul power, haha, I succeeded, my theory is correct, haha. The master suddenly laughed, smiled and shed tears again, looking very crazy. Lu Chennai was silent, and suddenly felt very bitter looking at the master's appearance. The theory that he had exhausted his efforts to research for several years, not only was no one practiced, but was criticized everywhere. Can he really deal with it calmly? How much unwillingness is hiding under his calm appearance? "Your name is Lu Chennai, right?" After a long time, the master calmed down and said, facing Lu Chennai. "Yes." Lu Chennai nodded. "Are you willing to be my disciple?" The master pressed Lu Chennai's shoulder, his voice trembling. Lu Chennai froze for a moment. "Teacher?" He hadn't thought about apprenticeship yet, so he hesitated at the moment. "Forget it, I am abrupt, maybe I will leave here in a while, but it is not suitable to be a teacher now." A smile appeared on the master's stiff face. "You can tell me that my theory is correct. I'm very happy, don't worry, I will keep the secret for you." Lu Chennai breathed a sigh of relief. It was really difficult for him to make a decision immediately. "Can I see your martial soul?" "Listen to what you said, your martial soul should be a mutant martial soul." Nodding, Lu Chennai's body was black, and the black fur and purple patterns exuded a mysterious and powerful aura. When Lu Chennai returned to the cafeteria, the sky was already dark. He swept around and his heart jumped. Why was the blue leopard still here? Why was he still asleep? Take a few steps quickly, shaking the blue leopard's shoulders. "Blue leopard, blue leopard? Wake up! Hey!" Blue leopard opened his sleepy eyes and saw Lu Chennai with a smile. "Brother Chennai, you are back. Why did you fall asleep here? You are not afraid of catching a cold?" Lu Chennai felt that Lan Leopard was cold, and he should have been sleeping here for a long time. Blue Leopard smiled stupidly. "I told you to wait for you to come back. What if you can't find my person when you come back? You will be worried." Lu Chennai felt a pain in his heart. Why is this guy so stupid? He said that when he waited, he had to wait until someone came. What if he couldn't eat from the master? I thought to myself, and asked, what if I don't come to eat? Blue Leopard thought for a while, then wait, I know you will definitely come to me. You're so stupid. Lu Chennai touched Lan Bao's head. Am I stupid? Maybe, but I only waited for you, so I'm not stupid either. He he he. Blue Leopard came to a conclusion and laughed he he. Facing such a young man, how could Lu Chennai show that indifferent look? Are you still hungry? Well, it seems a little bit. The Blue Leopard touched his stomach and said for a long time. Well, I'll help you get some food by the way, and wait for me to come back. The cafeteria hasn't closed yet, I just don't know how much food is left. Okay, I want to eat steamed buns, but I didn't have enough of those I ate in the afternoon. Lan Leopard raised his hands and said. Baizai, Leopard, I will call you a bun later. Lu Chennai smiled. Blue Leopard thought for a while, it's okay, as long as you like it, you can call it whatever you like. Chapter 18, I Like You. Although it was a bit late, the food was quite complete. I smashed a large plate of food and took it back and started to gobble it up. Fortunately, there are no people in the canteen now, otherwise it will definitely cause onlookers. Look, the rice bucket. However, Lyuchenai felt that he didn't eat too much, and he didn't know how Blue Leopard did it. After throwing a bun in his mouth, he swallowed it. He said he was a little hungry, but he just ate more than a dozen. The steamed stuffed bun stopped. If you are so hungry, eat the canteen. With his strong performance in the first grade, not many people dared to collect protection fees in the second grade. A semester passed smoothly, followed by a 2-month vacation. Bayazai, where do you plan to go during the vacation? Lyuchenai has nowhere to go. He plans to spend the first half of the vacation in the academy to spend a boring vacation, and in the second half of the vacation, he will go to other cities to find news about Dai Mubai. In the school, he has always maintained apathy, so Lan Leopard runs around inseparably with him, and he doesn't have much negotiation with other people. Me. Blue Leopard was stunned, then lowered his head, I don't know either. I don't know. Lyuchenai felt a little strange, don't you go home? I don't have a home. Lan Leopard said a few words as if he had exhausted all his energy, lowering his head. Lyuchenai couldn't see his expression, but he was sure that he must be uncomfortable. My heart sank, this bun who is laughing all day long is actually an orphan? He still couldn't believe it. Your family. Blue Leopard buried his head in his knees and shook his head vigorously, no more, I have no family. Sure enough, he sighed, walked to the bed of Blue Leopard, and hugged his head, Bayazai, be my brother, I will be your family from now on, okay? Lan Leopard suddenly raised his head and looked at Lyuchenai in disbelief. He felt that Lyuchenai's heart that had never been opened to him. Stretched out his arms and hugged Lyuchenai tightly, brother, I have relatives. I'm afraid I will stay at school before graduation. If you don't feel bored, just join me. Lyuchenai stroked Lan Bao's head and said. Well, where is my brother, where is I? Lan Leopard nodded repeatedly. Mubai, where are you? I found a younger brother, would you like him? In 6 years, Lyuchenai and Lan Leopard have been to many cities, but they didn't find Mubai's shadow, which made him somewhat disappointed. When he was about to graduate, Lyuchenai reached the 29th level, and the Blue Leopard was also at the 28th level. With this confessed brother, their feelings almost capsized. In the 5th year, Lan Leopard suddenly said what he wanted to Lyuchenai. Brother. The two walked on the road to the campus, but the Blue Leopard's voice was so abrupt in the dark. What's the matter? Lyuchenai stopped and turned around. With the help of the light, he found that the Blue Leopard's face was constantly changing. After a pause, it seemed that he had just made up his mind, took a deep breath, and said, Brother, I like you. After plucking up the courage to say these words, he was greeted with silence. Lyuchenai lowered his head and couldn't see his expression. His non-reply made Lan Leopard's heart sink to the bottom. After speaking, he regretted it. How should it end? If a person of the opposite runs into a homosexual like himself, I am afraid they will avoid it. What should I do? When he came to the school to sign up, Lyuchenai helped him get ahead, and seeds sprouted in his heart. He was ignorant and lonely. He subconsciously felt that Lyuchenai was someone he could rely on. Later, he came into contact with Lyuchenai. I find that he is a very good person. When I get close to him, I will find that he is very considerate and gentle. This feeling is very subtle, it is difficult to control it, and it is difficult to get rid of it if it likes it. Today, he couldn't help but speak out, and finally mustered up the courage to speak out, but he didn't think about the consequences. Sorry, I don't like men. Liu Chenai said in a deep voice. I'm sorry. Blue Leopard didn't dare to say anything more. He kept wondering whether his brother would not want me anymore. Every time this sentence appeared, his heart hurts and tears flowed unconsciously. Came down, I'm sorry. Okay, good brother, don't talk about such things anymore, we are still brothers, okay? Liu Chenai said. What he said earlier is indeed true. He has no interest in men at all, and even feels a little sick to some people, but there is always one person who is exceptional, but this person ran away. Well, brother, I'm sorry. He was really scared. The low air pressure just now made him unable to breathe. At this time, he relaxed, only to find that the tears could not stop. Okay, crying, it's about to become a fried bun. Liu Chenai joked, causing Lan Leopard to laugh. Brother, you are the fried bun. After coaxing his brother, he was relieved. This kid is going to scare himself to death. Looks like he still bend this kid by himself? No, it seems that I haven't done anything extraordinary, and I don't know what his original sexuality is. In the following time, none of them mentioned this matter again, as if it had never happened before. Liu Chenai is still the older brother who dotes on his younger brother, and Lan Bao is also the younger brother who likes to stick to his older brother. The Spirit Master Academy can graduate when the spirit power reaches level 20 in the 6th grade. After graduating from the Junior Spirit Master Academy, you can go to the Intermediate Spirit Master Academy. In this respect, you need a choice. Well, it's the same as graduating from elementary school and selecting junior high school reason. Baizai, you go to Shrek Academy. Liu Chenai looked at the letter paper in his hand and suggested. Blue Leopard leaned over to read the contents of the letter in Liu Chenai's hand. It was a letter from the master. It probably meant that Liu Chenai was about to graduate. If he didn't have a suitable goal, he would go to Shrek Academy to study. Where will the master go in the past 2 years? In any case, the master shouldn't harm him. He didn't apprehend in the past, and I regret thinking about it now. The master's invincible theory should be of great help to him. Brother, aren't you going? Lan Bao grabbed Liu Chenai's arm, thinking in his heart, where is my brother, where is I? Liu Chenai rubbed the blue leopard's head. Okay, obedient, you go first, I'm almost at level 30, and I should be able to break through in the next few days. I plan to go to the Stardo Great Forest to get the spirit ring and travel for a while. You wait for me at Shrek Academy, I will definitely find you, okay? Seeing Liu Chenai's seriousness, Lan Leopard knew that his brother had already made a decision. At this time, it is better to be obedient. Although he was reluctant, he nodded and said, well, you must come to me, I will think you're. Chapter 19, Entrap. Liu Chenai had his thoughts. The Stardo Great Forest was very dangerous. He was afraid that he would not be able to protect him with the blue leopard. He walked in the void, even if he couldn't run it, he couldn't run it. Once the little bun is settled, Liu Chenai can easily do his own affairs. Of course, he didn't plan to venture into the star battle alone, he was only the second ring, and doing so was just an act of seeking death on his own. There are many teams in the periphery of Stardo Great Forest who seek to hunt down soul beast soul masters together, but for these people, Liu Chenai said that he was not at ease. Just when he was looking for a more suitable team, an uncle came over. Little brother, are you here to obtain the spirit ring? Are you afraid of danger by yourself? Liu Chenai nodded honestly. I just reached the 20th level, to get the second spirit ring. My family said that they want to train me and let me come by myself. Just say 3 things to people, don't throw your heart away, especially this kind of wretched uncle who comes to your door on the road and has an unknown origin. In this regard, Liu Zhan's teaching of Liu Chenai is very qualified. He didn't say that he was almost at level 30. Such a fast cultivation speed would easily arouse other people's jealousy, fearing that it would cause trouble. When he said this, He had already paid attention to the expression of this uncle. The uncle's expression did not change, he just said, "What did your family do? Let you come alone, what if there is a danger? The danger in the Stardo Great Forest is not something you can handle alone." Liu Chenai scratched his head, "I can't help the family's plan. What a cute little brother, boss son, it shouldn't be a problem if we take him with him and hunt a 100-year-old soul beast." A woman walked over, reaching out to pinch Liu Chenai's face, but he didn't move. There is nothing unpleasant to avoid sensually than to behave. "Well, little brother, you can join us and set off tomorrow. I am only a third ring, but it is very simple to hunt a soul beast for you." The uncle thought for a while before nodding. "Well, thank you uncle, thank you sister." Liu Chenai laughed happily, but a flash of cold light flashed in his eyes, 3 rings in his heart. "You'd better not play any tricks, it's okay for this trip to be safe, otherwise don't blame me." The uncle's face stiffened. "Uncle? I'm only 29 years old, so why is it that uncle, and she is also 2 years younger than me, why call her sister?" The woman laughed. "Little brother, good name, he is the uncle." The two took him to their team, and the number of them was not large. Counting the 2 of them, there were no more than 4. Several people introduced themselves, and they are considered familiar. Boss Sun's name is Sun Hang, his martial spirit is a sword, and his 3rd ring cultivation base. The only woman is Zai Su, the 2nd ring, and the remaining 2 are also 2nd ring cultivation bases, and their strength is average, so it's true to Liu Chenai. Dissatisfied, obviously do not like this drag oil bottle. Generally speaking, the credibility of a team formed in this way is relatively high. Hunting and killing soul beasts takes what they need, there is no need to entrap others, and that would be of no benefit to them. However, in a profitable situation, it is hard to say. On the first night of entering the Stardo Great Forest, I saw that Liu Chenai was already asleep, and the 4 people gathered together. "Boss Sun, what good things can there be on such a hairy boy?" In the beginning, I guessed too. Recently, there are fewer and fewer fish that are easy to catch. I wanted to try my luck, but I didn't expect to actually run into a big fish. Sun Hang smiled yinly, looking at Liu Chenai's gaze. The color of greed slowly in the middle. "You didn't see the quilt he took out suddenly, he didn't carry anything on his body, so there must be a soul guide." The woman said softly, but her eyes were full of poisonous colors. "Storage soul guidance device." The man who spoke at the beginning was stunned for a moment. He really didn't notice this detail. When will it be done? A storage soul guidance device can tell you a lot of money. The man who has not spoken frowned. "Do you really want to attack a child?" "Humph, you can leave it alone, but don't even want to take the last money." Sun Hang glanced at him. "How can you make a lot of money with a soft heart, and let him go? It will be enough for us to be happy for months. Get ready, today we will do it late at night when he is asleep." "Are you so anxious?" Liu Chenai moved his ears and sneered in his heart. "Do you think I am a soft persimmon? Wouldn't it be good to get the spirit ring you need? You are like this, don't blame me." Liu Zhan said to him that in the face of an enemy who has a way to die, don't be merciful. In the middle of the night, Liu Chenai got up, walked behind a big tree, pretending to be a little bit, but in fact quietly released his martial soul. Without hesitation, he switched directly to the state of walking in the void, and the illusory mist spread, covering the light of the spirit ring. Taking a step forward, he has disappeared in place. Strange, why has this kid been there for so long? He won't run away, right? Zai Su's eyes swept across the big tree, and until now, they hadn't noticed that Liu Chenai had left there. The first spirit ring lights up, and there is no tiger head light and shadow in his hands, but a pair of daggers, black as ink. His spirit is very special, not twin spirits, but very similar. The same spirit ring exhibits different spirit abilities in different states. quietly appeared behind the man who started talking, and the dagger was silently pierced into his neck. It seemed as if he had melted into the night. There was no sign of it. Liu Chenai, who was walking in the void, was a born assassin and a king in the dark. A muffled groan sounded, and the poor man died unexpectedly without even releasing his martial soul. Why? Sun Hang frowned, his pupils actually shrank when he turned his head. When did he run behind us? Liu Chenai sneered, the dagger in his hand disappeared, and it was transformed into a tiger head, light and shadow. The state of walking in the void consumes too much of his energy. After a while, half of his spirit power is gone. I am afraid that I don't need to hit him later. He got down first. Now the remaining 3 people still don't know that his ability to walk in the void will have a miraculous effect as a killer move. Do it. When someone was killed silently, Sun Hang felt a chill in his heart immediately, and absolutely couldn't give him another chance. The other 2 were also taken aback. Zai Su immediately released his martial soul, his arms turned into wings, and flew into the air. Liu Chenai's previous words are obviously reserved, 2 rings, he is 2 rings. When confronted with Liu Chenai, she felt that she had no chance of winning at all. Chapter 20, Kill. As for the last man, who was the furthest away from them, he didn't mean to do anything at this time. He took 2 steps back and withdrew from the battle circle. Mom Mo Xian, I've been supporting you for so long, you trademark stand by. Sun Hang roared. You have done too many things that hurt the world and reason. We are not the same people in the first place. Have you really helped me? You just want to use my ability. Mo Xian said coldly, if you didn't use mine, my family threatened me, how could I help you? Liu Chenai himself had no hostility towards this person, and now he understood them after listening to their conversation. Raising his hand and punching, collided with Sun Hang. Boy, you are only more than 20 levels of spirit power. Do you think you can cause any harm to me? Sun Hang sneered, slashing with a big knife in his hand, and at the same time the first spirit ring on his body lit up. A knife light took advantage of the trend and went straight to Liu Chenai's door. Liu Chenai's eyes flashed, turned sideways, turned his fist into a palm, and slapped the knife on his body, leading Sun Hang's attack aside, and kicked Sun Hang's stomach with his foot. Sun Hang only felt a strong force coming from his martial soul, making him unable to control the big sword in his hand. He followed forward and followed closely, and he was kicked out. He has cultivated to the 3rd ring, and he hasn't actually experienced many battles. There is really nothing to see in the white and yellow spirit ring matching. Most of the time, he cheats others and starts when others are not paying attention. However, he did not expect that this young-looking teenager would be so difficult to deal with, so cautious, and so cruel. Kicked on the iron plate, he seemed to see the scene where he was killed by this young man. Liu Chenai hit it with a single blow and raised his heel without hesitation. Hu Ying followed his fist bite up, as if he was about to swallow Sun Hang. With a cry, Zai Su didn't dare to just watch Sun Hang and lose like this. Then she wouldn't be able to survive. Liu Chenai's supernatural skills made her terrified, and she was not even sure if she could run. The first spirit ring was kind, and the wings of his hands turned into sharp blades, and he swooped down towards Liu Chenai. I've been waiting for you a long time ago, silly woman. There was also a great soul master staring at him. How could he forget that it was just too far away and he couldn't reach it at all, and could only wait for her to come down by herself? How can a flying soul master not have long-range skills? At this moment, he was close. Didn't he find his own death? The phantom that had been silent like an image suddenly roared, and Zai Su's spirit was in a daze. When she recovered, Hu Ying was already in front of her, and her thick tiger palms flashed with 5 lines. If Han Mang's sharp claws are photographed, Zai Su will undoubtedly die. Zai Su was shocked, and immediately activated the 2nd spirit ring, and feathers flew out of her, shooting towards Liu Chenai. Liu Chenai didn't care at all, activated his second soul ability, and his body instantly expanded, like a shield made of black crystals appearing around his body. When the feather touched the shield, there was no sign of breaking through, at most it made a dingling sound. Liu Chenai's second spirit ability is similar to Dai Muebai's first spirit ability. It's called Tiger Demon Guard, which strengthens his own offense and defense. The difference is that the shield is mainly added, and the enhancement is equivalent to Dai Muebai's first spirit ability. Also because it is the second spirit ring, the enhancement has reached 50%, it is much stronger and can absorb a lot of damage. Unexpectedly, Liu Chenai would not evade her feather arrow, Zisu stayed in place, Liu Chenai didn't leave a hand, with the palm, the sharp claws easily cut Zisu's neck. With the feathers covering his body, Liu Chenai completed the transformation of his martial soul form, his figure flashed and disappeared in place, making Sun Hang, who was about to sneak into the air. The dagger was gently sent into Sun Hang's heart, and when it was pulled out, there was no trace of blood on it. When Sun Hang's eyes widened, and he did not expect that Liu Chenai would suddenly appear behind him. He glanced at Mo Xian, who was standing by and watching with cold eyes, ignored him, walked directly in the void, and disappeared in place. On a large tree in the distance, Liu Chenai stopped, his face was extremely pale, and his body was still trembling. As soon as he stopped, he held the tree trunk with one hand and vomited. His face was pale, one was because his soul power was exhausted to the limit, and the other was because of fear. He killed someone. Although he was mentally prepared before, after the crisis was relieved, he still felt his stomach surging constantly. The void-walking state consumes soul power too fast. It is just to maintain that state. With his 29th level soul power, it is not easy to be able to last for half an hour. This is not even the use of skills. Use the first soul ability, with the shadow dagger, the speed at which it consumes soul power will increase by 10%, while void walk, every time it is used, will consume 10% of his soul power. In the normal state, he can sustain the second spirit ability for at least 2 hours. He knew that killing was something that he had to experience sooner or later. Liu Zhan had told him a long time ago that as long as he is not a purely healing and purely assisted soul master, it is basically impossible to grow to the peak without blood on his hands, but he didn't. Thinking that killing is such a terrible thing. For a long time. Until he couldn't vomit anymore, Liu Chenai stopped, walked a certain distance forward, and sat down against a big tree, breathing in the fresh air. Now that you have made a decision, go ahead and kill? Uncomfortable? So what? I want to become stronger, I want to find him, I want to protect him. Holding the black pendant on his chest, he felt that he gradually calmed down. Mubai, you are the best way to relieve all my pain. Thinking of him, happiness fills his chest, where there are uncomfortable shadows. After resting on the tree for one night, after he recovered, he felt that his soul power bottleneck had broken through, breaking through to level 30 and then hunting for the soul ring, and then traveling around the Heaven Do Empire, increasing his knowledge, and looking for a bath everywhere. White Trail. For a whole year, Liu Chenai still didn't even see Dai Muebai's shadow. During this year, he could feel that his cultivation speed had obviously slowed down, and he had only reached level 33 in a whole year. One can imagine how bumpy the future journey of cultivation will be. It was another year when the college-enrolled students, Liu Chenai found the Balak Kingdom in the southern part of the Heaven Do Empire, which was part of the Heaven Do Empire. According to the instructions in the Master's letter, Shrek Academy should be located in this place. Since the Barak Empire borders the Xingluo Empire, it has also become one of the military powerhouses of the Tiandu Empire. It can be said that compared with the other 3 empires that are also listed as the 4 major kingdoms of the Tiandu Empire, its military strength is not the same. Know how strong it is? It is precisely because of this that 2 important cities in the kingdom of Barak, Barak City, the center of the kingdom, and Soto City, which is located in the most prosperous Delima plain, are extremely economically developed. Even the Wuhan temple is equipped with 3-level martial arts. Seoul Palace Branch. The author has something to say. The protagonists cheat. Chapter 21, Met, Tang San vs Dai Mu Bai. Wearing a simple black robe, with long black hair naturally draped behind his back, he was as high as 1.70 meters tall, his face was sharp and angular, and his temperament was cold and arrogant. He didn't look like a 13-year-old child. He found Soto City, but he couldn't find where Shrek Academy was. He went around in the city and didn't see the shadow of Shrek Academy. Could it be that the address of the master was given wrong? Impossible, Lu Chenai muttered. Master is not so unreliable. Is it that Shrek Academy has closed down? The voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard. A middle-aged man in front of him suddenly stiffened and turned around. You said, what went bankrupt? Ah? Oh, sorry, I just said it casually. Uncle, can you ask where Shrek Academy is? Lu Chenai was taken aback by this man's gloomy expression, and said hurriedly. I took a look at this man. He was about 50 years old, but he was still very strong. But this is not the point. The point is this man's face, a typical profiteer's face. Broad cheekbones, flat face, only the hooked nose is very obvious. If you want that metaphor, it is the soul face, with a cunning look. Are you going to Shrek Academy? The middle-aged man waved his hand. Forget it, don't you know the rules of Shrek Academy? People over 12 years old will not be admitted. Even if you find it now, it is impossible to become a student there. By the way, who did you say told you just now? The middle-aged man asked what he thought of again. Oh, it's a master. He suggested that I come to Shrek Academy to study. He also said that I might come here in the past 2 years. Before he could finish his words, the middle-aged man grabbed his shoulders. What a strong strength! When the middle-aged man stretched out his hand, he found that he didn't even have a chance to escape. Master, is it really a master? The eyes of the middle-aged man flashed with surprise. Yes, Lu Chenai shook the letter paper in his hand. Before he could say anything, the letter paper was grabbed over. The middle-aged man looked at it for a while, his expression fluctuated, and finally calmed down. This letter paper has been around for a while, haven't you just reported it now? I've been traveling for a year, so I'm here now. Can't I go to school? Lu Chenai raised his eyebrows. If he couldn't go to school, he had to give up. Your age has passed, and the school rules have never changed. The middle-aged man frowned and said, Shrek Academy is an academy that only accepts monsters. It was quite interesting to stand up. Lu Chenai asked, is the 13-year-old soul venerable count as a monster? If the age limit is too strict, it seems that a lot of talents will be lost. The middle-aged man was taken aback, and then he began to face this. Child, how do you look like a 13-year-old? After thinking about it, what he said makes sense. You go outside the city the day after tomorrow, Shrek Academy is there. I know. Lu Chenai bowed slightly to the middle-aged man. You should be a senior in Shrek Academy. It seems that my luck today is pretty good. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Go, you will know who I am after enrolling. Lu Chenai, who confirmed the location of Shrek Academy, randomly found a hotel to stay, Rose Hotel? It looks very interesting. His luck was not bad, and there were only 2 private rooms left in the hotel, so he booked one. Even though he has become a soul venerable, he is financially wealthy, but the high cost here still makes him smack his tongue. But he will only live for 2 days, and he doesn't bother to change it, just stay here. The layout of the room is very elegant, and when he opened the door, he noticed the name of the room, Green Parting. The room is full of light green plants, the atmosphere is very quiet, but there is a touch of sadness permeating. No wonder, a room costs so much money, just this arrangement requires a gold soul coin. Shaking his head, lying on the only big bed. Mubai, I am in Soto City, where are you? Thinking wildly in his head, Lu Chenai fell asleep in a daze. When he woke up, it was already around 1 in the afternoon. He heard some noise outside, opened the door and walked out. As soon as he left the door, his eyes fell on the blonde man's body. He couldn't move away anymore. Long golden hair, blue evil eyes, a few characteristics explain the identity of this person, the person Lu Chen thinks about day and night. Over the past few years, Dai Mubai has grown a lot taller, and looks similar to Lu Chenai, with broad shoulders and wide back. He is indeed a rare handsome guy, especially when coupled with his evil eyes. Attractive. However, seeing the twin girls holding Dai Mubai's arm around him, Lu Chenai's expression turned ugly, and his expression full of excitement just cooled down completely, watching what happened below coldly. This big brother, it seems we came first. The blue-haired youth standing opposite Dai Mubai said calmly. Dai Mubai narrowed his eyes, so what? He didn't bother to explain anything to this person. The blue-haired boy didn't say anything yet, and the scorpion braid girl behind him took a step forward. Not so good, let you go. Dai Mubai's eyes sank. Very well, no one has spoken to me like this for a long time. You are also soul masters. Come and fight. I won't bully you. You can play together. If you win, I go, and you lose. Just ask you to perform the action of rolling. At this time, the waiter and the manager rushed over. The manager wiped his sweat and said, Dai Xiao, if you have something to say, don't do it. Manager Wang, you are more and more able to do business. Dai Mubai gave him a sideways glance. The manager hurriedly smiled. Dai Xiao, don't say that. This waiter is a newcomer and doesn't understand the rules. If your adult doesn't remember the villain, we will arrange a room for you immediately. Dai Mubai waved his hand. No need for you. Hey, the two over there, come on, win me, the room is yours. Don't, Xiao Dai, we. The manager begged, but Dai Mubai glared back. Stop talking nonsense, all losses are mine. The scorpion braid girl stepped forward and wanted to say something, but was pulled back by the blue-haired boy. I'll do it. Why? The girl said dissatisfied, but still obediently did not rush out. I said I want to protect you. This is between us men. The boy took a deep breath and Wang said to Dai Mubai, please advise. The sentence I want to protect you touched Lu Chenai's heart, and he took a fancy to this young man. Back then, they seemed to say the same, but what about your promise? The evil light flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes, and he rushed to the young man with a stride, and his right fist struck Tang San's chest without any fancy. Chapter 22, Assessment, Shrek. The young man's expression changed. From Dai Mubai's attack, he felt a lot of pressure, but he did not retreat at all. Instead, he stepped forward and threw his right fist. With a bang, the fists intersected. Dai Mubai's figure stopped, but the young man fell 4 or 5 steps one after another before he stood firm. A flash of surprise flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes. He didn't expect this young man to be able to take his own punch. Moreover, he should have taken advantage of it, but now he felt pain in his right hand, as if hitting a hard jade. General. Good boy, I can take a punch from me, I'm kind of patience. Dai Mubai's eyes flashed with excitement. He was happy to see Lai, and he opened his arms and flew towards the young man. The young man's complexion was condensed, his feet were steady, his hands were in the air, and when he withdrew, Dai Mubai's figure drifted a bit, and even Lu Chenai, who was watching the battle upstairs, couldn't see clearly. What's going on? Dai Mubai's figure was unstable, and the boy took the opportunity to rub his body and punched out 2 punches. Dai Mubai's reaction was not slow. He quickly punched out 2 punches to meet the boy. Unexpectedly, the boy suddenly retracted his arm and slammed his shoulders against his chest. Dai Mubai, who was in the air with nowhere to take advantage of him, was born and beaten. Flew out. After flipping in the air for a week, Dai Mubai was able to land. However, at this moment, he had no intention to fight anymore, because he saw a person, and the whole person was stunned. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly became apprehensive. The person's cold eyes pierced his heart, very aching, and he felt the palms of both hands supporting his arms. Dai Mubai suddenly understood why, and hurriedly threw them away. No, it's not like this. He just wanted to catch up, but Luchenai had already turned back to the room, closed the door heavily, and made a loud noise. At this moment, as if it were in Dai Mubai's heart, he forced him to take a few steps back. He came, but how should I explain it to him? The young man turned his back to Luchenai's direction, and naturally did not see him. Dai Mubai's actions made them feel very strange, but it seemed that this fight could not go on. Dai Mubai didn't dare to go up. Luchenai's cold expression made him fear, and said in a desperate tone, "I'll lose this time." After speaking, he turned and left. "What's wrong with him?" The scorpion braid girl took the blue-haired boy's hand and asked. The boy shook his head, "I don't know, maybe something happened." "Forget it, no matter, brother, that room belongs to us." The girl with scorpion braid jumped upstairs, and the young man shook his head helplessly and followed. "Mubai, hey, it's just wishful thinking. The ignorant feelings when I was a child may not be love, but pure liking, right? They are all men after all. How could they be together? It's normal for him to find women. I should be happy for him, but why am I so uncomfortable?" Leaning on the door, Luchenai grabbed his left chest with his right hand. He felt that his heart hurts. "After looking for you for so many years, is this the result?" I staggered to the window and fell on it, tears running down the corner of my eyes, and the past is still vivid in my eyes. The days when they were together were so happy. God, why are you kidding me like this? For 2 days, Luchenai didn't go out. In these 2 days, his mood has calmed down a lot, and he recovered his cold appearance. It was not until Shrek Academy enrolled students that he cleaned up and left the hotel. When I walked out of Soto City, I arrived in a village and found that there were already many people in line, most of them were teenagers, and most of them were followed by their parents. With full eyesight, I looked far away and saw a sign in front of it with the words Shrek Academy written on it, and there was a green monster head on it, which seemed quite interesting at first glance. But, this is the academy? Since it's here, let's take a look, the master's recommendation will never be wrong. There is a table at the front of the team. Behind the table sits an old man, that is, he will test each of the students who come to sign up, 10 golden soul coins, put them in the next box. The parents beside the young man hurriedly put the golden soul coin in, and then the old man grabbed the palm of the young man's hand, kneaded it a few times, and said, 13 years old, let go of the spirit. The young man released his martial spirit, and a circle of yellow spirit rings floated up. The old man frowned, unqualified. Go back. The face of the teenager's parents changed, our children are the elites in the academy before. You are pitted money, refunds. Mubai, someone wants a refund, you can solve it. The old man sat in his seat and didn't even move. At this time, Luchenai noticed Dai Mubai who was sitting behind the table. Although the distance was far away, Luchenai could still see that Dai Mubai's mental state was not very good, and his face was even more helpless at this time. Without a second word, he urged soul power, releasing 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. Those who want to refund the money, if you hit me, the money will be returned to you. 3 ring soul sovereign. The expressions of the father and son changed, and the number of spirit rings represented strength and status. Seeing the spirit ring on Dai Mubai's body, the 2 dared not say anything more, and hurried away dingily. Seeing that there are still so many people behind, The old man seemed to feel a little troublesome and stood up directly. Do you know what Shrek means? That is a monster. Even among the soul beasts, Shrek is a very weird existence. The name Shrek is to show that we are an academy and only accept monsters, not ordinary people. The old man is not young, but his voice is very loud, and everyone in the team can hear. Don't you know our enrollment requirements? You are under 13 years old, with spirit power over 20, or 13, 2 at level 18 or above. If you know that you cannot pass the test, just leave by yourself. Our Shrek Academy has never needed too many students. As he said, the tyrannical aura burst out from the old man, and a long stick with eyebrows appeared in his hand. White, yellow, purple, 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 and black. 6 spirit rings emerged, and the people below changed their colors. An old man, who looked like an old man tested by ordinary farmers here, would actually be a soul emperor above level 60. At the 60th level, even in the entire Barak Kingdom, there are still few existences of this level. The long stick in his hand rested on the ground with a muffled sound, then he retracted his martial soul, thinking that he had never sent anything, and said calmly, "Next." After the deterrence of the old man, those who knew they could not pass the assessment consciously left. In a short time, there were only a dozen people still in line. Chapter 23, Exemption. There is a Soul Emperor. This academy is really unusual. Lu Chenai looked at the old man and thought to himself that he was grateful to the master for showing him a clear path. Dai Mubai glanced over these dozen people, saw the blue-haired teenager and the girl who fought with him yesterday, smiled at them and nodded, and then when he saw Lu Chenai, he was immediately stunned. He came. Shrek? The next few people passed the first round of tests smoothly. Although Lu Chenai was a little older, the purple spirit ring still attracted the attention of many people. Yes, a few nice little monsters have joined this year. The old man smiled and nodded, and then said to Dai Mubai, "You can take them directly to the 4th round of assessment." As he tested it, he suddenly let out a surprise, "Does your family agree that you study here?" Lu Chenai looked back curiously if he could make the old man ask such questions. It didn't matter if he saw it, but the person who entered the goal made him stunned for a moment. This girl looks really seductive. She wears a simple white dress, neat short hair, is about 1.5 meters tall, and the exposed skin is very white and tender. If she grows up, she is definitely a beauty who can cause a 100% return rate. They all say that there are no classes. As long as they meet the requirements of the college, there is no reason for you not to accept me. The girl's voice sounded soft, making people unconsciously feel very close. Dai Mubai looked at Lu Chenai stupefied, feeling sour in his heart, but what could he say? Didn't he still look like he was with a girl when he was caught by Lu Chenai yesterday? He could find a girl. How could he ask Lu Chenai not to like girls? The old man waved his hand, "Mubai, you can also take her to the 4th round." The words of the old man made both Dai Mubai and Lu Chenai pass over. Dai Mubai took advantage of Lu Chenai's surprise before he noticed him. Yes. Why can they avoid the next 2 rounds of testing? At this time, the students who passed the first round of assessment felt unfair and said angrily, "Why? Mubai, show them why." As he said, the old man handed him a transparent sphere. Dai Mubai took it and glanced at the person coldly. "They have their capital. If your spirit power exceeds the 25th level, you can also avoid the next 2 tests." With that said, Dai Mubai handed the transparent ball to the blue-haired boy, "Just inject soul power into it." The boy nodded, and the transparent ball burst out with a dazzling light in an instant. Needless to say, it was obviously more than 25th level. The scorpion braid girl next to the boy appeared in the same situation as the boy. The last one came. The girl's spirit power also exceeded the 25th level, but the range was not so obvious. As for Lu Chenai, his 3rd purple spirit ring said it all. but no one dared to trouble him. After dealing with these people, Dai Mubai walked inside with 4 people. The several tests in the academy are age, soul power, martial soul, and actual combat experience. Your soul power is very high, and the 2 in the middle are also very high. It can be dispensed with and just participate in the final actual combat. Sausages, sausages, big freshly baked sausages, Oscar sausages, at a fair price, 5 copper coins apiece. Dai Mubai was saying. A man with a beard was pushing a cart not far away. Come over. Xiao Wu, you haven't eaten much for breakfast, do you want to buy a sausage? The blue-haired boy turned around and asked the scorpion braid girl. Well, I'm a bit hungry too. The girl tilted her head and thought for a while, nodded in response. Don't buy his sausages, otherwise you will regret it. Dai Mubai hurriedly stopped the young man, turning his head and said to the bearded uncle, Oscar, I warned you. You are not allowed to be in the academy. They sell sausages, do you want new students to spit it out? Hey, boss Dai, don't you say that, do you want to eat a sausage? The uncle came out with a miserable look. Dai. Eat it yourself. Dai Mubai said with a look of disgust. The blue-haired boy still didn't understand what happened, and asked, Why do you say that? Dai Mubai held his forehead with one hand. Xiao Ao, you get a new sausage and show it to them. The uncle froze for a moment. Boss Dai, you are going to make me sad in the future. Then you are still selling sausages in school? Hurry up, don't force me to do it. Dai Mubai rolled up his sleeves as he said. Don't, I'll do it. I can't do it. The uncle reluctantly stretched out a hand and said, I have a big sausage. After finishing speaking, Guanghua flashed and his hand appeared on the booth. The same sausage. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed, and they stared at the uncle, especially the blue-haired boy, who almost bought sausages for his sister to eat. Haha, I'll leave when it's okay. Goodbye. When he noticed that something was wrong, he smeared the solace of his feet and immediately disappeared. His name is Oscar, and he is also a student in the academy. He is 13 years old. Wuhan is a sausage. He is very talented, but the same has certain negative effects. For example, his hair grows very fast, and it will change if it is not cut in one day. In that way, he himself likes to call himself a sausage monopoly, but we all call him Uncle Big Sausage. Uncle Big Sausage. Both girls snorted, but Lu Chenai and the boy shook their heads helplessly. It's a monster academy. There are all kinds of monsters. Brother Dai, thank you for reminding me. The blue-haired young man said dubiously. Dai Mubai waved his hand and glanced at Lu Chenai secretly. It's okay. I am your guide, so naturally I can't see you lose out. Let's go, I will take you to the 4th round of assessment. By the way, Big Brother Dai, the academy's assessment is so strict, the number of students? The blue-haired boy asked. Well, I'll tell you the truth, now our school, including me, has only 3 students. Our academy is the only academy with fewer students than teachers. Dai Mubai smiled bitterly. All 4 of them were taken aback, and the soft and beautiful girl asked, Why don't you relax the admission requirements and accept more students? Dai Mubai's face showed a look of respect. Master Dean once said that it's better to go to waste. No matter when Shrek Academy is closed, we will never accept waste, as long as monsters. Do you know what the graduation requirements of our academy are? We are not an intermediate Soul Master Academy, nor an advanced Soul Master Academy, because our requirements are different from them. Our requirements for recruiting students are strict, and the conditions for students to graduate are also very strict, that is, over 40 before the age of 20. Level. A total of 62 students have been admitted, but only 14 have really graduated. These 14 people are all figures that have attracted worldwide attention. Dai Mubai said proudly. The students here are very proud. Chapter 24, 4th level. Good boy, that's good. A rough voice came, and the four of them looked intently, only to find a sturdy middle-aged man sitting on a chair not far away. Dai Mubai took a step forward. Teacher Zhao, I have brought someone to participate in the 4th stage of the assessment. Oh? There are 4 people to clear the customs. The middle-aged man looked at the 4 men and women behind Dai Mubai with a look of surprise. They still exempted the 2nd and 3rd tests. Dai Mubai said truthfully. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up and stood up. His body is not very tall, and his appearance is average, but his body looks extremely strong, and he is a little shorter than Liu Chenai, but he feels majestic. His broad shoulders were like a city wall, and his coat couldn't cover his majestic muscles at all. Although the expression on his face is kind, it actually gives people a kind of oppressive force. All 4 are above level 25, yes, there are monsters every year, especially this year. My name is Zhao Waoqi, the Deputy Dean of the Academy. This is the place for your last assessment. If you pass the test, you will be able to become Shrek Academy's 1 yuan. Zhao Waoqi said buzzingly. Hearing this, the 4 of them became serious. I rely on actual combat experience here. It is not easy to pass the assessment. Your soul power levels are not low. I will play with you this time. I will give you time for a stick of incense, as long as you can make a stick of incense. Block my attack within the time limit, even if you pass. I hope you can understand, don't try to make opportunities. With your strength, it is impossible for some small means to work on me, and I clearly tell you that relying on a person's strength is impossible to resist, and you need your coordination and cooperation. Ms. Zhao, this is not so good, Dai Mubai said with a frown. Zhao Waoqi glared at Dai Mubai. What is good or not, the dean is not here, I'm the one who has the final say here. Xiaobai, you join them too, and give you time to think about it. After finishing speaking, he did not know where he removed a stick of incense. Fingers were on his head, and it ignited when he wanted to do it. With a flick of his fingers, the incense sticks straight into the ground. Afterwards, Zhao Waoqi sat back in the chair and continued to sleep. Dai Mubai smiled bitterly and shook his head, and said to the 4 people, come here. I originally evaluated the 4th level. I didn't expect that Teacher Zhao would be interested. Even if I join this evaluation, it will be very difficult. I hope you will be psychologically prepared. Dai Mubai said solemnly. The scorpion-braided girl said, this Teacher Zhao is not like the teacher outside, who is a strong soul emperor. Dai Mubai shook his head, no. Then don't be afraid. 5 of us fight one out. As long as the strength is not too much, it's okay to resist. The girl laughed. Dai Mubai gave her a helpless look. It's not that there is too much difference in level, but a lot. If you think that Teacher Zhao's attack is so easy to resist, then you are very wrong. Teacher Zhao is not a Soul Emperor level Soul Master. He is the Soul Sage of Episode 76, Beast Martial Soul, War Soul Born, Martial Soul Vigorously King Kong Bear, second only to the Dean in strength. How many people searched their pupils? Level 76. How do you fight this? There is not much time. Let me briefly talk about Teacher Zhao's ability. I will try to help you. It's up to you whether you can survive. Dai Mubai said solemnly. Teacher Zhao's spirit is mainly defensive. The defense is extremely terrible. It is difficult to break his defense even with a soul stone of the same level. Although his speed is the least on the field, the difference in level is destined to have little advantage in your speed. His strongest is offensive and defensive capabilities. He has the nickname of Fudo Ming Wang. He is the king of Fudo Ming? I have heard of him. He had a feast with the Spirit Hall. 16 bishops sent by the Spirit Hall to chase after him were rushed out by him, leaving the Spirit Hall without him. The way, such a strong person will actually be the deputy dean here. The soft and beautiful girl covered her mouth and said. Dai Mubai nodded. At least, I haven't seen Teacher Zhao's full strength, so please ask for more blessings. Okay, you can communicate and understand each other. The blue-haired boy nodded and said first, my name is Tang San, the weapon spirit Lan Yinko, the 29th level control type war spirit master. The girl next to him said, my name is Xiao a beast Wuhan rabbit, a 29th level agile war spirit master. The short-haired girl hesitated for a moment, and said, Ning Rong Rong, Chi treasure glass tower, the 26th level auxiliary weapon soul master. Lu Chenai finally said, Lu Chenai, beast spirit purple prison demon eye tiger, 33rd level assault spirit battle spirit master. This was the first sentence Lu Chenai said after arriving here. His gaze didn't swept across Dai Mubai, but as if he didn't know him at all, there was no fluctuation in his eyes. After the four people finished speaking, including Dai Mubai, they all focused on the short-haired girl, that is, Ning Rong Rong, your martial soul is the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda? So you are a member of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Like the family. The 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda is a martial soul from the same line of the 7 treasure glazed sect, and only direct disciples of the 7 treasure glazed sect can have it. For this Wuhan, the whole mainland has an evaluation, Pan-continent's most powerful support is Wuhan. This sentence is enough to prove his toughness. Ning Rong Rong stuck his tongue out, don't look at me like this. I'm no different from ordinary people, but I sneaked out of my house. My 2 spirit abilities are power increase and speed increase. Both are 100%. At 30, there is absolutely no problem with sticking to a stick of incense. 30%, this number is pretty good. When this is only 2 spirit rings, the reason why the 7 treasure glazed pagoda is powerful is that its attributes will increase with the level of upgrade, and the 2 spirit rings are 130 points, 3 spirit rings are 40%, and so on. If you cultivate to the realm of the soul sage, you can reach 80% of the horror. My name is Dai Mubai, and you should all know that Wuhan Beihu, a 35th level assault war spirit master. Dai Mubai said at last. Several people discussed it again and roughly established a plan. Dai Mubai and Lu Chenai attacked, Xiao Wu assisted, Tang San controlled, and Ning Rong Rong assisted. Due to limited time, only this allocation can be done. The time for Yizuxiang passed quickly, and the 5 stood in their positions. Lu Chenai and Dai Mubai stood at the front, Xiao Wu stood behind them, Tang San at the back, and Ning Rong Rong at the end. Zhao Waoqi opened his eyes, took out another stick of incense, lit it and inserted it randomly. Standing in front of the 5 people, without releasing the spirits, the tyrannical pressure was like 5 people pouring over. Chapter 25, vs Zhao Waoqi. 7 treasures have colored glaze. Ning Rong Rong turned around, and the magnificent Kaibao colored glaze tower appeared in her hands. 2 spirit rings were respectively circled on the top 2 floors of the Kaibao colored glaze tower. Kaibao is famous. One said, Li, and the other said, Speed. She said in her mouth, under her finger, 8 rays of light shot out and fell on 4 people. Without any communication, Lu Chenai and Dai Mubai rushed forward at the same time, their spirits possessed, and the same 3 spirit rings floated around their bodies, and the first spirit ability was activated at the same time. Even if they haven't seen each other for many years, even if they haven't talked, the tacit understanding still allows them to make the same choice. Feeling the sudden lightness of his body, he sighed that the Kaibao glazed tile pagoda was powerful, and the 2 had already arrived in front of Zhao Wuji. Haha, good time. The 2 people pressed forward, so that he didn't have the mind to deal with Ning Rong Rong for the time being. When both fists were thrown at the same time, they were about to receive a punch from the 2. 4 punches touched, but Zhao Waoqi felt that something was wrong. It seemed that he punched hard but he didn't have any strength at all. His punch was equivalent to a blow. At the moment when their fists were about to come into contact with Zhao Waoqi, both of them chose to evacuate. The purpose was to make Zhao Waoqi's attack unsuccessful and unstable. The two lay down, Dai Mubai propped on the ground with his right hand, while Liu Chenai propped on the ground with his left hand, kicking his legs fiercely at the bend of Zhao Wuji's legs, kicking him a few steps forward. At this time, Xiao Wu quietly stepped forward, her slender legs clamped Zhao Waoqi's neck, the first spirit ring was shining, and her waist was activated. Then, several blue-silver grasses suddenly grew on the ground, wrapped around Zhao Waoqi's neck. Work with Xiao Wu to bring Zhao Waoqi to the ground. But who is Zhao Waoqi? How could it be possible to get such an easy move? Squat down slightly, lower the center of gravity, and just stabilized. Little sister, the power is very light. He was talking here. Liu Chenai and Dai Muabai's attacks came again, one black and one white. Two tiger claws grabbed Zhao Wuji, but he could only scratch his clothes, and there were only a few blood stains on his skin. Helpless, really helpless, this defense is too high, this is so perverted before using Wuhan. Boy, you hurt me. Zhao Waoqi just wanted to reach out and grab them, but he didn't expect countless vines to sprout from his body, which bound him tightly. It was Tang San who made the move, the second soul. Technology, parasitic. Quick. He understood how long the parasite could not restrain Zhao Waoqi, and he had to hurry up. Xiao Wu showed her good waist strength. With the cooperation of Liu Chenai and the other two, Zhao Waoqi was taken into the air by Xiao Wu, spun, and then slammed into the ground with his head down. Turning over, Xiao Wu steadily landed on Tang San's shoulders. Little San, do you think we would be too cruel? Tang San shook his head. No, teacher Zhao hasn't used Wuhan yet. Bah! As soon as Tang San's words fell, Zhao Waoqi got up and vomited a mouthful of soil. He unexpectedly ate a little bit, which made him feel a little embarrassed. He let out a low roar, and the spirit possessed him. Everyone was covered with a thick mane, their height soared to 2.5 meters, their muscles burst out, and their pupils flashed with domineering aura. 7 spirit rings of 2 yellows, 2 purples, 3 blacks appeared around him, and they broke the blue-silver grass entwined with him as soon as they struggled. Come again! Dai Mubai didn't dare to keep it, and directly activated the third spirit ability. The white tiger King Kong changed, and at the same time the second spirit ring was shining, and a white beam of light was ejected from his mouth, the white tiger fierce light wave. Xiao Wu, Meteor Hammer. The replica of Meteor Hammer, with the help of blue-silver grass as a link, can achieve very good results. Faced with Dai Muabai's full state of attack, Zhao Waoqi did not dare to resist. He let out a low growl, and the first spirit ring on his body lit up. A strong golden light broke out in an instant, and Dai Muabai's Beihulai wave was cancelled out without any achievements, and Dai Mubai himself was shocked and flew out, his blood surged. This is not over yet. Zhao Waoqi still made up a bare paw on his body, and in an instant, Dai Mubai squirted out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Liu Chenai's condition is not bad. He used the second spirit ability in time and didn't receive any damage by relying on the shield. However, seeing Dai Muabai's appearance made him feel nervous, and switched states regardless of exposure. He appeared behind Dai Mubai in an instant, hugging him before hanging on the ground. After detecting Muabai's situation, he was relieved to confirm that he was not in serious trouble, but when his dark eyes fell on Zhao Wuji, he was angry. Dai Muabai fainted. He was not afraid of being known by him, and regardless of whether Dai Muabai could hear him or not, he lowered his head and said softly, "Wait for me to avenge you." Xiao Wu was also unlucky. She was shocked back when she rushed to the front, groaned, spouted a mouthful of blood, and was caught by Tang San. And the blue-silver grass that Tang San planned to entangle Zhao Waoqi was also shot off before he got close, and the roots were torn apart. Tang San, who was connected with Lan Yinko, turned pale, and felt that his soul power had dropped again. He also feels ashamed by the traction. Ning Rongrong looked a little flustered. She couldn't do anything at this time. so she could only do it in a hurry. The incense has only burned halfway. What should I do later? The strength of the soul saint is really terrifying. This is only the first soul ability, it has such power. How to fight later? Zhao Wuji took 2 steps forward, and the bear's paw quickly grabbed Tang San. With the second spirit ring lit up, his palm doubled and turned golden. Xiao Wu was still in Tang San's arms. Of course Tang San couldn't let her block this palm, and hurriedly helped Xiao Wu aside, but it was this simple action that made him lose the opportunity to dodge. But just after Zhao Waoqi's bare paw was about to fall on Tang San, Xiao Wu's second spirit ring lit up, her eyes turned pink, and she looked at Zhao Waoqi. Zhao Waoqi was stunned for a moment, his intuition was dizzy, his movements became sluggish, and his output of spirit power was reduced a lot. Okay, there are actually confusing spirit abilities. A golden light flashed in her eyes, the red light in Xiao Wu's eyes and the golden light in Zhao Wuji's eyes were paired, and they fainted without even humming, bleeding in the nose and mouth. Tang San hugged Xiao Wu, his body became illusory, and he stepped back for a while. Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu. He shouted anxiously, and put his soul power into Xiao Wu's body, but there was no movement at all. Zhao Waoqi did not continue to attack. He didn't want to really hurt these children. He's fine, although the effect of the deceiving spirit ability is good, but her spirit power is too different from mine, and I receive my spirit power back. It will be fine in a while. There are 2 remaining, do you want to continue to fight? Zhao Wuji watched Liu Chenai leaning against a big tree with Dai Mubai, grinning, you don't need me to make another move. You have no chance of winning. You are still too bad, even my strength is a stick of incense, remember, this is the difference in strength, you are still too weak. Chapter 26, Runaway. No one spoke. Ning Rongrong had already taken back the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, and she knew that there was really no chance. Looking up, he found that Tang San was already standing in front of her holding Xiao Wu, his red eyes startled her. Help me take care of Xiao Wu. Tang San said, and in his calm words, Ning Rongrong seemed to be able to hear the anger that was about to erupt inside. He nodded slightly, and put Xiao Wu into his arms. Although he was an auxiliary soul master, his power for marriage was stronger than ordinary people, so it was not difficult to hug a girl. Handing Xiao Wu to Ning Rongrong, Tang San turned and walked towards Zhao Wuji. What? Do you still want to continue? I'm afraid you can't even take one of my attacks. Zhao Waoqi said in a daze. This time the assessment is enough, and the performance of several children is very good, and the future is limitless. The reason why he said this before was to prevent these academies from being proud and complacent. It is not uncommon for disciples who have good talents and a good beginning but cannot go further because of self-satisfaction. But Zhao Waoqi didn't expect that Tang San would come back. Tang San shook his head, I'm not going to continue this exam with you. Zhao Waoqi was a little disappointed, so you want to admit defeat? Tang San shook his head and said, no, I hope to fight with you again. Please fight with me again. If I insist on a stick of incense, please allow the 4 of us to enter the academy. Zhao Waoqi looked at him with a non-smiling smile, are you going to lose? Tang San looked at Ning Rongrong and Liu Chenai, he could decide for himself, even for Xiao Wu, but he couldn't not represent the other 2 people. Tang San, we are comrades in arms, and my father taught me since I was young, that you can't abandon your comrades in arms. The big deal is to leave. It's not a big deal. I have already lost anyway. Ning Rongrong smiled. I don't agree. Liu Chenai said in a deep voice. Tang San saw Liu Chenai's red eyes just as his own. He was stunned for a moment. He wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Liu Chenai, if you want to go, let's go together. I will make him pay the price. But, my attack is likely to attack you. Tang San frowned. The method he was going to use was more suitable for one person to move around. One more person would make him feel restrained. Don't worry, if you attack casually, it won't do much to me. Liu Chenai said calmly. His gaze fell on Zhao Wuji, but it made Zhao Wuji's heart beat. Hurting my big white cat, can you make it better? Liu Chenai turned on the runaway mode. Tang San sighed, okay. Okay, let me see, what else do you have? Zhao Waoqi laughed, lit another incense, put it on the ground, put his hands on his chest, and looked at the two with his head up. Liu Chenai stepped back 2 steps, standing behind Tang San, just as long as I don't exist. After saying this, Tang San only felt cold behind him, and when he turned his head, Liu Chenai had disappeared. Leave him alone, Xiao Wu's injury and coma have greatly irritated him. He said he should protect her, but he has not fulfilled his due obligations. If he can't help his sister get justice, he will still rely on it. What is Xiao Wu's brother? Although it was the first time to meet Ning Rongrong, Ning Rongrong's trust made Tang San feel that she could be trusted, and Liu Chenai, he had a feeling that he couldn't tell, he didn't know what abilities he would show. Since he didn't care about it, what else could he worry about? At this time, he decided to let them see their hidden power. And Liu Chenai's idea is much simpler, no matter how much the whole cards are hidden, there is no use, all of them are hidden, and the result is that the person he likes is hurt, so he decided not to hide it anymore. Zhao Waoqi stood there without urging Tang San and Liu Chenai. He knew that these two children could not delay time. Teacher Zhao, be careful. Tang San suddenly raised his head, and the bright purple light made Zhao Wuji startled. He thought it was also a confusing spirit ability, but he didn't expect it to be of no use at all. Tang San lifted his hands on both sides of his waist, dozens of cold glows flew out from Tang San's fingertips, bursting into the air, flying towards the vital points of Zhao Wuji's body. The piercing sound made Zhao Waoqi startled. After Wuhan possessed his body, his attack and defense abilities improved, but his movement was one of his shortcomings. Facing the cold light, Zhao Wuji reacted very quickly, with a pair of bare paws up and down, blocking his eyes and cock, urging his soul power to burst out. At this moment, a dark shadow quietly appeared behind Zhao Waoqi, and the pitch-black dagger in his hand quickly slashed, leaving a scar on Zhao Waoqi's body. Ding Ding's voice kept ringing, and Tang San's cold light did not break through Zhao Waoqi's defenses at all. On the contrary, Liu Chenai's attack surprised Zhao Wao a lot, and his defense was broken. Tang San still didn't know what was going on, but that didn't stop him from attacking. As soon as his body turned, more than 10 cold lights shot out again. But at this time, Zhao Waoqi didn't pay any attention to him at all, turned around, and slapped Liu Chenai, who was hurting him. And Liu Chenai's second spirit ring lit up, and the whole person became illusory, and Zhao Waoqi's slap actually slapped nothing. The second spirit ability in the void walking state, ghost body, effect, immune to physical attacks. Immediately afterwards, the third spirit ring on Liu Chenai's body also lit up. After turning on the ghost body, his spirit power was consumed rapidly, and the attack must be exploded as soon as possible. 5 black shadows appeared around Zhao Wuji, together with Liu Chenai himself, constantly attacking, and every time the dagger went down, he could see a blood mark on Zhao Wuji. The third spirit ability of the void walking state, Shadow Slaughter, form your own shadow, and attack with yourself, is a state that cannot be attacked. The quantity and attack power are related to the level, which means that the current only Liu Chenai's 50% offensive power was only 3 in number, and for every additional spirit ring, the number of would increase by 1, and his offensive power would also increase by 10%. There is no limit to the maximum number, but each additional one consumes more soul power, and it increases exponentially. As for why Liu Chenai could easily break through Zhao Waoqi's defenses, the reason is still in the martial soul. When the martial soul awakens, it gives Liu Chenai the ability to walk in the void. After the third soul ring, it has an additional feature, penetrating, ignore defense power, currently 30%. The shadow dagger is not just a weapon. You must know that it is a magical spirit ability. It has a strong ability to break defenses and an increase in attack power. Coupled with the effect of penetration, breaking Zhao Waoqi's defenses is naturally not difficult. Unfortunately, it can only cause minor trauma. Tang San was also constantly attacking, but his gaze was a bit sluggish at this time. In just tens of seconds, there were countless wounds on Zhao Wuji's body. He couldn't count them. With these wounds, you don't have to break Zhao Waoqi's defenses. The hidden weapon in his hand looks like a long eye, and it flies to the wounded place. Zhao Wuji roared, and he finally got angry. When he was attacked by a boy like this, he still couldn't hit him. He didn't care about the wounds, but Tang San's mending made him very painful. The cooperation of the two people really made Zhao Waoqi terribly uncomfortable. The first spirit ability was activated, the golden light wave spread, and he wanted to push Liu Chenai out, but he didn't expect Liu Chenai to disappear directly, and he reappeared after using his skills and continued to attack. Chapter 27, Who Can't Mess With? Dai Mubai had already woke up at this time, staring blankly at the two people on the court. He had never thought that when Liu Chenai broke out, it would be so terrifying, and his hands waved countless flashes of light, and Zhao was instantly shocked. Tang San, who had turned into a hedgehog, also made his back chill. If Tang San used these methods when he was playing against Tang San that day, I'm afraid he would never have the chance to win. Zhao Wuji was very angry. When did he get so embarrassed and opened the fifth spirit ring directly, but before his spirit ability could be used, Liu Chenai's figure disappeared and he appeared in the big tree that Dai Mubai was leaning on. Next to the tree, his face was as white as paper. The three major spirit abilities were fully activated, and within a few minutes, his spirit power was exhausted. This was still after his spirit power increased significantly after the third ring. Grinning, his goal has been achieved, ignoring Dai Muabai's concerned gaze, Tang San, I will see you later. At this time, he could not even raise his hand. Ning Rongrong on the side covered his red lips, and stared at Liu Chenai dully. It was a terrifying ability to attack Zhao Waoqi. If he attacked a spirit master of similar level, wouldn't he have to kill him with a single blow? Liu Chen ran away at night, and Zhao Waoqi naturally approached Tang San, but Tang San was not a good stubborn. Seeing Zhao Waoqi chasing after him, his chest muscles contracted, and the hair like silver needles shot out along with the smoke, all in Zhao Waoqi's chest. The machine includes hidden weapons, including innuendo. Zhao Waoqi only felt his chest numb, and then he lost consciousness. There was also a sweet smell in the smoke, and he felt dizzy and poisonous when he smelled it. Zhao Wuji thought in his heart, immediately holding his breath, and rushing forward to take down Tang San. With a roar, even though he was miserably rectified, he hadn't forgotten what he was doing, and after all, he hadn't attacked him. But Tang San's attack was not over yet. He bowed his head and squatted, and a thick bamboo-like bamboo flew out and went straight to Zhao Waoqi's head. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, countless hidden weapons shot into Zhao Waoqi's wounds. Zhao Waoqi had no choice but to activate the first spirit ability again, and the shock wave swept away all the cold light, opened his mouth to bite the head of Dang. Unexpectedly a sweet and fishy liquid flowed into the mouth. Immediately afterwards, 10 golden rays of light shot out, unimpeded into Zhao Waoqi's skin. Fuck, this is poisonous too. Zhao Waoqi couldn't bear it anymore. After the golden light shot in, he felt a sharp pain in his body, and the flesh seemed to be knotted together, and there was no end to it. He spit it out, patted Tang San with one hand, but a small black hammer flew towards him. He wanted to resist with the other hand, but he didn't expect that a strong force suddenly came from his hand. The hand hit his face. This scene was deeply imprinted in the minds of the people present. No one thought that the level 76 soul sage would be so embarrassed under Liu Chenai and Tang San. Of course, this didn't mean how weak Zhao Waoqi was. He didn't use amplification skills, only the enhancement of martial arts and part of the spirit power, otherwise the two would not be able to break his defense. When they knew the reason for their madness, they all remembered that one person should never be offended. Later, someone asked them, who among the 7 Shrek monsters should not provoke the most. Dai Mubai did not hesitate to answer Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu is Tang San's inverse scale. After Xiao Wu is injured, Tang San will let you see what it is. The profound meaning of Thousand Hands Shura. But when he said that, he found that the 5 people outside Liu Chenai looked at him with weird faces, and they all agreed that Dai Mubai must not be offended. Dai Mubai himself is okay. After all, he is the boss, and he still has some aura, but if Liu Chenai feels that he has done it, then I'm sorry, and I won't even know how he died. If Xiao Wu was Tang San's Ni Lin, then Dai Mubai would definitely be Liu Chenai's forbearance. Liu Chenai's love for Dai Mubai is absolutely devoid of conscience, and the sky is angry and people complain. The nosebleeds on Zhao Waoqi's face, coupled with toxins and impact, his entire face was swollen, and he was stunned. The black hammer disappeared after a successful blow. Tang San was shot and flew out. Originally, Dai Mubai wanted to pick it up, but seeing Liu Chenai's gaze, he couldn't move his feet. Brother, sorry. Seeing that he couldn't fight anymore, Dai Mubai stood up and shouted with his soul power, Xiao Ao, come here. There is business. Under the urging of spirit power, his voice could be heard by the entire academy. After a while, the bearded Oscar ran over, because he was in a hurry and even threw the cart aside. Where is the business? Oscar exclaimed excitedly in his soft voice. Xiao Ao, come here. Dai Mubai beckoned. Boss Dai, you call me. Oscar ran to the front. Hurry up and get some sausages out, they. Dai Mubai nodded, and when he said this, he suddenly saw Liu Chenai's cold eyes and quickly changed his words. Ms. Zhao is injured. Oscar looked away. The person with a confused face looked at it for a while and said, Boss Dai, you didn't tease me? Which one is Teacher Zhao? Asshole. It's not who I am. Maybe because of toxins, Zhao Waoqi couldn't speak clearly, and roared, 2 big sausages and 2 small sausages. Oh, yes. Oscar was taken aback. And hurriedly muttered his incomparable spell, I have a big sausage, and I have a little sausage. Dai Mubai looked at Tang San, although his soul curse is nasty, the sausage works well. Would you like to have one? Tang San hurriedly shook his head, I just consumed too much spirit power and didn't suffer any injuries, so I don't need it anymore. Teacher Zhao, are we considered to have passed the test? Ning Rong Rong, the only intact Ning Rong Rong, pointed behind Zhao Waoqi. A battle and such a delay, the time for a stick of incense has long passed. Zhao Waoqi didn't even look at it. Hey, you've passed the test. Today is really a shame. Even if he used the 5th spirit ability, he was actually made so miserable. This must let the dean know that he will be laughed to death. What? Ms. Zhao, wait a minute. He was about to leave when a weak voice sounded. Zhao Waoqi turned his head to look, and found that it was Tang San, his face a little ugly, and said, Little hedgehog, what else do you want to do? As soon as these words came out, the few people present almost laughed out. It seems that who is the hedgehog now? Zhao Waoqi has a dense hidden weapon in his body, a big hedgehog alive. Teacher Zhao, I'm sorry, I was too impulsive, but your strength is too strong for me, and I have to go all out. I will help you push out the hidden weapon, otherwise it may affect your body. Tang Sandao. After listening to him, Zhao Waoqi's face improved a bit, and he stood still, and let Tang San remove the hidden weapons from him one by one. He was also considered hard, and he didn't even hum from the beginning to the end. Chapter 28, where's the bun? When Tang San took out all the hidden weapons from Zhao Wuji, his body shook, his soul power was exhausted, and he fainted directly. Fortunately, Oscar was behind him and hugged him hurriedly. Zhao Wuji frowned when he looked at Tang San, who had fainted. Mubai, you are in charge of the accommodation for the 4 freshmen, and school starts tomorrow. Don't touch these things on the ground, they are poisonous, wait until he wakes up to clean up by yourself. After speaking, he turned around. Go away. Watching Zhao Wuji walk away, Oscar helped Tang San to come next to Dai Mubai. Boss Dai, what happened to teacher Zhao today? Is the ant here? Why can't you get along with the freshmen? Dai Mubai said irritably, if you have the ability, you can speak louder so that teacher Zhao can hear him. He is probably holding his stomach and he is upset. Auntie? I think you just came to Auntie. 1. It's 30 days in the month, and about 1 day's rest. In February, I still owe 2 days. Oscar looked resentful. Don't say so, okay, there are still girls. Fuck. Your big sausage uncle is still missing. Put a few of them down first before talking. Dai Mubai walked by Lu Chanai next to Lu Chanai, and was about to help him up. Unexpectedly, Lu Chanai stood up by himself, pressing Dai Mubai's chest with his elbows, making him stay away from him. Where is the dormitory? A trace of grievance flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes, but then disappeared, arranged a few people's accommodation, and all went back to rest. Not surprisingly, Lu Chanai and Dai Mubai were in the same dormitory. Walked back with him, sat on the bed without saying a word and began to recover his spirit power, just as if Dai Mubai didn't exist. Dai Mubai stood in front of him, opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say, for fear of disturbing his cultivation, but looked at him quietly, and for a long while, he sighed, sat cross-legged on his bed, and started practicing. Dai Mubai went out in the evening and explained everything about tomorrow to a few new classmates. After confirming that they were all okay, he walked back to the room. Originally, he had always lived by himself. Lu Chanai will be longer. His happiness at the beginning gradually fades. Brother, what should I tell you? You don't always think that I don't exist, okay, it makes me sad. At this time, Lu Chanai suddenly opened his eyes and asked, is there a person named Lan Bao in the academy? Blue Leopard? Dai Mubai was stunned for a moment. A blue-haired boy he had met half a year ago sounded, and an unpleasant feeling rose in his heart, but he didn't want to lie to Lu Chanai, nodded and said, no, he only came half a year ago. Admission. Hey. Lu Chanai frowned, did he say anything? Dai Mubai hesitated for a while, turned around and looked for it on the table beside his bed, took out a letter and handed it to Lu Chanai. He gave this to me when he left, saying that he will give it to you when you come. I heard it was you and stayed. Having said that, he realized that Lu Chanai hadn't listened to him at all, and took the letter paper and started to read. Dai Mubai felt sour in his heart. Could it be that they, also, such a cute boy, very inviting, and he left quietly, so it would be normal for him to find someone else. Damn it, it was time to tear up this letter and throw it away. Lu Chanai read the contents of the letter. It probably means that he could not report something in time, and he was already past his age when he came, so he went to another college to study, and said he was looking for a series of thoughts about Lu Chanai. If Lu Chanai shook his head helplessly. It seemed that he had no chance to study together. Little Bun. Who is he? Dai Mubai asked in a deep voice. Lu Chanai raised his eyebrows, and a smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. Dai Mubai was stunned. He hadn't seen Lu Chanai smile for a long time. A kid I knew from a former student is very cute, you know? He confessed to me. Dai Mubai's pupil shrank. Not, what's the result? I didn't promise him. The first half of the sentence made Dai Mubai breathe a sigh of relief, but the second half made Dai Mubai's heart cold. I told him I don't like men, so he gave up and is now my brother. Don't like men? I don't like it, sure enough, how can a normal man like a man? Blue Leopard had no chance, nor did he have a chance. Seeing Dai Muebai's loss of soul, Lu Chenai felt a pain in his heart, but on the surface he returned to coldness, closing his eyes and continuing to practice. After a long time, Dai Muebai recovered, gritted his teeth, turned and sat back on his bed, closed his eyes and practiced. He just closed his eyes on this side, but Lu Chenai opened his eyes, resting his chin in one hand, examining Dai Muebai. There was still coldness in his eyes, a soft expression full of expression. I haven't seen it for a few years. I can't see the cuteness of the past, but it's a lot more handsome. The lines on my face have become much harder. Compared with the cuteness of childhood, I am more masculine now. He saw Dai Muebai's previous expression in his eyes. He knew that Dai Muebai had feelings for him, but there were many questions that he needed to answer. And this problem needs a suitable time to solve. He also wants to punish Dai Muebai, and simply go along with the trend. It was very peaceful inside the college. But it was not like that outside the school. Perhaps today is Zhao Waoqi's unlucky day. 3 people wearing black cloaks appeared in the woods outside the academy. 2 of them were visibly stunned when they saw the other, and then nodded and said, "Haoshan crown." The man also nodded in return, "Under the crown of the white tiger and the crown of the civet, you are here." One of them shook his head and said, "It's not for my own children. I was bullied on the first day of enrollment. How can I still watch when I am a man? It seems that our purpose is the same." Hao Tian smiled and called out Zhao Waoqi. What Zhao Waoqi greeted was a fat beating, not a single meal, but 3 beatings, 3 titled Douluo's fat beatings. The 2 of them are naturally Dai Sui and Lu Zhan. Dai Muebai and Lu Chenai are very clear about their movements. They chose the academy and naturally wanted to come and inspect them. Unexpectedly, they saw a scene of a certain soul sage bullying a student. The result can be imagined. No. After their conversation, they found that this academy was still quite good, so I just let it go. Haoshan Douluo left between, and the 2 of them ran to the Rose Hotel. As for what they did, it couldn't be said. The next morning, Lu Chen went out for breakfast after a set of punches. Dai Muebai naturally followed. On the way, they saw Xiaowu fighting with a fat man who could fly. Dai Muebai stepped forward to stop him, and after understanding the situation, he realized that it was a misunderstanding. This fat guy is the only student in the academy that they haven't seen before. His name is Ma Hongjun, Wuhan Kaiji, Ba, and Phoenix, but the fact that Wuhan mutated has a big flaw, that is, the evil fire is too strong. The evil fire must be vented for a period of time, otherwise it will explode and die. The first 2 parties in the conflict were Ma Hongjun and his ex-girlfriend Qiwa. Qiwa still liked him, but Ma Hongjun's evil fire was so strong that she couldn't bear it, and proposed to break up. Ma Hongjun disagreed, and when Xiaowu and Tang San met, the previous situation appeared. Chapter 29, Don't Talk Nonsense. Dai Muebai coughed, and said in embarrassment, "There are too many times when he can't hold back the evil fire, so that basically no one can bear him. However, if you say that the ability is really good, I am afraid that few people can comparable." Xiaowu knew about Ma Hongjun's situation and sipped softly, "Everyone really has it." Ma Hongjun glared at Dai Muebai, "If I can just like him and Xiaoao, I can have a relationship and have multiple girlfriends at the same time. Why is that so? Don't be ignorant of yourself. Don't think I don't know you. Catch 3 games a day and date with different girls." Dai Muebai's expression changed, and he glanced at Lu Chenai, and found that he hadn't said anything. I don't know what he would think, which made Dai Muebai feel even more nervous, and his voice seemed a little angry, "Fatty. There is no basis for words. Don't talk nonsense. If you do this, don't blame me for being rude." I was startled by Dai Muebai's sorrowful gaze. It didn't seem to be the case before joking. Why did it seem to have stepped on a landmine today, and he hurriedly lowered his head and dared not say anything. Where is the cafeteria of the college? I'm going to starve to death. Xiao Wu said, changing the subject. Dai Muebai took a deep breath. Come with me. It is said that the cafeteria of the college is actually a private house rented. It hires a few people from the countryside to serve as cooks. The food tastes average, but it is better to eat enough. It is no problem to eat. After they sat there for a while, Oscar and Ning Rongrong arrived. The 4 new students have all passed the assessment. This is the first time that all our students have met. Let me introduce it. Dai Muebai had a sense of being a boss, and stood up and said, My name is Dai Muebai. Not surprisingly, if I am the oldest, you can call me Boss Dai or Muebai. That's Oscar. I'm younger than me. I just got 13 years old. You can call him Zioao or Sausage Monopoly. That fat guy is called Ma Hung Jun, about the same age as you, 12 years old. We usually call him Fatty. It seems. He didn't want to let the two of them say more, his tone was more serious, and he didn't mean to be joking. His name is Lu Chanai, 13 years old, and he should be about the same age as me. As for the name, Dai Muebai hesitated. Call me Chanai. Lu Chanai said, avoiding Dai Muebai's embarrassment. Dai Muebai breathed a sigh of relief and walked to Tang San. He is Tang San, 12 years old, how about I call you Xiao San? Tang San nodded. Even though the name Xiao San is ambiguous, it is not repulsive to call him in good faith. The next to Tang San is Xiao Wu, just call Xiao Wu. Dai Muebai finally turned to Ning Rongrong. Without waiting for him to speak, Ning Rongrong smiled sweetly, just call me Rongrong, as everyone in my family calls me. Ning Rongrong's smile made her and everyone closer. Oscar looked at Ning Rongrong's gaze a little dull, as if he was thinking and deciding what it was. Muebai, tell us about the rules in the academy. Tang San said. Dai Muebai nodded, the academy's rules are nothing. They just don't looting, but they encourage fighting and even gambling. The teachers think that actual combat is the best way to improve their strength, and gambling is a test of psychology and judgment. It also has great benefits, but everything is limited. You can't kill in battle. Don't lose your pants in gambling and it's okay. The last sentence made everyone smile, but Lu Chanai didn't seem to react at all. The academy's courses are also very irregular, you will know right away. Dai Muebai looked at the time. It was at this time that a bell rang from outside. This is the voice calling us to gather. Let's go quickly. You will be punished for being late. Hearing this, several people stood up and ran out behind Dai Muebai. While running, Ma Hung Jun touched Oscar with his elbow. Oscar, do you think Boss Dai is different? He wouldn't be angry when he made these jokes before, why today? Oscar shrugged, how do I know, maybe which school girl he is after. When Ma Hung Jun admitted that what he said was a joke just now, Lu Chanai breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, his Muebai was not like that. Which one do you like? Ning Rongrong leaned forward and asked curiously. I don't know about this, Oscar smiled bitterly. He has a good impression of this girl, but it seems that there is no chance of winning the fight with Boss Dai. Xiao Wu is obviously Tang San's, and the only one left is you. Don't talk nonsense, Xiao Wu and I are brothers and sisters. Tang San frowned. Brothers and sisters? Oscar asked back. No. Tang San was taken aback for a moment. That's not the end, I don't think it is. Oscar rolled his eyes. Not long after they arrived, a middle-aged man walked over. Xiao Wu pulled La Tang San's sleeve. Look, isn't that Uncle Profiteer? Lu Chanai also noticed this person. It was this person he saw when he asked for directions that day. Oscar was taken aback. What Profiteer uncle? "This is our Master Dean, please speak quietly, don't let him hear. Our Master Dean's biggest shortcoming is to hold grudges, of course, the biggest advantage is to protect shortcomings." The middle-aged man glanced at him, smiled. Oscar's face changed. "It's over, he noticed me, there is a problem now." Walked in front of a total of 7 students and stopped. His unique husky sound with a bit of magnetism sounded, "This year is very good. We have 5 more little monsters. I, Dean of Shrek Academy, Flander, welcome you on behalf of the Academy. Later, you guys." Everyone handed over 100 gold coins to Teacher Li, who is in charge of finance. Mubai. President. Dai Mubai took a step forward, and seemed to respect Flander, even with some admiration. Flander said, "There are 4 more juniors and younger sisters here. When you turn back, you tell them the rules of the Academy. Then you go back to rest and try your best to restore your state to the best possible level. Today's first class will start in the evening. Oscar, exceptions are you and Ning Rong Rong. You two come with me." Oscar's face suddenly collapsed, and he walked up to Flander to salute unwillingly and unwillingly. When he saw Ning Rong Rong walking by his side, his face became better. Flander waved his hand and said, "Others can go to rest. Remember, let yourself be at your best before dark, don't blame me for not reminding you. The teaching in this college is different from other places, you even will be in danger." Chapter 30, Little Witch. Several people were very curious about this special teaching. The two discussed for a while and simply watched. The 2 students that Flander left behind were both in the auxiliary department, which was obviously out of motive. Flander asked the 2 of them, "You are both auxiliary spirit masters. One is for attribute addition, the other is for food martial arts. A spirit master like you, whether on the battlefield, or in normal times, you need the protection of your partners, otherwise, it will be difficult for you to survive. Oscar, you tell me, as an auxiliary soul master, how can I better protect myself on the battlefield?" Oscar said without hesitation, "Hide behind your partner as much as possible, and use all the surrounding terrain and buildings to avoid risks. Keep away from dangerous areas as much as possible." Flander nodded and said, "That's right. But there is one thing you didn't say. As a support-type spirit master, escape is a necessary quality. A support-type spirit master who can't escape is not a good soul master. What is needed to escape? What is needed is physical strength. Although you are a soul master and have your own soul power assistance, your physical fitness is better than ordinary people. However, the enemies you may face are the opponent's war spirit master. Therefore, as an auxiliary type spirit master, you also need to exercise your physical strength. At the critical moment, perhaps you can survive by taking one more step." After the long talk, Flander nodded to Oscar and Ning Rong Rong, and said, "Your class today is for physical training. From now on, run around the entire village 20 laps, if you haven't run before lunch at noon. When you come back, you don't have to eat lunch anymore. You can use your martial arts to assist. Now, let's go." Oscar is responsible for leading the way. "Yes." Ning Rong Rong promised and ran out without hesitation. Oscar glanced at Tang San and the others who were standing beside him with a bit of a grudge, and then followed. As night fell, the Dean of Shrek Academy, Four-Eyed Cat Eagle Flander was standing on the big playground, looking at all 8 students in front of him. Dai Mubai, Tang San, Lu Chenai, Xiao Wu and Ma Heng Jun are all ready to go to class in the evening, and they are all full of energy. However, Flander's attention was not on them, but at the other 2 students. Flander is checking the training results of the 2 supporters. "Oscar, have you finished 20 laps?" "Dean, I finished running." Flander snorted, "I am asking you, not you." Oscar turned his head to look at Ning Rong Rong, who was also looking at him, with an innocent look in his big beautiful eyes. Oscar gritted his teeth, nodded, and said, Yes, we are all finished. Flanders slowly raised his right hand and patted it lightly on Oscar's shoulder. I admire your spirit of friendship. In that case, you will run another 20 laps and let me see how deep your friendship is. If you don't finish running, you don't need to eat. I have sealed your soul power, so I don't have to try to release it. Go. Oscar didn't say anything, but nodded silently, turned and ran outside. Flender turned to Dai Mubai, Tang San, and others. Why should he keep running? Flander still had the chilling smile on his face. Because he lied. Although he lied for friendship or other reasons, he still lied. You are still children, and lies are the worst character. I hope you understand. As he said, his gaze shifted from Tang San Mu to an innocent look, looking pitiful. Ning Rong Rong, tell me, have you completed the course I set out in the morning? Ning Rong Rong shook his head honestly and said, I don't. The distance is too long, and I am hungry and can't hold on. Flanders smiled slightly and said, so, you ran to Soto City alone, and you had a big meal, and you went around the commercial streets of Soto City. You just came back to find Oscar, right? You follow me. Ning Rong Rong's face sank in an instant. I have an obligation to be responsible to every student. Flander refused. Flander, who do you think you are? It's just a little soul saint. As soon as this was said, everyone lost their color. They never expected that a little girl who felt so gentle would actually say such a thing. At this time, the expression on Ning Rong Rong's face no longer had that tenderness, but turned into a disdain, full of that kind of superior feeling. Flender was not angry because of her words, smiled slightly, and said, yes, I am just a little soul saint, but now you are still too far away from me. Even if you are Kai Bao Liuli, the most talented one of Zong's generation, you are just a great soul master after all. There is still an insurmountable gap between you and me. Since you don't like this, please leave. Shrek Academy is not welcome an unruly student like you. Ning Rong Rong sneered, want to drive me away? It's not that easy. Since I'm here, I didn't plan to leave early. Flanders, I advise you to leave me alone. Otherwise, the consequences are not something you can bear. Flanders smiled indifferently, if I am afraid of any consequences, there won't be this academy. This is my site, I have the final say. Mubai. You go and take the things of Miss Ning Rong Rong from her room. Take it and send her out of here. If she resists, I allow you to use any means. Flander, dare you? Ning Rong Rong yelled, hands on hips. The 12-year-old girl showed an extremely sturdy breath. I'm so old, you're still the first person to dare to treat me like this. Flander said faintly, ask yourself, which one of them is better than? Here, you are already the worst existence, what qualifications do you have for pride? I dare to say, as long as you leave me, 10 years later, each of their achievements will be much greater than yours. Ning Rong Rong wanted to refute. She naturally felt deeply about the excellence of other people and she was a teammate, but she was really unwilling to say, there is also an Oscar, how can I be better than him? He is also an auxiliary soul master. Just a small food soul master. He can't compare to me, right? Flanders shook his head and said, no, you are wrong. If you think so, then you are very wrong. Oscar's talent is even higher than Mubai. Otherwise, why should I allow him to enter the academy? Ning Rong Rong, I only want to ask you one question, have you ever seen a food-type martial soul with innate soul power? Ning Rong Rong's Wurong paled, no, it's impossible. How can the auxiliary martial arts soul have innate full soul power? Flanders said calmly, Oscar is an unprecedented existence. His future achievements are limitless. It may even replace your 7 treasure glazed glass sex status in the auxiliary spirit masters. You may not believe what I said, but I can be sure of it. Tell you, this is very likely to exist. Ning Rong Rong stood there in despair. At this moment, every word of Flanders pierced her heart like a sharp sword, completely shattering the proudest thing in her heart. Ning Rong Rong's face looked a little pale, and he cried out suddenly, turned his head and ran towards his dormitory. Dai Mubai looked at Flanders with a smug smile on his face, and tentatively asked, "President, should I help her pack things?" Flander glared at him, and said, "Do you really want this girl to leave? Although Ning Rong Rong is spoiled a little bit, she is not bad in nature. Just let her think about it. Go and call Oscar back." Said I had spared his punishment and let him comfort Ning Rong Rong. Oh! Dai Mubai agreed and turned around to find Oscar. At this time, he couldn't help but admire Flanders even more in his heart. However, he didn't know that Flander had a letter in his hand that could be regarded as a letter of Shang Feng's sword. Ning Rong Rong's father, Ning Fengzi, personally wrote him a letter that made him feel relieved to discipline Ning Rong Rong. Liu Chenai looked at all this indifferently, and he could only sneer at Ning Rong Rong. He saw a lot of this kind of spoiled eldest lady, and it was indeed quite annoying. However, he was really surprised by Ning Rong Rong's acting skills. Xiao Wu, who was next to Tang San and Jialan, quietly stuck out her tongue. She didn't expect that Ning Rong Rong's nature was actually like this. When she was with Ning Rong Rong yesterday, she always felt very close to her. Kind. Only then did I realize that Ning Rong Rong's character was actually more domineering than himself. Flander put his hands behind his back. "Okay, ready to go. You have seen the results of Ning Rong Rong and Oscar. If you want to stay here and practice, you must follow the rules of the academy. Take every class well. Here is what I say. It's an order. Then you will start to come to Shrek's first class. Each of you will complete your own course independently. Don't blame me for not saying in advance. If you don't do well enough, then you will have to peel off if you don't die." Dai Mubai returned soon and nodded to Flander, indicating that he had asked Oscar to comfort Ning Rong Rong. Flander waved his hand and said, "Go. Keep up with me." After finishing speaking, he saw his toes hit the ground and fluttered out, heading out of the academy. Everyone hurried to keep up. Marching is also a test for everyone. Tang San's steps were the most ethereal and weird, but he didn't dominate in distance, ranking third. Dai Mubai's spirit power is the strongest, following Flander, followed by Liu Chenai. With the support of the 33rd level spirit power, his speed is not slow. Xiao Wu is behind them, and Ma Hongjun is at the end. Wordless all the way, everyone successfully entered Soto City. It was dark that the second personality of Soto City suddenly became sober. Unlike during the day, the city exudes a completely different vitality at night. On both sides of the street, all the shops are brightly lit. Some small vendors who only come out at night have also found their favorite places to sell something like snacks or small objects. The students Zhong Xiaowu and Ma Hongjun were scanning what they liked, while the other group Dai Mubai, Liu Chenai and Tang San were steadily bowing their heads on the road without squinting their eyes. Flander finally stopped, and led 6 people into an inconspicuous tea shop on the side of the street. The 7 people sat down around a round table. Flander ordered 7 of the cheapest cups of tea. Xiao Wu frowned when she looked at the tea filled with tea foam in front of her. "Dean, won't our first class be here?" Flander said, "Of course not. The place where you are in class is there." As he said, he raised his hand and pointed out. Following the direction of his fingers, several people saw that there was a large building not far from the tea shop. From their perspective, they could only see that the building was nearly 100 meters high, which was huge. In the night, it looks extremely deep. From the huge building, there was a faint flash of light. Dai Mubai's face changed, and he whispered, "President, will you let them go there on the first day?" Flander said lightly, "Remember, you are all monsters, not ordinary people. Since you are monsters, you have to have monster training methods. Your martial arts are different, and each has its own training methods. The academy can teach you. Yours is how to make better use of your martial spirit, help you obtain better spirit rings, have more actual combat experience, and develop your own potential as much as possible. The rest is the knowledge of all aspects of martial spirit, and the situation of the soul masters on the mainland. Among all the things you need to learn, the most important thing is actual combat experience. The same level and strength, the actual combat experience, will determine the key to victory. Only through continuous actual combat can you improve your resilience in combat as much as possible. Therefore, your first lesson is actual combat. And that the place is your classroom. Flanders swept across the people with different expressions, similar to this kind of building, only cities at the main city level can have it. Its scale can be said to be a symbol of the strength of a city or even a country. Such a building is just it's called the Great Arena of Souls. And it will be named after the city you are in. Therefore, the one in front of you is called the Great Arena of Souls. After entering the Great Fighting Arena, a spirit master of any level is only represented by the word Fighting Soul. After winning the first game, they will get a badge. After that, for each victory, there will be a certain amount of points. Points reach a certain level, the level of the badge is increased. This badge is a symbol of the level in the Great Arena, and it is common to all major cities across the continent. The high level of the badge has many benefits, so I won't explain it in detail. The grades of the badges are distinguished according to the quality of the minerals. The lowest is the Iron Badge, that is, the Iron Fighting Spirit, and the upwards are copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphires, rubies, and diamonds. There are 8 grades in total. Flender couldn't help but wonder in his heart when he saw the boy's look. His gaze swept across the 5 people in front of him in turn. The task I give you is to get at least the Silver Fighting Spirit badge before graduation, do you understand? Soto's Great Fighting Arena is oval in shape, reaching a height of 120 meters. The interior is divided into a main fighting arena and 24 sub-stayings. It can hold 60,000 spectators at the same time, including 100 VIP boxes. This is not only a place for soul masters to discuss and exchange, but also a place for various forces to show their strength. Here, fighting spirits are divided into 3 categories, one is game, the other is life and death, and the third is gambling. There are also 3 forms of competition, 1-on-1, 2-on-2 and group battles. Among them, according to the rules of the Great Fighting Arena, the number of the 2 parties in the group battle is generally within the limit of 7 to 10 people. Tang San, Liu Chenai, and Xiao Wu each completed their registration. After that, the fighting spirits will be sorted, because they came together, and they were all divided into the 14th Fighting Spirit Arena in the game area for fighting spirits. It's just that Dai Muebai's and Liu Chenai's opponents are of the Soul Sovereign level, and Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun's opponents are all of the Great Spirit Masters level. The entire Great Arena of Souls gave Tang San a dazzling feeling. Here, the various allocations were extremely detailed. It was said that there were 24 subfields, and each sub-arena was divided into different areas, including there are 2 types of game zone and life and death zone, each of which is divided into 3 methods, 1-on-1, 2-on-2 and team battle. Therefore, there are 6 isolated arenas in a sub-fighting spirit area. As for gambling and fighting, according to Dai Muebai, no matter what level it is, all gambling and fighting will take place in the main arena. Soon, the participating players completed the sorting, and the soul masters participating in the soul fight were uniformly arranged to rest in a wide room, waiting to be played. In the rest area, Tang San's arrival immediately attracted the attention of other spirit masters. After all, their age was too young. However, although these spirit masters showed a look of surprise, no one came to make fun of them. Everyone was meditating, trying to keep themselves in the best state as much as possible, waiting for the soul fight that was about to begin. Brother, I just asked. Although each soul master can only play 1 game a day, he can participate in different types at the same time. How about a 2v2 fighting spirit? Xiao Wu naturally took hold of Tang San's arm. No problem, we're here to improve our experience anyway. It's always good to fight more. Tang San responded happily. The author has something to say. There is not much change from the original text, but all the things you need are brought here. If you don't know the plot, you can take a look. If you have seen it, you can skip it, just glance at it, the plot is related. Chapter 31, Night-White Combination. On the other side, Liu Chenai stood in front of Dai Mubai. Without speaking, Dai Mubai understood what he meant, and went to the place where he first signed up with Liu Chenai. Please give your group a name. The staff said without lifting their heads. First name? Dai Mubai really didn't think about it. Turning his head and looking at Liu Chenai said faintly, whatever. Dai Mubai had no choice but to think for a moment, and said, the night is white, the night is dark, and the day is white. Liu Chenai smiled inwardly. This name is quite interesting. Putting me in front is still your intention. Handed 10 golden soul coins, and got the iron fighting soul badge that belonged to their combination. Engraved on it are the 4 words Yebai. After returning to the lounge, Liu Chenai's battle did not wait much time. Be careful. Dai Mubai stood up after him and reminded. Liu Chenai didn't seem to hear, and went straight out of the lounge. Dai Mubai's eyes moved. He felt that there was no way to get close to Liu Chenai like before. Now Liu Chenai looked at him like a stranger. What should I do, what should I do? The last time he teamed up to deal with Zhao Waoqi, he suddenly felt the feeling of joining forces with Liu Chenai to deal with Instructor Su when he was a child. He thought that would be an opportunity. This time, Liu Chenai was going to double play with him, which made him excited, but that can only be an illusion after all. Liu Chenai really didn't give him a chance. Brother, do you really forgive me? Do you want me anymore? You can beat me and scold me, don't ignore me, things are not what you think, really. These words are in his heart, but he can't say anything. He no longer expects to be able to go further with Liu Chenai, he only hopes to return to his previous brotherhood, nothing more. Let's play the third one-on-one soul fight, and if you have won 3 games in a row, there will be beast spirits. Ironhorn Bull Battle Soul Zun King Bao and Wuhan Demon Tigers Battle Soul Zun Shen Yat, the host announced. When signing up, Liu Chenai didn't report his real name, so as to avoid trouble. The two of them stepped onto the ring. Qing Bao's figure was much more pretended than Liu Chenai, and he knew it was a power type, and he matched his martial spirit quite well. In comparison, Liu Chenai's face is slightly immature. Although his height is not bad, it still shows the characteristics of his age. Little brother, don't fight, I'm afraid I can't control my strength and hurt you. Qing Bao scratched his head and said honestly. Liu Chenai ignored him, and the corner of his mouth curled slightly. It's okay, come on, I won't ruin you if I hurt you. Seeing Liu Chenai's resolute attitude, King Bao didn't care anymore. Be careful, Ironhorn Bull, possess. The whole person doubled in size. 2 big horns protruded out of his head, 1 white, 1 yellow and 1 purple. The spirit ring moved on him. Liu Chenai also didn't move slowly. In the whistling sound, the purple prison demon eye tiger possessed his body, and his body was swollen and covered with thick hair, giving him an evil temperament. The 3 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, came out vigorously, and forced King Bao's aura back. The same is the Soul Sovereign, but the gap between the spirits is not small. King Bao narrowed his eyes, and didn't dare to despise the opponent who looked much smaller than him. He stepped heavily on the ground, making a dull crosstalk, and rushing towards Liu Chenai. The first spirit ring was shining, and the horns on his head emitted a cocky light, which was more than a meter extended forward. At first glance, it seemed like a sharp blade appeared on King Bao's head. His first spirit ability, Horn Collision. Liu Chenai didn't dare to meet the attacking spirit ability. He ran directly to the side, leaped forward for more than 4 meters, dodged King Bao's frontal attack, supported with one hand, changed the direction of movement, and moved toward Qing. Bao moved closer. King Bao was shocked. He didn't expect that his opponent would choose to be close. Generally speaking, facing a strong attacking spirit master like him, most spirit masters would choose to retreat first and look for opportunities to attack. We'll run into it once. He is aware of his situation. Although his own strength and defense are also very strong, his attack methods are mainly in these two corners. Once he gets closer, it is difficult for him to exert his full strength. Could it be that he found my weakness? No matter what Liu Chenai thinks, he doesn't know exactly what the martial spirit opposite is, but blindly avoiding it is not what he likes. You know, he is now a close attack type spirit master, how can he play without getting close? Although King Bao was surprised, his movements did not stop, and he flicked his head to the side, and at the same time the third spirit ring lit up, and a suction force suddenly appeared from his corner. After a pause, Liu Chenai's movements were obviously restricted under the suction force. Although he would not be sucked in, he was also restrained and unable to move. Dai Mubai, who was watching the game in the lounge, shrank his pupils. Be careful. Seeing that the horns were about to hit Liu Chenai let out a cold snort and unhurriedly activated the second spirit ability. A black crystal-like shield appeared around his body, and the horns hit the shield just to hit the shield. It's thinner, but it didn't break the defense. This collision gave Liu Chenai a chance to rush forward. The first spirit ability, Tiger Shadow, turned on, and the tiger head void followed his fists and attacked forward. King Bao could only stretch out his hands to deal with it, but he had two opponents of Liu Chenai who had increased spirit abilities. Liu Chenai pulled his hands and shook, and King Bao's joints were removed, and he was connected to King Bao one after another. 3 punches in the chest knocked him back. Do you want to continue? Liu Chenai said coldly. King Bao smiled bitterly and shook his head. His attack methods were useless. What else could he do? The opponent has been merciful. If he continues to fight and his horn hits him again, he should be able to smash his shield, but after that, can he still have the power to fight again? Although he was simple and honest, he was not stupid, so he gave up and jumped out of the ring. There was a burst of cheers in the fighting arena. They didn't expect that King Bao, who had 3 consecutive victories, would be defeated by a newcomer. Such a battle was their favorite. When he walked back to the lounge, he saw the unresolved worry in Dai Muabai's eyes. A softness flashed in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. Dai Muabai's first match, all their doubles won, was a good start. They found Tang San and the others, and got news of a complete victory. They were all overjoyed in the first soul fight. However, Dai Muabai's expression looked a little gloomy, and after a few words at random, he took everyone back to the academy. He was not angry, but really had a headache. He really couldn't think of what he would do to ease the relationship between him and Liu Chenai. Obviously he was by his side, but he felt that he was so far away from him. Chapter 32, Why? When they returned to the academy, they found Ning Rongrong sitting on the stone at the entrance of the academy, and Oscar was standing behind her. His face looked a little ugly, and he looked at Ning Rongrong from time to time, and his eyes were a bit unwilling. Why did you come back so late? Ning Rongrong jumped off the stone and said while looking at Dai Muabai. Have you figured it out? Stay or leave? Dai Muabai was in a bad mood now, and her frivolous tone made Dai Muabai feel even more angry and asked coldly. Ning Rongrong did not hesitate to say, of course it is to stay. Such a fun place, how can I just leave? What is your expression, zombie? It's fun, is it deflated on a woman? Think about it. Yes, I heard them say that you may like me, but I can't like you, haha, I'm still at the mercy of Oscar who said you are a master of love sage level. Ning Rongrong, who was just natural, didn't conceal anything. She was very smart. She could see a lot of things from Dai Muabai's expression, and she didn't shy away from speaking out her thoughts. Dai Muabai's evil eyes were full of cold light. Ning Rong Rong, don't provoke my patience. This is Shrek Academy, not yours. You'd better stay back. Others are afraid of you. I am not afraid of Dai Muabai and provoke me. Stop me, be careful, I put you first. At this point, Dai Muabai paused, unable to speak. Liu Chenai was still next to him, so he couldn't say it at all. Ning Rong Rong chuckled, why didn't you say it? Keep talking. I'm so scared. As he said, he deliberately stiffened his undeveloped small breasts. If you don't tell me, I will say it for you. I will first kill, and kill again. Come, let me see how you me. You. Dai Muabai finally couldn't restrain his anger. Bai Hu didn't show off his might. You really thought I was a sick cat? And the tyrannical aura burst out instantly with spirit power, and Ning Rong Rong was shocked and flew out before he could react. Oscar hurriedly stepped forward to catch Ning Rong Rong, but he himself sat down on the ground. Dai Muabai still wanted to chase, but a palm fell on his shoulder. He turned his head, followed by a shock, the man still expressionless. With an aggrieved look in his eyes, he broke away from his palm and walked into the academy without saying a word. No one else saw Dai Muabai's expression and didn't understand what was going on. Ning Rong Rong quit, tears kept falling, shouting his name, Liu Chenai. Liu Chenai, who was originally distressed, was about to chase after him, but was stopped by Ning Rong Rong, frowning and looking at her. You have a very bad relationship with him, right? Use your attacking means to kill him. As long as you kill him, you will be the distinguished guest of our 7 treasure glazed tile school from now on. She felt it before she finished speaking. Sen Leng's breath wrapped her inside, and her unabashed murderous aura scared her to say another word. Liu Chenai's eyes flickered fiercely, and she whispered beside her ears, he can be moved if you want to move? This is the first time. I don't care about you, and I will hear similar things in the future, no matter who you are. I will let you die first. The last word was said, Liu Chenai's evil spirit burst out, but it only lasted for a moment and disappeared. When I looked again, Liu Chenai had disappeared in place. Not only Ning Rong Rong, but everyone present turned pale. How could such a brutal murderous intent be something they could resist? Ning Rong Rong's body was trembling constantly. She was scared, really scared. She had never felt that death was so close to herself. This feeling was undoubtedly a disaster for her spoiled eldest lady. She felt it. At that moment, Liu Chenai really wanted to kill her. Why? Even with her family's power and her identity, she has never thought of violent murder in a word. What exactly is Liu Chenai thinking in her heart? It was also years later that everyone who understood Liu Chenai's temperament and his relationship with Dai Muabai understood why Liu Chenai suddenly went sour. After traveling abroad for a year, many people died under Liu Chenai, greedy people, conspirators, murderers, etc. The murderous aura he exuded was not something ordinary people could resist. It is impossible for the few students I just met to imagine what position Dai Muabai occupies in Liu Chenai's heart, and how much Liu Chenai loves him. If you have to describe it, that is, if a person threatens you, I will kill another person for you. If a city person threatens you, I will kill a city for you, and the whole world will be your enemy, then I will slaughter the whole world for you. Standing in front of the door, he took a deep breath, and then pushed the door open. He didn't want to drag it anymore. If this went on, the purpose of punishment was achieved, but it made Dai Muabai sad and also made him feel very uncomfortable. At this moment Dai Muabai was standing at the window, looking up at the moon. The atmosphere in the room was very calm. Liu Chenai closed the door gently, and finally said the first words to Dai Muabai, "Why?" Dai Muabai trembled all over, and turned her head, it's not what you think. The fat man said whatever he said casually. I have never had a girlfriend. I have never moved the twins you saw that day. I am still a virgin. This time it was Liu Chenai's turn to be stunned. What he wanted to ask was why Dai Mubai was leaving. He didn't expect Dai Mubai to answer another question. He was so afraid of me misunderstanding that there would be men who would be willing to emphasize himself is a virgin. I'm not asking this, why did you leave that year? Seeing Dai Mubai's red eyes, Liu Chenai only felt his heart was grabbed. He controlled his voice to maintain a steady tone without revealing himself. Emotions. That day, Davis found me and threatened me with you. I couldn't help but fear that you would be hurt, so. Dai Mubai's eyes were red. You forgot that you said you wanted to protect me. We said never to be separated. Did you forget? Why did you leave so decisively? Liu Chenai's emotions could no longer be suppressed, and his voice was no longer calm. Years of yearning, breaking through the imprisonment at this moment, rushed out. Dai Mubai shook his head, showing a slight smile. I left just to protect you. If you are with me, the future will only usher in destruction. I practiced later than Davis, and I want to catch him. It's not a simple matter, and he and Liu have martial arts fusion skills. Even if we join hands, how can we beat them? If the future is bound to usher in destruction, then it is enough for me to bear it myself. How can I drag you down? What kind of protection is there to talk about? So I choose to leave by myself. I hope you can forget me and don't go with Davis for me. Fighting, and, said this, Dai Mubai paused, took 2 breaths, and looked at Liu Chenai's eyes. The smile turned into a wry smile. I like you, you heard me right, I'm Dai Mubai, one man, I like you, you who are also a man, Liu Chenai. How can I stay by your side like this? You are so good to me, how can I harm you? Ha, do you think I went there to do those things with the twin sisters? You must think that I was a man who fell to the world. You are wrong, I have no reaction to them at all. Dai Mubai was straightforward. Looking at Liu Chenai at each other, Liu Chenai could see that what he said was true. When I first arrived in Tiandu City, I randomly found a college to go to school, but I found that I had no way to calm down and practice. Do you know what I'm thinking about? Yes, I'm all in my mind, not by your side. Even if I haven't seen you for a few days, I can't control that kind of miss. My current spirit power level is not up to your expectations. That's because I was decadent for half a year in the first half year. Later, I discovered that drinking can make me temporarily forget you. I also want to tell these things. So I found a few girls to drink with me, and the effect was not bad. I can relax a lot by venting those feelings. That habit has continued to this day, and it has become a way of decompression in my life. I want to tell you that I have never done anything to be sorry for you. Even when I was drinking, I was not completely drunk. I was afraid that I would have after drinking. I was afraid that I would be rejected by you. Without that, you wouldn't like me either. Dai Mubai's eyes were sullen, and he took a few steps back. Liu Chenai grabbed Dai Mubai's hand and pulled him to his side with a strong pull. With a push, he pressed him to the wall, and the other hand was pressed against Dai Mubai's ear. If you don't try it, how do you know that we don't have the martial spirit fusion skill? If you don't say it, how do you know that I don't like you? The spirit power passed through the palm of his hand. Before Dai Mubai could react, his own spirit power had already been drawn over. There was actually no conflict between the two, and they merged into one in an instant. Liu Chenai's movements did not stop there. While Dai Mubai was still shocked, he lowered his head and kissed Dai Mubai's lips. Dai Mubai never expected that Liu Chenai would kiss him suddenly here, but in this sudden kiss, Dai Mubai quickly immersed himself in it, looking forward to the kiss for 7 years. Only the scene that appeared in his dream actually appeared. The tears that could have been suppressed, burst out at this moment. happiness came too suddenly. He waited for this day, a day that he thought would never appear, and waited for too long. I miss you, I really miss you. The author has something to say. The following is the content of River Crab, nearly 6,000 words. Anyway, I definitely can't post it here. If you want to see it, join the group. Chapter 35, Fighting? Feeling a bit stuffy in his chest and a little numbness in his right arm, Liu Chenai frowned and slowly opened his eyes. The sky was already bright outside. Looking to the side, a fascinating smile suddenly appeared. Dai Mubai lay down beside him, resting on his arm, with his right arm resting on Liu Chenai's chest, showing no sign of waking up. It's great, he's by his side. Look at the time, it's already past 7 o'clock. Moved and lay down facing Dai Mubai. Although I wanted to keep watching it like this, it didn't work. It should be going to class in a while. He didn't care, but he couldn't let Dai Mubai be punished. Gently bit Dai Mubai's nose, and felt Dai Mubai's nose move a few times, and his eyes opened mistily, before he let go of his mouth. I patted Dai Mubai's ass. Little lazy bug, you're getting up, you may be late when you lie in bed. Hey! Dai Mubai rubbed his eyes, saw Liu Chenai, squeezed into his arms again, and then sat up suddenly. Well, he had to admit that he didn't get up for the morning exercise. How long is it? Time to sleep in by yourself? No, it seems that I haven't slept at night for a long time. Feeling some strange feeling and pain under him, he couldn't help frowning. Why, does it still hurt? Liu Chenai started to do it, lying on Dai Mubai's back, blowing in his ears, and he couldn't help but laugh when he saw Dai Mubai's ears turn red. Dai Mubai bumped Liu Chenai with his elbow. It's not because of you. It doesn't hurt so much, but those things are all dry and uncomfortable. Liu Chenai scratched his head. Sorry, my mistake, I should wash it for you as soon as I finish it. It's not too late to wash it now. Come. After saying that, he jumped out of bed and picked Dai Mubai up without any explanation. Hey, let me down, I can walk by myself. Dai Mubai struggled. "En-la," no one saw it again, obedient. Liu Chenai kissed Dai Mubai's neck and said warmly. Dai Mubai knew that he couldn't hold him back, so he wasn't very repulsive in his heart, so he let him hold it, and put both hands around Liu Chenai's shoulders and buried his head in his chest. Although the accommodation conditions here are a bit worse, there are still necessary things, such as the bathroom. During the bath, Liu Chenai didn't do anything else. Even though he wanted to do it, he knew how to do it. After washing his body seriously, he hurried out. When they arrived at the cafeteria, most of them had already arrived. Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ma Heng-jun, compared to the rest, for 2 people, 5 were indeed the majority. Where is Xiaoao? Dai Mubai had returned to his usual state, and he asked if he could not find the Oscar. As for Ning Rongrong, he didn't bother to take care of it. He was cultivating when I came out, and he will probably be back soon. Tang San said truthfully. Forget it, don't care about him, let's eat first. Dai Mubai found a place to sit down, and Liu Chenai had already prepared breakfast and walked over, handed Dai Mubai a copy, and sat down beside him. He didn't show too much intimacy. The others moved back subconsciously. Liu Chenai's performance yesterday was terrible. Xiao Wu looked at Liu Chenai and found that he was different from what he had remembered. He exuded a gentle aura. Hey? Why are you laughing all the time today? Liu Chen glanced at Dai Mubai. Of course it's because I'm happy. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief at this time. Tang San suddenly remembered something and asked, Chen Yat, did you fight Mubai yesterday? I heard the sound of tigers roaring. Ma Heng-jun, who was struggling with his head, raised his head. Yes, I heard it too. Dai Mubai's face blushed weirdly, and he lowered his head hurriedly, and he was relieved when he heard it behind him. Fortunately, he heard his screams from time to time. Several rooms in the male dormitory are very close together, and they are ordinary adobe rooms with very poor sound insulation. But how could Liu Chenai carelessly fail to notice? Before starting to dry, the whole room was wrapped with soul power, just to prevent the sound from leaking out. As for Hu Xiao, he also knew, but he really couldn't stop that, so he could only weaken it as much as possible. Yes, there was a big battle yesterday. Liu Chenai had an unexplained smile on his face. Then the result? Who won? Xiao Wu then asked. Well, it's not easy to say, right? Liu Chenai thought for a while. It's really hard to tell the difference between victory and defeat. Ma Hongjun looked at Dai Mubai. Boss Dai, why are you not talking? Did you lose? Dai Mubai raised his brows and didn't know what to say. At this moment, when the bell rang, Dai Mubai breathed a sigh of relief and was saved. I am extremely grateful to the Dean in my heart. Don't talk about this, hurry up and gather. Seeing Dai Mubai's fleeing figure, the smile on Liu Chenai's face became more intense, and he got up and followed out. He found that beside Dai Mubai, he couldn't hold his face at all, and his mood was naturally happy. When they arrived, there was already a person standing there. It was Ning Rongrong. Bainan's beautiful little face looked haggard, his eyes were red, and his spirit seemed a little low. Seeing Liu Chenai coming, he retreated subconsciously, but then reacted and stabilized his figure, but did not dare to look at him again. Liu Chenai's good mood would naturally not change because of her, as he walked past her leisurely and stood beside Dai Mubai. Today's class is still Dean Flanders. 6 people waited for a while. The Dean came over slowly. Seeing one missing person, he frowned and said, Today is the 2nd class. Where is Oscar? Sleeping late again? Tang San said, he was still cultivating when I came out in the morning, maybe he didn't wake up in time when he entered the concentration. Today this class can't be taken without him. Tang San, go and call him. Flanders' expression looked a little unhappy. Tang San was about to run back to the dormitory, only to see Oscar rushing over, but he didn't panic about being late, instead he was full of joy. Oscar, did you want to go laps? Flender glared at him. Oscar shook his head quickly, No, Dean, listen to me, I have broken through, I am at level 30. What? Not only Flanders, everyone seeing Oscar cast a surprised look, including Ning Rongrong. Oscar's age is a bit younger than Dai Mubai. He is only 13 years old. At the age of 13, his spirit power has reached level 30. This is already a shocking figure, and most importantly, he is the most difficult food-type spirit master to cultivate. On the Douluo continent, spirit masters above level 30 are relatively rare. If you join the army, you can directly become a commander of thousands, or even higher. The higher you go, the fewer marriages you can reach. As for food spirit masters, you can reach 6. Those above level 10 are completely rare. Dai Mubai stepped forward and patted Oscar on the shoulder. Congratulations, Xiaoao, although you are a little slower than me at level 30, as a food-type spirit master, there are probably few who can compare to you. Could it be said that being broken in love can help the spirit master's spirit to break through? Xiaoao glanced at Dai Mubai awkwardly, then looked at Ning Rongrong, whose eyes were red, and said with a wry smile, I have never been in love before, so why not talk about a broken relationship? Don't make fun of me. Fearing that someone would be jealous, Dai Mubai retreated after not staying for a long time. Liu Chenai walked over and when he passed by, he whispered, Do you want to experience the feeling of being broken in love? Dai Mubai's expression changed, and he shook his head quickly. Chapter 36, Eat Sausage. Liu Chenai sneered, This fellow, even if you want to experience it, I still can't bear it. Congratulations to Oscar, and then returned. Dai Mubai was 12 years and 8 months old when he broke through. Liu Chenai, how about you? Now only 3 of the 7 people have broken through to the sole sovereign. Flanders already felt that the Academy's record was about to be continuously broken. Without concealment, he said casually, 3 months. The others all took a breath. The monster is no longer enough to describe him, it's a wicked evildoer, but why is the spirit power not as good as Dai Muabai's? Seeing the doubt in their eyes, Lu Chenai said, it's because of the spirit of martial arts. The cultivation speed in the early stage is not bad, but after reaching the soul, the cultivation speed will drop significantly. If you don't want to do something, I'm afraid you are breaking through the soul sect. Then it will surpass me. Dai Muabai looked at him worriedly, and Lu Chenai would be thrown off sooner or later. Lu Chen patted Dai Muabai's shoulder at night, and said in Dai Muabai's ear, I seem to have found some eyebrows, let's go back and try. Dai Muabai didn't understand what it meant, but as long as he could help Lu Chenai, he was willing to do it. Nodded firmly. You will probably be the most glorious one of Shrek Academy. Flender exclaimed, what kind of monsters are all coming? Well, today's course begins, Oscar. Oscar took a step forward, and Flender continued, today's course is very simple, Oscar, you are today's protagonist. Today's course is that in addition to Oscar, each of you must take 2 types of Oscar's spirit power. At least 1 sausage. What? Xiao Wu exclaimed as soon as he heard what Flanders said, Dean, what class is this called? How can she eat that kind of food? Flanders said grandiosely, this is called adaptive training. I ask you, life is more important or face is more important? When you can only choose one of the 2, which one will you choose? Oscar's soul curse is a bit trivial, but as I said yesterday, he is an innate soul-powered food soul master with extremely high talent. The sausages he makes are the best foods I have ever seen. You have joined the academy, you are partner, he is one of you, you will experience together, if you fail to understand, you will lose the best support partner. At the same time, this is also a training for your mentality. If you can't even do this, how can you survive in the Soul Master world in the future? Rats, cockroaches, and earthworms all eat. After hearing Flanders' last words, the 2 girls present were all pale, and it was obviously difficult to look, especially Ning Rongrong, who already had the desire to vomit. Lu Chenai's face was also ugly. He didn't care about eating earthworms, but he actually let my family Muabai eat that guy's sausage? Thinking of it, he felt very angry. This class is something that each of you must do, otherwise, there is no need to stay. Don't question my decision. On the first day each of you came here, someone told you, Shrek Academy it's a monster, not an ordinary person. Oscar, start. Flanders stood there with a cold face, full of iron-faced selflessness, and he told the students in front of him with his expression that no one should be fooled. Oscar had indeed smiled in his heart, his eyes clearly showing wretched light, and he took special care of Ning Rongrong. But soon he became unhappy. When his eyes met Lu Chenai, he clearly felt murderous, and he felt chilly in an instant. If possible, Lu Chenai really wanted to get that thing down. For some reason, he lowered his head and concentrated on making sausages. I have a big sausage, and I have a small sausage. One thick and one thin, 2 sausages with very different flavors appeared in Oscar's palm. Who first come? Originally, as the boss, he had similar experience, but Dai Muabai, who thought of a role model, could not take a step. He already felt the low pressure emanating from Lu Chenai. When he hesitated, one person preempted, I'll come. Accompanied by a crisp voice, Ning Rongrong strode to Oscar and picked up his big sausage and small sausage with both hands at the beginning of the period. No one thought that Ning Rongrong would come out first. They all wanted to see if Ning Rongrong would eat the sausage transformed by Oscar's martial spirit. Ning Rongrong's expression was very calm, but her unwilling eyes betrayed her heart. She is still just a little girl after all, how can she completely cover up her emotions? She didn't sleep all night yesterday, but in the end she decided to stay, not to compromise, but to prove that she was no worse than anyone else. As for the method, it is to surpass them. Oscar's breakthrough was another stab in Ning Rongrong's heart, so she was the first to come out. Seeing Ning Rongrong's eyes, Oscar felt a chill in his lower body again. Ning Rongrong picked up the big sausage and bit it down fiercely. Oscar was shocked by the expression like that, and he took a step back subconsciously. Originally, Ning Rongrong held the feeling of seeing death as home. But after the sausages were eaten, she realized that the taste seemed good. Especially the big sausage, immediately turned into a hot stream flowing throughout the body after falling into the fall. She felt very tired, and her body's strength also recovered a lot. This guy. Ning Rongrong glanced at Oscar in surprise. His food-type spirit is really good, and the several high-level food-type spirit masters he had seen didn't have this effect. Oscar's first spirit ring, Restore the Big Sausage, effect, Recovery. This recovery is comprehensive. In addition to the feeling of fullness, it also has the effect of healing, restoring physical strength, and soul power, and the effect is proportional to Oscar's soul power. Oscar's second spirit ring, Detoxification of Small Sausage, effect, Detoxification. Oscar asked tentatively, "Are you hungry?" Ning Rongrong's pink lips every day, a gentle smile appeared on his face. "Your sausage, it feels good to bite it off." Oscar sometimes felt numb in a certain place. No matter how he looked at it, Ning Rongrong felt like a devil. Lu Chenai shook his head and smiled. The little witch is still a little witch, but since she can eat it, what are we afraid of? We will eat it sooner or later. The long pain is worse than the short one, just 2 sausages. Seeing Lu Chenai smiled, Dai Mubai breathed a sigh of relief, and took the 2 sausages that Oscar had handed over, and swallowed it in twos. Lu Chenai, who followed him, also ate the sausages, and found that there was nothing in fact. The entrance became energy, and their rejection was mainly psychological. Chapter 37, Whose is Delicious? The resistance in his heart became smaller, but he didn't think that he would let Dai Mubai go like this, and approached Dai Mubai's side. "Is his sausage delicious or mine?" Ahem. Dai Mubai was choked. If the sausages he ate before had been turned into energy, he would have to squirt it out. Turning his head to look at Lu Chenai bitterly, "Is this really good for you?" No comparability at all, good or not. Under Lu Chenai's intimidating gaze, he knew that he couldn't stop talking, and his red ears lowered his voice as much as possible. "Yours." It was about the same. Lu Chenai grinned, grabbed Dai Mubai's shoulders, and staggered to the side. The voices of the 2 of them were so low that almost no one could hear them, but it was almost impossible to hold someone up. Hearing well, Flander almost choked to death by his own saliva. He glared at them, "The little guy now." "What?" "The rest of the people ate the sausages, and the lesson is over. Assemble here tomorrow and go to the Star Do Great Forest to hunt for the 3rd spirit ring for Xiao Ao. This is not just his business, you are a team, so, each of you is related to it." When Flanders left, the students would naturally forget it. "Boss Dai, I'm going now, do you want to be together?" Ma Hongjun asked, leaning forward. "Go to your eldest girl, go by yourself. What are you talking about? I'm a pure person." Dai Mubai's eyes widened. "If you don't pay attention to this fat man with no ethics, Lu Chenai won't believe what he said. I've confirmed what it is like last night, and dragged Dai Mubai to walk like a dormitory." "Are you angry?" Dai Mubai asked carefully, seeing Lu Chenai pulling him back without saying a word and sitting on the bed. Rolled his eyes, "Am I such a careful person? Come up." Dai Mubai sat cross-legged opposite Lu Chenai, still not understanding what was going on. Lu Chenai took his hand, closed his eyes, and transmitted a trace of soul power. There was no time to think about it yesterday, but at that time, the spirit power was indeed integrated. Daimyo felt the external spirit power enter his body, and he was shocked, but he didn't stop it. He knew that Liu Chenai would not harm him, and he also remembered what he didn't care about yesterday. The spirit power was naturally attracted. When the spirit power poured in by Liu Chenai surged, Daimyo and Liu Chenai were shocked in their hearts, and there was no time to stop them. Although Liu Chenai only injected a trace of spirit power, there were two souls. The impact of force is very likely to cause damage to the meridians. The two spirit powers quickly came into contact with each other, without any conflict, as if the rain fell into the sea, quietly blending in, but the rain was colored, blending with the sea itself, creating a new color. While breathing a sigh of relief, both of them were excited, and the spirit power could merge, then the martial soul would most likely be merged, and then the martial soul fusion skill would be produced. Those are all to be tried later, and now, the test to be done is whether the fused soul power can be used for cultivation. More spirit power poured into Daimyo's body, and fusion occurred in Daimyo's body. Daimyo also understood. His right hand received the spirit power, and his left hand transmitted the spirit power out, passing a week in Liu Chenai's body. Run, then pass back to Daimyo's body. After a cycle, the two looked at each other and found that the surprise in each other's eyes was feasible. Liu Chenai felt that the speed of cultivation had increased, not slower than before the third ring, and even slightly improved, while Daimyo was. I completely feel that the speed has taken a step higher. If you continue to cultivate at this speed, it is not impossible to reach the 40th level at the age of 16. Released his hand and took Daimyo into his arms. Myobai, it seems that we are a pair by nature. At this speed, Davis is nothing, and he will be trampled to death by 1 foot at that time. Come and try the martial arts fusion skills. Daimyo was naturally very happy. His own speed was nothing. He could help Liu Chenai improve his cultivation speed, and he felt that staying by his side would help him. Yet, Liu Chenai was also extremely curious about the martial arts fusion skills in his heart. What would he and Myobai's martial arts fusion skills be? After leaving the academy, I found a place where there was no one, ready to try the martial arts fusion technique, but at this moment, the two of them were dumbfounded and looked at each other. Martial soul fusion skill. How should it be triggered? Come on, try it. I heard that the martial arts fusion skills are all hugs. Liu Chenai said with open arms. Daimyo twitched the corners of his mouth. Where did you hear such a nonsensical thing, hug? Forget it, hug it, it's not that you haven't held it before. The two of them completed the possession of the martial soul, and the furry tiger palms wrapped their arms around each other's waist. 1 minute. 2 minutes, 10 minutes, there was no movement. Isn't there? Daimyo let go and said with some regret. Well, the hug is comfortable. After the spirit of the martial arts is possessed, I find that it feels better to hold you. Liu Chenai tightened his hands, rubbed his head between Daimyo's neck, and said, Go ahead. Simulated horse. Daimyo really had the urge to slap this guy to death. After holding it for a long time, it turned out to be just a simple hug. He admitted that it feels really good, but can you explain it in advance? Go back and hold it as you like. If anyone sees this, you won't be embarrassed. Feeling Liu Chenai's spirit power coming, Daimyo dropped the mixed thoughts in his head, and completed the spirit power exchange with Liu Chenai. In an instant, a faint light appeared on the two of them. Feasible. The two looked at each other, and both nodded. 2 tiger-shaped phantoms appeared behind them, one black and one white, staring at each other like the two, suddenly rushing towards each other, and a dazzling silver light burst out. Even the sun dimmed. Fuck, why is it so laborious to use a martial soul fusion skill? Before using 2 summoning soul power, it was exhausted. Daimyo fell pale and sat on the ground, his soul power directly bottomed out, but his eyes were full. Excited. Martial soul fusion skills, they really have martial soul fusion skills, not Nether White Tiger, but a more powerful skill. Of course he didn't know that the fit between him and Liu Chenai's martial arts was far from what the percentage of Beihu and Nether Cat was comparable, but the ability of soul power to integrate easily can be seen to be extraordinary. It's not just that they don't know, I'm afraid most people don't know, the fusion of the two tiger spirits can reach 100%. Compared to Dai Muabai's paleness, Liu Chenai's face was pale, and his soul power was not left at all. He was satisfied with the power of the martial soul fusion technique, but he was not the dominant player. This was not the point. He did not I don't care about who is leading the question. The point is that Dai Muabai's soul power was drained even if he couldn't control it. This kind of feeling is simply uncomfortable to death, okay. Dai Muabai quickly understood his problem and scratched his head, my fault, can't you just go back and take care of it? Deal with your face, I'm going to the Douluo Great Forest tomorrow. If you do it tonight, will you still behave normally tomorrow? If you have time, I will clean up you. Liu Chenai snorted. Using the martial arts fusion technique, if he is the leader, he can't help but try more. Chapter 38, Go to Douluo. Dai Muabai helped Liu Chenai sit up cross-legged, and then sat in front of him, using his remaining soul power to help Liu Chenai recover. Until the sun went down, the two people recovered 7 or 88, and after dinner, after a night of practice, their state returned to their peak. The 7 people gathered at the gate of the academy after breakfast. Dean Flender did not appear again. The teacher leading the team this time was the vice dean of the academy, Zhao Waoqi, who had not appeared in the past 2 days. It's just that today, the Vice President Zhao Waoqi's appearance is really weird. He wore a big cloak on him. It was not until he approached that he realized that Zhao Waoqi was like a pig's head. Liu Chenai glanced at Tang San. He thought it was Tang San's poison, but only when he saw Tang San's expression of surprise did he realize that he had guessed wrong. But seeing Zhao Waoqi like this, I was really relieved and very happy, and he couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Waoqi stared, little rascals, what are you smiling about? Xiao Wu was not happy anymore, and muttered, is it still a blind bear? What are you talking about? Zhao Wuji took a step forward, and Tang San immediately stood in front of Xiao Wu, his love for care was beyond words. Zhao Waoqi let out a cold snort, and withdrew his foot in a slanderous manner. Sad reminder, these little monsters can't afford to provoke them, heaven, earth, why do you want to treat me like this? My heart rushed to the sky, calmly on the surface, you arrange it yourself, this action is dominated by you, I will only be an escort, and will not take action until the critical moment. Dai Muabai glanced at Liu Chenai. Liu Chenai nodded to him and motioned to him to call the shots. Although Dai Muabai called his brother, he would not go to grab the position of the boss with Muabai. Dai Muabai turned to the people, the Douluo forest is not a place for jokes. There are many people in it, and many of them are very aggressive. This is especially true for humans. Everyone must be careful. I will lead the team, Tang San. You are behind me, and in the middle are Xiao Ao and Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu and Fatty protect the wings, Chen Yat, the end of the team will be left to you. Remember, after entering the Douluo Great Forest, we should not eat this. Formation, stay vigilant, well, let's go. Liu Chenai nodded secretly. Dai Muabai's arrangement was very good. He and Dai Muabai had the highest spirit power. After one opened the road and the other broke, Tang San was in the middle position and could better control the situation. The two auxiliary souls the teacher is protected inside, and if there is any danger, it can better preserve the vitality. Shrek Academy is not long from the Douluo Great Forest. It is located in the southeast of the Barak Kingdom. A small part of it borders the Barak Kingdom. It is about 500 kilometers from Soto City to the Douluo Great Forest. And if they have such a means of transportation as a carriage, it is difficult to reach it in a short time if they rely solely on their feet. But in order to drive at full speed, they had to consume soul power. Even Dai Mubai and Lu Chenai couldn't hold on for long. They didn't run long before they understood Flanders' good intentions. With the preparation of the class yesterday, they didn't have much resistance to Oscar's great sausage Wuhan. With the supplement and recovery effect of sausage, they found that the consumption on the road was nothing. Every hour of an Oscar sausage, the supply can completely keep up with the consumption, and even the physical strength will not be consumed much. In this way, even Ning Rongrong can barely keep up with everyone's speed. Without real application, one would never realize its huge effect. Everyone began to pay attention to Oscar. Such a soul master is definitely a treasure everywhere. Several people who understood Oscar's abilities gave him the most generous treatment. Dai Mubai, Lu Chenai, and Tang San took turns holding his arms to help him share part of his weight and save his spirit power. Ning Rongrong didn't have this kind of treatment anymore. She seemed very silent along the way, not rejecting Oscar's sausage, nor using spirit abilities to help everyone speed up, just like an outsider. With Oscar's assistance, everyone had almost no rest along the way. By the evening, they were already 400 miles away. Seeing that he could not arrive at once, Zhao Waoqi asked everyone to stop and found a small town nearby as a resting place. The nearby town is also the closest town to the Star Do Great Forest, and most of them sell things and supplies related to spirit beasts for some merchants. It is possible to run into a soul beast further inside, so most ordinary people stop here. Zhao Waoqi stopped at a seemingly ordinary hotel. Let's rest here today, and we will leave early tomorrow morning. The expenses will be borne by you. The hotel is an ordinary 2-story loft with a restaurant below and accommodation on the top. After Zhao Waoqi finished speaking, he walked upstairs by himself. Ms. Zhao won't eat with us. Lu Chenai looked at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai shook his head. There are regulations in the academy. The funds for teachers and students are calculated separately. Teachers will never take advantage of students. Our teachers are very proud and refuse to join any forces, and it is not like we can get them. The subsidies are all very painful. This is one of the places I admire them. I adhere to my philosophy and set up an academy in a village, and use the only funds to guide generations of geniuses. The group of people first opened the room. The combination of 5 men and 2 women opened 2 double rooms and 1 triple room. There is no doubt that Lu Chenai must take Dai Mubai to the world of the 2. What did you say? Open house? Go to bed? What are you thinking about? Of course, 2 people want to use their soul power integration advantages to cultivate. No way, eat first, I will have the sausages a day later. Fatty Mahungjun said, the voice of everyone. Although the sausage tastes good, no one can stand it a day later. With a few people seated, Dai Mubai threw the menu to Mahungjun. If you order, you will be the fattest, and you will eat the most. Boss Dai, this is not right, are you discriminating against fat people? Mahungjun took the egg and turned over. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. Dai Mubai glared at him. Mahungjun chuckled and said, then you treat today? Only you and Lu Chenai have the highest subsidy, and you are the oldest. Dai Mubai smiled slightly, it's okay to treat guests. It's also fate that we are going to school in Shrek together. I haven't had the opportunity to invite you to dinner these days. This time it's unblocked for the newcomers. The fat on Mahungjun's face trembled. That's all right, don't worry, Boss Dai, I won't save you. Soon, the fat man showed everyone what the so-called can eat is like. I called the waiter and ordered more than a dozen dishes quickly. Some dishes named Lu Chenai knew that they were all expensive dishes, and they all tasted pretty good. Yes, it's not a big place here, but the stuff is quite complete, and the taste is even better. He threw the menu on the table casually, and Mahungjun sat leaning against his belly. Chapter 39, Stir Up Trouble. This fat man's money is not only spent on women, but only eats. I really doubt that if you are not a soul master, you won't go back to be a cook. Dai Mubai shook his head and smiled. A few people were sitting together, and the atmosphere was still harmonious. Liu Chenai didn't pretend to be indifferent at first, and had a good chat with them. Only Ning Rongrong lowered his head and didn't know what he was thinking. As they were talking, a group of people walked in outside, just like Liu Chenai and the others. They were also a group of 8 including the teacher. Walking in the forefront was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with oily green hair and extremely bright combs. A moon-white soul master robe was dressed very elegantly, with silver embroidered patterns on it, with light in his actions. The 7 people behind the middle-aged people are 6 men and 1 woman and 7 young men, all around the age of 20. They are also moon-white, but they don't have silver wires. There is one more thing they have in common, that is, the left shoulder. Both have a cyan circle mark, and 2 identical characters are embroidered inside the circle, Kanghui. It's easy to see that these people are spirit masters, unlike Liu Chenai and the others. The 7 of them are very casual, no different from ordinary people, but the people in Kanghui Academy are going to be more public. The fat man stared at the only girl among the 8 with his small eyes. That chick is not bad, Boss Dai, these guys should be from Kanghui Academy. I have to say that the girl is indeed a little pretty. Looks like in the upper middle, and has grown up. Although Xiaowu and Ning Rongrong are beautiful, they are only 12 years old, and they seem too immature. Little Kanghui Academy, open up your ass. Dai Mubai curled his lips. Neither Dai Mubai nor the fat man deliberately lowered their voices. Soul masters naturally had better hearing than ordinary people. Even if the voices were very noisy at this time, they still caught these voices. The middle-aged man cast his gaze over, frowning slightly when he saw that Shrek was just a group of children. His face became even more ugly. Oscar sat beside Tang San and said with a low smile, "There is a good show to watch." Tang San glanced at him suspiciously, "What a good show." Liu Chenai also raised his ears and stood up. Dai Mubai and the others must have done this for a purpose, but could there be any other effect besides causing trouble? Oscar whispered, "This is also part of our practice." Dean Flanders said that a soul master who dare not to cause trouble is not a good soul master. As the saying goes, it is mediocre who dare not cause trouble, and the people who provoke the Soul Master Academy are the safest way is to fight at best. Liu Chenai shook his head helplessly, "Really just to cause trouble? It's fine, just cause trouble, and I'll carry it for you if something goes wrong." As he thought about it, he secretly guarded himself, knowing that the people at Kanghui Academy would definitely move. Sure enough, the leading teacher on the opposite side whispered twice in a young man's ear. Soon, the young man walked over from his seat and saw that he was walking towards Dai Mubai. There was a trace of disdain in Dai Mubai's evil eyes, but he didn't even look at the other person with his straight eyes, completely ignoring his existence. At this time, the waiter just brought up the first dish of their shop. The young man from Kanghui College suddenly quickened his pace. Amidst the waiter's exclamation, he put on the waiter, and when he saw the dish, he buckled Dai Mubai's head. Liu Chenai narrowed his eyes, and calmly raised his hand to drag the plate, and with a light touch, he brought the plate to the table, without a drop of vegetable juice flowing down. The young man didn't expect this scene to happen. He didn't even see Liu Chenai's movements clearly, and the plate was on the table, but soon a sly smile appeared on his face. "I'm really sorry." As he spoke, he continued to walk forward, looking like he was going to pass by Dai Mubai, but one of his feet swept quietly and kicked directly at one of Dai Mubai's chair legs. This is just an ordinary wooden chair. Ordinary people may not be able to withstand a kick. Once the chair leg is kicked off, Dai Mubai can't sit firmly. The young man's movements are very concealed, his upper body does not move. If he is not paying special attention, he can't find his movements at all. At the same time the youth kicked it out, Dai Mubai understood. Are tigers provoked? The answer is of course no, of course, it depends on who caused it. For this young man, Dai Mubai didn't have any consideration and patience. With a muffled bang, this young man only felt as if he was kicking on an iron plate, his calf was really numb, and immediately after that, Dai Mubai was dispatched with a slap. The youth's face changed drastically, and he raised his hands to hold Dai Mubai's hand, but his hand was completely shaken by Dai Mubai, and a palm was firmly lined on his chest. Dai Mubai's tall figure was slapped away by the palm of the hand, and it was thrown away like a weightless scarecrow, knocking down 2 tables one after another, and flying towards a group of people in Kanghui Academy. The teacher led by Kanghui Academy hurriedly stood up, raised his hands, and grabbed the young man's shoulders. The case brought him down. The young man's face turned pale for a while, and he spit out a mouthful of blood to feel better, but the whole person was wilted. Up! Dai Mubai straightened her body and stretched her waist with the previous movement of palming out. I'm really sorry, I missed it. The true color of the white tiger with evil eyes was revealed, and the disdain and contempt on his face carried a strong arrogance. Don't speaking of outsiders, even one's own people want to beat him. Liu Chenai tilted his head. He wasn't concerned about this. Mubai should have a personality, but the lines when he stretched out were really good, so tempting, it seemed to overthrow him. There was an uproar in the restaurant and hurried to the side at the moment when the 2 groups of people were around, for fear of being affected. But most of the people didn't leave immediately, but looked at the scene in front of them with excitement. You must know that the battle of the Soul Master is hard to see. How could Kanghui Academy's group endure it? The remaining 6 students stood up and glared at the Shrek Academy table, but they were stopped by their teacher. Which college do you kids belong to? The middle-aged teacher asked in a deep voice. Fatty, come and have a taste. The taste of this talent is still authentic. No wonder there are so many people here. Liu Chenai had already picked up his chopsticks and ate. The fat man hurriedly picked up his chopsticks. Hey, slow down, save me some. The face of the leading teacher over there has turned into iron blue. What a group of arrogant boys, teach them to me. The students at Kanghui Academy could not wait long ago. At this time, except for the student who was injured by Dai Mubai and the only female student, the other 5 immediately rushed over. Fighting? I like it. Xiao Wu jumped up from her position excitedly, and greeted him without hesitation. Xiao Wu moved, and Tang San stood up, his eyes rolled up with a purple meaning. Obviously he was afraid that Xiao Wu might be wrong. Hey, Tang San, you just let Xiao Wu do it on her own? Are you afraid of what's wrong? Oscar asked, and the others listened with their ears up when they were paying attention to the battle. Chapter 40, Soul King. Tang San smiled bitterly. You haven't seen her go crazy, these guys are going to be unlucky. None of the people had a martial arts spirit. When Xiao Wu stood up, the 5 young men suddenly hesitated. They hesitated. Xiao Wu wouldn't hesitate, blinking those big beautiful eyes. Hello, brothers. Now a few people don't know what to do anymore. The 5 people are coming fiercely, but they are rotten here by a girl, and they don't know what to do for a while. At this moment, Xiao Wu's feet seemed to slip, and the whole person rushed forward, falling in the direction of a young man. The young man subconsciously wanted to hold Xiao Wu, but saw a bright black braid flying out of thin air. Before he could react, he was entangled firmly by Xiao Wu's braids, and Xiao Wu curled up and jumped up, and his feet directly climbed up on the opponent's chest. In panic, the young man quickly raised his hand to block, only to find that Xiao Wu's foot was not attacking at all, but just a fulcrum, accompanied by Xiao Wu's forward flip, and was immediately thrown out. Liu Chenai blew a whistle. This girl is fierce enough, she's so cute, she's not wrong, I admire her. If he fights Xiao Wu for the first time, maybe he will be hit. Xiao Wu moved quickly. Before she landed completely, she found another person with her feet. Soon, the second person was thrown out. The teacher on the opposite side could not sit still, stood up, and shouted, Idiot, Yuzuo Hun. Dai Mubai and Lu Chenai stood up. Xiao Wu, let us take care of it. Be careful of getting your clothes dirty in the fight. Xiao Wu glanced at Tang San, and saw Tang San nodding to him, then walked back, and exchanged positions with Tang San. The fat man took another 2 bites before he got up and stood beside Dai Mubai with a pair of fat hands, making a crackling sound. Although Oscar is not good at fighting, he can't lose the limelight at this time and stand outside. Lu Chen smiled and said, 5 to 5 is fair. The fat man wiped his nose. Just a ghost, a group of adults bully children. Hearing what he said, several people laughed. Really, which side caused the problem first, and how to say it seems to have caused them to be wronged. The 5 people on the opposite side gathered and released the spirit without hesitation. Both of them were 2 spirit rings, 1 yellow and 1 white. 5 soul masters, 3 beast spirits, and 2 weapon spirits. Seeing the other party releasing his martial spirit, Dai Mubai's evil eyes were even brighter with disdain. This is the disciple of the so-called Advanced Soul Master Academy? There are still 10 years of spirit ring? Brothers, open the spirit ring. Dai Mubai and Lu Chenai's movements were very consistent, their palms hit each other, and when they were slapped together, they had turned into thick tiger palms, their muscles swelled, and the white and black rays of light complemented each other. 3 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, appeared behind the 2 of them, and they immediately caused a sound of cold air from the opposite side. Behind Ma Hongjun, Tang San, and Oscar all released martial spirits, all of which are the best match of 2 yellow spirit rings. There is no need to do anything at all. Once they stand here, they will be completely relieved on the other side. It's not a level at all. What else is this hitting? The difference in strength was so obvious that the people of Kanghui Academy couldn't afford to resist. Stop it! The teacher from Kanghui College finally couldn't help standing up and waved to his students, you all retreat. The students were psychologically imbalanced. The teacher was indeed extremely shocked. He clearly realized that the 3 teenagers in front of him, whether they were the older one in the middle or the 2 on either side, seemed to be only 12 or 3 years old. It can be said to be a genius among geniuses. Especially for the central one, he does not seem to be more than 17 years old at most. But he already possessed 3 spirit rings and reached the realm of Soul Sovereign. This is something he has never heard of. Especially that 1000-year spirit ring. It's so dazzling in the eyes. This is still his guess. If he knew the true ages of a few people, he might have his jaw dropped. After all, this teacher is already middle-aged. Seeing Dai Mubai release his true strength, he has thought of many possibilities in his heart. Not to mention that his students cannot be opponents of the other party. Even if he can defeat the other party, they won't be allowed to take action anymore. Some troubles can't be provoked. I'm Yes Haikyu, Director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Kanghui College. Excuse me. Which sect do you belong to? Seeing Yes Haikyu walk up to the 3 of them. Before he released his spirit power, he resisted the pressure without using the martial spirit. Dai Mubai was also secretly awe-inspiring, and he was sure of the situation before him. The soul power of this middle-aged man is far above himself. We are Shrek Academy. Before Dai Mubai could speak, the fat man had already said triumphantly, and as he said, his naked eyes stared fiercely at the only female student of Kanghui Academy. Yes Haikyu was stunned for a moment, and his eyes showed a light of thought. Obviously, he was not very familiar with the name Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy seems to have never heard of it. Dai Mubai snorted coldly. That's your ignorance. I heard that the other party was not a child of a certain Zhong Mendi. Yes Haikyu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Can't help but feel a little weak. He always thought. The students of Kanghui Academy are already very good. This time they are going to the Star Do Great Forest to help a student get the 3rd spirit ring of the 30th level, that is, the girl who has not been out before. But these young people in front of him were greatly stimulated. Yes, Haikyuu understood. The three teenagers in front of them are indeed qualified to despise Kanghui Academy. Just. They have such a strong spirit power at such a young age. How did it come out? It's just a few little monsters. Of course, although my heart was shocked by the opponent's strength. But if it just flinches. In front of so many diners on the ground, Kanghui Academy's face was lost. The students can't. I have to earn some face for Kanghui Academy. Thought of this. Yes, Haikyuu no longer hesitated. A light flashed in his eyes, and his martial soul was also released. Suungi, possessed. Beast spirit, Suungi. A circle of black ripples were released from Yes Haikyuu's body, and he forced Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Fatty back into force. His limbs contracted by a third at the same time, but his back was already bulging. A huge carapace. The whole body flickered with black light, and a full 5 spirit rings rose from under his feet. Hovering over the body. 5 spirit rings are white. 2 yellows. 2 purples. The director of the Department of Foreign Affairs of Kanghui College. Turned out to be a master of the Soul King level above 50. Although Yes Haikyuu's spirit ring is not very strong at the same level, the spirit power of more than 50 ranks is there. But suddenly suppressed Shrek Academy. Chapter 41, War. Soul King. Liu Chenai squinted his eyes and judged the strength of the two sides. If they have 2-3 rings, if their soul power merges, they should be able to burst to the strength of the 4th ring, plus 4 2 rings. Oh no, there are 5. Ning Rong Rong is almost ignored by him. The difference in strength should not be that big. The most important thing is cooperation, but there is a weird smile on the face. If it makes trouble, then don't worry about it. Cut, a green-haired bastard, what's so arrogant? After saying a word, the people around couldn't help but laugh, and they lost Liu Chenai's composure. At this time, they could make jokes and hurt others, but they were pretty vivid, green hair, tortoise martial soul, not just the green-haired bastard. What? Yes, Haikyuu was furious. His most taboo was to be called a by others. At this time, he was even laughed at by a group of children, and the fire in his heart didn't strike. Everyone, dear soul masters. I beg you. Don't fight in the small shop. Small business. Small business. The shopkeeper has already had to run out at this time, if he doesn't dissuade him. I am afraid that the whole shop will be baptized by a storm in the next moment. Yes, Haikyuu snorted coldly, come out, I will replace your teacher and teach you a bunch of hairy kids who don't know what is good or bad. Teach us? We have enough lessons for you. Ma Hongjun called strangely. Be careful, this guy has more than 50 levels of spirit power, which is very difficult to deal with. Chen Ye and I will try our best to contain him, and the rest will depend on you. Dai Mubai was mad on the surface, and was indeed very cautious in his heart. Tang San said, his martial spirit is a mysterious tortoise, I can be sure. He is a defensive war spirit master. Most of his active and passive skills should be used for defense. Therefore, his martial arts, although the soul is much stronger than us, the attack threat he can bring to us is not great, and the soul power is high. But there is no suitable attack method. What threat can it bring us? Liu Chenai shook his head, don't relax your vigilance at any time, a 5-ringed Soul King, the attack ability will not be bad, it is better to be careful. After traveling for so long, many people gave Liu Chenai a lesson. Tang San was stunned, then nodded. As a control spirit master, he is the soul of a team. The tactics must be precise, well, then, I, Mubai, and Chenai will contain him and try to limit his actions. His martial spirit should be water attribute, Fatty's flame effect should be relatively large. Oscar, your sausage always supports Fatty, let him stably output, Xiao Wu responds, but remember, don't try your best to leave some abilities self-protection. Tang San, what about me? Ning Rongrong frowned. It seemed that it was not just Liu Chenai who ignored her, even Tang San subconsciously excluded her. If her character is not good, it may be counterproductive. Your martial spirit is special, let's act on the occasion. Tang San couldn't say anything. Ning Rongrong gritted his teeth, feeling the weird gazes of other people's hearts spontaneously ruthless. She knew she had been excluded, and this feeling was absolutely uncomfortable for her. The group of people walked out of the hotel, Ning Rongrong followed, and suddenly a low voice sounded in her ears, I want everyone to recognize you, just use actions to prove that you belong to Shrek. When I looked up, I happened to see Oscar, who had a beard on her face, smiling at herself. For some reason, her eye circles suddenly turned red, and she nodded vigorously at Oscar. Except for the hotel, the group of people stood opposite each other on the street, and the people on the street stepped aside. The Soul Master's battle was pretty good, but it would be bad if it was affected. I'm older than you, and I'm the Soul King. Let's start together, lest I bully you. Yes, Haikia said proudly. Go. Liu Chenai and Dai Mubai looked at each other, and immediately rushed forward, and at the same time they completed the possession of the martial arts, and two tigers, one black and one white, were vaguely leaping forward. Tang San followed the two spirit rings already floating out, staring at the middle-aged man in tortoiseshell closely, judging his movements. The tiger roar sounded. As it was facing the Soul King, Dai Mubai did not hesitate. The first and third spirit rings were opened directly, maximizing the increase, and Liu Chenai's hands showed the phantom of the tiger's head, which also opened the increase. Soul skills. However, Liu Chenai did not immediately collide with Yes Haikyu. Instead, he fell behind Dai Mubai by a half step, pressing a tiger's palm on Dai Mubai's shoulder. Dai Mubai's eyes were slightly bright, and he stopped when Yes Haikyu was half a step away, and the second dimly lit up, and Zhang finally spewed out a white beam of light, the second spirit ability, Bai Hu Lai. Effect, condensing soul power to form a very destructive beam of light, and at the same time has an explosion effect of 30%, double the attack power when exploding. Immediately afterwards, Liu Chenai turned over, still maintaining the relief of Dai Mubai's body, the third spirit ring was shining, and a pitch-black sphere appeared in his hand. As his right hand was clenched, the shape of the sphere changed. Form a long knife and cut it forward. The third spirit ability of Liu Chenai's general form, Tiger Demon Orb, effect, condenses its own energy to form a Tiger Demon Orb, which can be directly released for attack or condensed weapons for combat. Between the splits of the long knife, the phantom of the tiger's head in his hand spread to the knife, and the third spirit ability also enjoyed the bonus of the first spirit ability. Yes Haikyu turned around, revealing his tortoise shell, the first and second spirit rings lighted up, a shadow of a shield appeared on his body, and then a thick stream of black light was released with a strong chill. However, he was careless after all. Dai Mubai's Bahili light wave collided with the water, and immediately exploded, cancelling each other out. Then, Liu Chenai's third spirit ability arrived. And he was slashing the tortoise shell on his chest just after a full revolution. Yes Haikyu's body. There was another explosion accompanied by black smoke. A figure flew upside down amidst the exclamation of pedestrians. Tang San stopped. At this time, almost everyone was dumbfounded. It was not Yes Haikyu who flew out? Who would have thought that two 3-ringed boys could fly a 5-ringed Soul King out? Dai Mubai and Liu Chenai both smiled in satisfaction. The effect was quite good. Using the fusion spirit power, the power of the spirit ability increased by at least 30%. In the course of his experience, Liu Chenai has played the second and third ring Soul Masters, and also encountered the fourth ring. Of course, it is impossible to fight, but by virtue of walking in the void, he can barely beat the same. In the end, it's okay to escape. At this moment, Yes Haikyu faced the two fully strengthened people, and just used the first two spirit rings to deal with the flanking attack. Can he withstand it? It was also that he did not expect that the two people would burst out of power close to the 40th level. Boss Dai is so perverted? Why haven't I noticed it before? Oscar almost couldn't hold the sausage in his hands. He looked at Yeshikyu, who had just gotten up in amazement. He thought it would take a lot of work to break Yeshikyu's defense, but he didn't expect it. This is hurt. Chapter 42, Titan Great Ape. Don't be stunned, attack. Liu Chenai frowned as he watched a few people fail to keep up with the attack, and said with such a good opportunity, what are you waiting for if you don't attack? Tang San was the first to react, and directly activated the first spirit ability winding, entangled Yeshikyu's arms and legs, restricting his movements. Fatty's first soul ability, Phoenix Firewire, was activated, and a purplish-red pillar of fire spewed out of his mouth and went straight to Yeshikyu. Yeshikyu slowed down, unexpectedly being overcast by the two hairy children. He roared, his soul power surged, and the blue-silver grass that bound his limbs was shattered. He did not stand up, and his fourth and fifth spirit rings brightened up. The whole person shrank into his tortoise shell, and then, 3 icy arrows appeared in front of him and shot forward. Fatty's phoenix line of fire didn't have any effect at all. It hit Yeshikyu's tortoise shell and was bounced away. Although Wuhan had the advantage and the attributes were different, after all, there was too much difference in spirit power. Liu Chenai's expression changed. Regardless of their current combat power, a Soul King's fourth or fifth spirit ring could not be blocked by them, and he whispered, withdraw. With Daimyo Bai retreating to the side, the second spirit ring opened. If Yeshikyu attacked them, this shield should still play a defensive role. Xiaowu's movements just about to rush up came to an abrupt halt, and her slender legs bounced a few times before flashing into the distance, while Tang San's feet were constantly moving. His body was illusory, and he quickly left the place. Kai Bao is famous, and secondly, speed. The colorful rays of light bloomed, and the 4 rays of light fell on the 4 people in front of them. They only felt a lightness on their bodies, their speed increased sharply, and they retreated quickly. However, Frostbolt appeared to have eyes long, and still pursued them. Hey, 7 fights a green-haired old is so hard, it seems to give you special training. A rough voice sounded behind them, and a tall figure appeared in their shape, coldly snorted. A slap in the sound smashed those ice arrows into pieces. All the nervous expressions on the faces of several people were gone. Ms. Zhao, go back and rest. After saying that, Zhao Waoqi stood in front of everyone, holding his arms and tilting his head and squinting at Yeshikyu. Mr. Zhao is the same as the dean, the shortest protection, hee, this old is going to be unlucky. Ma Hongjun laughed in a low voice. The 7 Shrek knew that nothing happened to them here, and went back to the hotel to eat and rest. As for Zhao Waoqi, if a soul sage can't rest assured against a soul king, then the soul sage is too wasteful, and obviously, Zhao Waoqi is not among them. After a night's rest, the next morning, the group formally entered the Stardo forest. They didn't stay on the periphery, but continued to move inside. The outermost ones were 10 or 100 years old soul beasts, which didn't make much sense to them. Oscar's luck was good. In the afternoon of the first day, he ran into a 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. After successfully hunting, he obtained the 3rd spirit ability, Flying Mushroom Intestines, and possessed the powerful ability to fly at a speed of 1 minute. Originally, Zhao Waoqi had planned to lead the students back to school after the Oscar obtained the spirit ring, but he didn't expect Tang San to break through the 30th level at this time. In order to help Tang San obtain the 3rd spirit ring, their journey in the Stardo Great Forest will continue. Tang San's luck was not as good as Oscar. One was that the Millennium Soul Beast was not so easy to find, and there were too few that met Tang San's requirements. The next night, the students were planning to go to rest, but they didn't expect a huge monster to appear in front of them. Fuck, Titan Great Ape, how could this guy appear here? Zhao Waoqi cursed. With the speed of the Titan great ape moving, the probability that they can escape is extremely small. He turned his head and said to the students, "I stop him, you guys. Get out of here quickly." After that, Zhao Wuji rushed forward without looking back, releasing his martial soul, not asking for how many attacks he could output, as long as he could stop him from hurting the children. "Chen Yat, you take them back. I can't do this kind of awkward thing." Dai Mubai looked at Zhao Waoqi's back and that rushing towards them, with a body like a mountain, and eyes the size of a lantern. The flushed Titan great ape, without a trace of fear, instead grinned and turned on the white tiger martial spirit and rushed up. "Tang San, leave it to you." Lu Chenai frowned. Now they left is the right choice to ensure their safety. Zhao Waoqi should still have a certain degree of self-protection ability, and rushing back now is equivalent to sending it off. But when Dai Mubai went, how could he leave, ran to Dai Mubai's side, and said coldly, "Do you want to be a hero? If you want to say it, I will fulfill you." "That's what I said," but it was just cursing Dai Mubai's impulsiveness, and immediately activated the demon tiger's martial spirit, with the tiger's palm resting on Dai Mubai's shoulder. Tang San, who stayed behind, smiled bitterly. "Could it be that I'm a useless person?" Summoning the blue-silver grass, the first spirit ring was shining, and the blue-silver grass on the ground grew crazily, entwining around the running Titan great ape. Although it played a minimal role, it was ultimately a bit harassing. Xiao Wu had already jumped out, and Ma Hongjun activated the first and second spirit abilities. Burning them with the phoenix fire, Ning Rongrong's light of the seven treasures shone on them, and Oscar was immersed in making his sausages. Ning Rongrong's boost first fell on Zhao Waoqi. Zhao Waoqi only felt his whole body surging, activated all boosting skills, and punched the Titan great ape. It turned out that Zhao Waoqi flew out, and the Titan great ape didn't even move. In less than half a minute, Ning Rongrong's soul power had consumed most of it, and he had to withdraw the boost to Zhao Waoqi. Too many level boosts consumed too much soul power. Dai Mubai behind, with the boost of Lu Chenai's 3 spirit rings shining at the same time, the first and third spirit rings of Bai Huli light wave outrageously. Lu Chenai also used the third spirit ability, without transmogrification. "Any weapon, but throw it out directly." The Titan great ape roared wildly, the air wave rolled, the Bai Huli Guangbo and the Tiger Demon Pearl were detonated before they got close, and Fatty's Phoenix Firewire was also directly blasted away, and Xiao Wu fell from the tree, but was blown by the air wave. "Fly," bleeding in the nose and mouth. Lu Chenai moved a step sideways, using his second spirit ability to help Dai Mubai block this, but he didn't expect that just the attack power of Killing would be so strong, and their shield was instantly shattered at the nearest distance. Chen Ye spouted a mouthful of blood and bumped into Dai Mubai's arms. "Brother!" In the panic, Dai Mubai didn't care what to call him, and shouted anxiously. "It's okay." Lu Chenai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, thinking about what to do. They weren't opponents at all in front of the Titan great ape. The author has something to say. The speed of pushing the plot will be accelerated. Some comics will be added, I just watched it recently, and Tang San's plot will be greatly reduced. Chapter 43, Soul Bone. NND, let you go first, haven't you heard one by one? Zhao Waoqi let out a roar, the 7th spirit ring was shining, the martial spirit body opened, and the body swelled in the light, and soon, a giant the bear appeared on the spot and rushed out again. But before he rushed to the front, the Titan great ape rushed forward and jumped up. The shadow projected in the moonlight enveloped everyone in Shrek. "Be careful!" Lu Chenai yelled. He couldn't control others, grabbed Dai Mubai's shoulder, switched modes, and instantly disappeared in place with Dai Mubai. Ma Hongjun had the farthest distance, ran backwards and ran out of the attack range of the Titan great ape, and Oscar pulled her to the side with Ning Rongrong. Tang San flickered, and a piece of blue-silver grass flew out of his hand to wrap around Xiao Wu's waist, trying to throw it out. But he didn't expect the Titan Great Ape to reach out and grab Xiaowu after it crashed to the ground. No! Tang San shouted, his eyes were cracked. Zhao Waoqi jumped up, hitting the Titan Giant Ape's hand to Xiaowu's hand, but unexpectedly, the Titan Giant Ape waved his other palm and shot him out directly, and Xiaowu was caught straight. Liu Chenai narrowed his eyes, and Void Walk disappeared in place, appearing in the hands of the Titan Great Ape, grabbing Xiaowu and taking her out of her sleep. Originally, his movements were already fast, but the Titan Great Ape's reaction was quicker and he opened his mouth. Just let out a thunderous roar. No! Xiaowu exclaimed, and the Titan Great Ape seemed to have let Xiaowu's words, and started a lot lighter. But even so, it was not something that Liu Chenai Soul Venerable could bear. His body flew out like a sack, blood spurted wildly, and Daimyo Bai held him in his arms. The Titan Great Ape turned around and ran, and there was no shadow for a few breaths. Brother, brother! Daimyo Bai panicked, he had never seen Liu Chenai suffered such a serious injury. After a long while, Liu Chenai woke up and patted Daimyo Bai, don't worry, you can't die. Tang San, I'm sorry. Liu Chenai's attempt failed after all and failed to rescue Xiaowu. Tang San shook his head with his back to him, his voice sounded calm, no, I should thank you for it. Tang San took note of your help today. Liu Chenai's eyes were dazed, he could hear the turbulent waves under the calmness, and he grabbed Daimyo Bai's hand and held it tightly. He knew that he shouldn't have this kind of psychology, but he was really fortunate that it was not Daimyo Bai who was taken away, otherwise, he couldn't be sure whether he would go crazy. Daimyo Bai felt the strength of Liu Chenai's hand, and his heart seemed to be grasped. He knew that he was too risky this time. This time Xiaowu was taken away. If it was Liu Chenai, then... Tang San, I'm sorry everyone, I'm not good, I didn't expect the Titan Great Ape to appear on the periphery, let alone stop him from taking Xiaowu. Tang San, you are sorry. Zhao Waoqi's face was pale. When he walked over, Wuhan's real body was broken, and his condition was also very bad. No, don't blame you, I didn't protect Xiaowu well. Tang San ate a few Oscar's recovery sausages and stood up. Let's take a rest in place, and then find a place to discuss it in the long run. I will take full responsibility for this matter. Zhao Waoqi sighed. Just as everyone was adjusting their breath, Ning Rongrong's exclamation sounded, Xiao Ao, what are you doing? At this time everyone noticed that Oscar handed Tang San a mushroom sausage, and they understood something instantly. I'm sorry, Teacher Zhao, everyone, I have to find Xiaowu, even if she is dead, I will find her body. Tang San turned his head, they noticed Tang San's blood-red eyes, and this at that time, Tang San was already flying. Kai Bao is famous, and the second said, so. Ning Rongrong called out the Kai Bao glazed tile pagoda, brother, Xiaowu must be found back. He is also my roommate. I increased my soul power output, and it should last for a minute. Time. Tang San looked back at everyone, and then left quickly. You. Looking at Oscar and Ning Rongrong, Zhao Waoqi was a little angrily speechless. Don't be angry, Teacher Zhao, if it is my lover who is captured, I will choose this way too, don't blame them. Liu Chenai calmed down and said. Fart. What's the blame? Crazy, one by one. Get me out of your mushrooms. If you want to chase, then go together, die together. Zhao Wuji said angrily. Although full of anger, no one was timid and nodded firmly. The mushroom intestines quickly reached the hands of everyone, and with the help of their flying ability, they chased in the direction where Tang San had left. And when they found Tang San, they found that Tang San was already absorbing the third spirit ring. What surprised them even more was that Xiaowu appeared next to Tang San safe and sound. According to her narrative, the Titan Great Ape heard a roar on the way, and then left her in a panic and ran away, but it happened that she broke through the 30th level and found one among the scared soul beasts. Appropriately absorbed the spirit ring. Moreover, according to her, Tang San had leapfrogged to absorb the spirit ring, and the situation was very dangerous now. But he couldn't interrupt it, he could only support it by himself. From night to early morning, Tang San's body almost collapsed, but fortunately he persisted in the end and successfully stepped into the soul deity, but there were also some different things. 8 venomous spider legs stretched out from behind Tang San. Under his control, he took them back into his body. Liu Chenai's knowledge is not short, there is nothing in the family's library, and he roughly guessed something. When Tang San felt uncomfortable, he closed his voice with spirit power and said to Tang San, "Don't let anyone who doesn't trust your spider legs know about your spider legs, and don't use them lightly, otherwise, it will lead to killing." Tang San looked at him suspiciously, and said directly, "Do you know what this is?" Liu Chen raised his eyebrows, but found that no one seemed to have heard Tang San's words. He couldn't help but glanced at Tang San in amazement. "Really, I'm pretty greedy, you know, if I guessed it right, some of these things should be called external soul bones, the treasures of the world's treasures second only to 100,000-year soul bones." External spirit bone? 100,000-year spirit bone? Tang San looked confused. Liu Chenai was helpless. He didn't expect Tang San to know the spirit bone. Let me just say it briefly. The spirit bone is a very special thing. He is also the thing that all spirit masters hope to get the most, similar to a spirit ring. Soul bones also come from soul beasts, which will also bring skills and boosts, but it is different from soul rings. Soul rings are inevitable to kill soul beasts, while soul bones appear randomly, and the probability is extremely low. What comes is the sky-high price of soul bone, even priceless. The biggest difference between spirit bones and spirit rings is that unlike spirit rings, they can only be used by people who hunt spirit beasts. Therefore, don't let others know if you get a spirit bone. Otherwise, as I said earlier, it will attract you. The calamity of killing. Liu Chenai said solemnly, "It's not uncommon for people to kill to get bones in the spirit master world." Chapter 44, Apprentice. As for the external spirit bone, it is even more a treasure that can be encountered and cannot be found. The probability of its appearance is abnormally low. Generally speaking, the external spirit bone will be completely integrated with the spirit master who sucked him like a spirit ring, but that it takes a process. Before that, there is a special method to remove it, and even if it is completely integrated, it may cause other people to be jealous. As for the most precious 100,000-year soul bone, it is because of its powerful attributes and rarity. As the name suggests, only 100,000-year soul beasts will produce 100,000-year soul bone, and it will be produced 100%. Now if you don't have access, I won't explain more. Oh, yes, and everyone's normal soul bone can only use 6 positions: head, torso, left arm, left leg, and right leg. The spider legs should be on the 8 ribs and belong to these 6 parts, so it is considered to be an external spirit bone. As for what ability you have to explore it yourself. Thank you for telling me so much. Tang San smiled. Why? Aren't I afraid that I will kill and overwhelm you? Liu Chenai said casually. Tang San didn't care at all. If you want to kill me, you still have to tell me that with your means, I won't have 9 lives for you to kill, let alone tell me so much. Even if you want, I will give it to you. That is, yesterday you went to save Xiao Wu, which is already a great favor to me. Liu Chenai shrugged boredly. Okay, yes, the soul beast next to you yesterday is a human-face demon spider. How did you kill it? Don't tell me that you can kill a 2,000-year-old in such a state. Soul beast. Liu Chenai was not blocking the sound this time, everyone heard it, and his eyes gathered here. Tang San did not hide it, and took out a metal box from his arms. It depends on it. I call it Zuj God's crossbow. Then, Tang San demonstrated the power of Zuj God's crossbow. In the event of an accident, the soul sect that has not used the defensive skills can be dropped in seconds. With this discovery, Liu Chenai and others were naturally rude, and they all expressed their desire for one. Of course, they paid for it. The group did not take too much rest, went straight back to the college, and had a 3-day vacation. Although there is a holiday, it is used to heal the injury. Although the injury is not serious, I still do less exercise in bed. And they are still minors, and it is no good to always do those things now. Although it's cool, they still know how to restrain. 3 days are enough for them to recover to their best condition. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Dai Mubai and Liu Chenai opened their eyes at the same time and withdrew their spirit power. After discovering that they could practice together, the cultivation speed of the two increased greatly, and the maladies of Liu Chenai martial soul were also offset, and the cultivation speed was even faster than before. Get out of bed and walk out of the room, and do morning exercises as usual. Anyway, in the country, there are no people in the early morning. The open space in front of the room is the best place. Running doesn't matter much anymore, they need more intense exercise. And when they were exercising, they didn't notice that they were passing by. The middle-aged man in grey clothes stopped and looked at them in the shadow behind the tree, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. At this time, the two of them have taken off their shirts, revealing their strong upper bodies, sitting push-ups with one hand. The middle-aged people no longer remember how many they were, but the traces on the ground that have been soaked in sweat indicate how much their exercise volume is. The sweat is like rain. After the push-ups, there were 6 or 7 sports. Both of them moved very fast and did not procrastinate at all. The tasks that most people and even soul masters would find impossible to complete were completed in half an hour. This was not the end. After physical training, it was a sparring. In fact, it was Liu Chenai who beat Dai Mubai to train his actual combat skills. Although they were taught by the same teacher when they were young, and the two learned about the same, Dai Mubai has never experienced a life-and-death battle after all. He is still a grass in the greenhouse, and his skills cannot be matched by many battles, and he has nearly died several times. Liu Chen Yebai who was still alive. It's not easy to talk to you. Fighting is not enough to rely on strength. You must learn to control your strength. Attacking with full force will only make you lose the opportunity to change moves and protect you. Dai Mubai was thrown off Liu Chenai's right hand. On the ground. The action is too stiff, the moves are old-fashioned, pay attention to flexibility, come again. Dai Mubai squatted on the ground again. During this early morning, Dai Mubai didn't know how many times he had been dumped, but every time he would get up again, get down again, and get up again. He knew that Liu Chenai would be good for him, and the more he fought against Liu Chenai, the more he would understand his shortcomings. Soul power is not everything. Even though Liu Chenai is of a lower level than him, he understands that he is definitely not Liu Chenai's opponent. He must do his best to catch up with Liu Chenai's pace. The eyes of the middle-aged people showed brilliance. Little monsters, they are indeed monsters. Only then did he remember that there was still something to do and walked out. Liu Chenai noticed someone coming, turned his head to look, smiled suddenly, and bowed, "Master, you are here." The master held his shoulders, feeling the hot heat from his shoulders, which made him even more moved. With talent and such hard work, if you can't become a strong one in the future, who can become a strong one? Master, I agree with what you raised back then. Now, is it late? Liu Chenai scratched his head embarrassedly. After his confirmation, the master's theory is correct, he really needs the guidance of such a person, and this person is none other than the master. The master was taken aback for a moment, but he was a little excited. Will you? Yes, please take me in, master. Liu Chenai bowed and clasped his fists. Of course I am willing to accept it. I didn't expect that this ruined temple of mine could attract talents like you. A smile appeared on the master's stiff face, but it was uglier than crying. Liu Chenai was overjoyed. Teacher. Okay. The master helped Liu Chenai up. Teacher, he is Daimyo Bai, my cousin. Liu Chenai hooked Daimyo Bai's neck and pulled him over, and I turned 8 turns. Master, hello. Daimyo Bai seemed a little uncomfortable, but Liu Chenai was so respectful to him, he naturally couldn't neglect. The master nodded, but these 2 boys were very good. He also understood what Liu Chenai was thinking. I will teach in the college from now on, and I will treat him the same regardless of whether it is my disciple or not. Teacher. Tang San opened the door and was startled when seeing so many people at the door, but seeing the master came over immediately. Little San. Seeing Tang San coming, the master's face turned gloomy. Liu Chenai and Daimyo Bai stepped back together, knowing that Tang San was going to be unlucky. Sure enough, the master gave Tang San a lesson. Presumably he knew what happened in the Star Do Great Forest. Although it was a reprimand, the master's concern was still conveyed. Chapter 45, Master Teaching. Teacher, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. Tang San lowered his head to admit his mistake. The master sighed. What else could he say in the face of such a student? I know Xiaowu is very important to you, but no matter what time you can lose your mind. If you lose your composure, then you are likely to recover everything. No more. After finishing speaking, the master waved his hand to let Liu Chenai come over. Chenai is the disciple I just received, you guys. We can keep the previous relationship. Liu Chenai smiled and nodded to Tang San. Master, you can take a look at the spider legs on Xiao San's body, I can only guess a rough idea. The master nodded, letting Tang San release the spider legs. Liu Chenai had no intention of understanding the latter matter, and took Daimyo Bai to take a bath. Although I was not merciful when I started, I still feel distressed. After washing, carefully apply the medicine. Don't do this, I'm not a woman, I'm not that fragile. Daimyo Bai smiled bitterly at Liu Chenai's distressed look. Liu Chenai hooked Daimyo Bai's neck and kissed him, then laughed and said, "It hurts my body, it hurts my father's heart." After he finished speaking, he immediately wiped the solace of his feet. Sure enough, Daimyo Bai's feet followed, go to death. After laughing a lot, the 2 of them walked to the cafeteria together after they were dressed neatly. According to the master, today's food will be greatly improved. After eating steamed buns and pickles for so long, I have long wanted to change to a different breakfast. The 2 walked into the canteen, and they found that the master was busy in the kitchen, and a meaty smell filled the air. It's so fragrant, the teacher's cooking skills are not bad. The meal is cooked, hurry up and eat, you are full, today's training is not easy. The master glanced at Liu Chenai and said. Okay, then we're welcome. Liu Chenai hehe, put Daimyo Bai on the seat, and went to serve the meal by himself. Soon, the 2 of them ate up. It's delicious, it's delicious. Teacher, you are great. As he was talking, 5 people walked in at the door. It was the 7 Shrek monsters and the other 5 monsters. It is estimated that Tang San just called someone to go. Tang San thought, well, if he was late for breakfast, he didn't know what punishment he would be punished. The bell rang, and the 7 gathered on time, and the teacher was no longer Flanders, but a master. Flanders stood behind the master. This one, based on his own research, has come to the top 10 martial arts competitiveness. He is praised as the strongest in martial arts theory, the most intelligent soul master, and also Tang San's teacher, Mr. Yu Xiaogang, who is called the Master. You should be familiar with it. Grandmaster? Hearing these 2 words, the 3 people who hadn't seen the master lifted their spirits. They had all heard of this name, and they also knew Tang San's strength. This master was definitely extraordinary for being able to teach such a capable disciple. From today, your courses will be taught by me, and you can call me a master. The master's face is as stiff as before. The trainees are only 7 of you. From the day of enrollment, you are a whole. I have seen yours. In the resume, I will arrange some targeted training. Apart from cooperation, I don't want to hear any different voices. No matter who they are, I treat them equally. Since you are members of the Monster Academy and also known as Little Monsters, you should compare when ordinary spirit masters come out, people will think of monsters when they see you. From now on, the 7 of you will no longer be divided into 2 parts as before. I will teach you uniformly. Numbered according to your age, number 1, Dai Mubai, number 2, Lu Chanai, number 3, Oscar, number 4, Tang San, number 5, Xiao Wu, number 6, Ma Hung Jun, number 7, Ning Rong Rong. The master's gaze swept away from the crowd. Okay, disband, gather here early tomorrow morning, don't let me see anyone absent, otherwise, you will get special training. Lu Chanai, you stay. At the end of the course, the students naturally do what they should do. The master keeps Lu Chanai, as long as he wants to know his specific situation. The resume is the resume, and the things on it are not completely accurate. Who does not have their own secrets? Well, like Lu Chanai, only the general form of Wuhan was recorded. Teacher, to be honest, I don't really know what the situation is. Lu Chanai smiled and explained his situation. This time the master was also moved. He had never heard of such a situation. He knew about the sealed martial arts, but after unsealing, the ability was enhanced at most. The changes in soul abilities like this were unprecedented. The purple hell demon looked at him. I have never even heard of it. How to understand Lu Chanai's spirit is indeed a question. Twin spirits? Obviously not, it can only be classified into a mutant martial soul in the end, a very special mutant martial soul. Then Lu Chanai gave a general overview of his abilities, and the fusion with Dai Mubai's martial spirit. This was where he was confused. If I'm not wrong, you should have a rare 100% fit, and only then will there be the phenomenon of soul power fusion, your martial soul fusion skills. The master thought a little and analyzed. As Lu Chanai listened, combining his actual situation, it seemed that this was indeed the case. The 2 martial arts fusion skills had their own biases, and they deserved to be masters, and there was no deviation at all. Tomorrow, let me see your true strength. The master said, without a comparison, there will always be deviations in understanding. Okay. Lu Chanai agreed without hesitation. The next day, he would still wake up early for the morning exercise, but after the morning exercise, Lu Chanai moved much faster and rushed to the kitchen to help the master. For a year, I spent a year outside, eating and sleeping, and I still know how to cook, and the craftsmanship is quite good. With his help, the workload of the master is much less. The people who came for dinner today are not as crowded as they were yesterday, but they all arrived on time. They didn't dare to touch the master's brow, being the beaten bird. Half an hour after the meal, the class bell rang, and 7 people stood on the playground. Behind his hands, the master looked at the 7 academies arranged according to the ages he arranged in front of him, and coldly glanced at everyone. Tomorrow breakfast time, I hope you can appear in the cafeteria sooner. The food needs to be digested after eating. Get vigorous exercise right away. If someone is late, you don't have to go out. Lu Chanai, go out. Lu Chanai stepped forward, standing straight, waiting for the words from the master. You pick people from among them at will and play against them. Lu Chanai didn't respond to the master's words, because he had already guessed, and the others were a little unclear. Yes. Lu Chanai replied, turned around, and said something that moved the master. Come on together. Chapter 46, 1 Pick 6. What? Everyone thought they had heard it wrong, and Lu Chanai wanted to pick 6? Even if you are strong, it's not like that. The master frowned, knowing that Lu Chenai would not aimlessly do as he said. U6 hit him 1. Dai Mubai was cautious. Lu Chenai's horror was clear to him. Don't take it lightly, fatty, protect Xiao Ao and Rong Rong, Tang San, control is left to you. Well, Tang San also narrowed his eyes, and the 6 quickly stood up, Dai Mubai in the front, Oscar and Ning Rong Rong in the middle, Xiao Wu and Fatty on the 2 wings, and Tang San at the end. Formation? Is that useful? Lu Chenai smiled faintly. Start? The master gave an order, and everyone turned on the spirits, but before Dai Mubai's 6 moved, their pupils shrank, feeling a chill on their necks, and they didn't dare to move any more. Lu Chenai still stood still, covered with black tiger skin, playing with a pitch-black dagger. Behind him, the 1st and 3rd spirit rings were shining. Beside the 6, there was a black shadow each, with a dagger in their hands resting on their necks. If Lu Chenai wanted to start, then there was no doubt that it was a spike. The master was stunned, and he instantly controlled the enemy with one move. Wouldn't it be easy to kill someone, and still silent? Who can stop such an assassination at the same level? Even if it is 1 or 2 levels higher, if you are not fully prepared, you will be recruited. Only when I really saw it did I know how terrifying Lu Chenai was. Lu Chenai converted to a normal form, and his spirit power was consumed too quickly in the void walking state, and there was no time to fight after the delay. Come on again, I don't need the 3rd spirit ability. Lu Chenai said lightly. Just now, everyone in Shrek was a little bit afraid. Fortunately, Lu Chenai had no intention of killing, but just gestured, but the sense of powerlessness was very real. But the battle will continue, starting again under the command of the master. Fatty took the lead, and the phoenix line of fire came straight to Lu Chenai's door. Lu Chenai did not evade, but the phoenix line of fire did not hit him. Issued. Lu Chenai's voice rang in Ma Hongzhen's ear, and he felt a chill in his neck following him. Tang San's reaction was quick. The moment Lu Chenai disappeared, he released the blue-silver grass behind him. At this time, several blue-silver grasses grew wildly, and he needed to wrap up the pile to solve the fat man's Lu Chenai. But Lu Chenai flickered again and disappeared in place. Then, 2 assists who failed to play any role were out of the game. The remaining 3 people could not fight back under Lu Chenai's void walk, again. Mission destroyed. Returning to the original place, removing the martial spirit, his face turned pale, and the consumption of his soul power was a little bit larger. The 6 people were still there, and they only used 1 first spirit ability plus 1 talent ability to do this. Can they still play happily? The master was also dumb, not knowing what to say. Lu Chenai said, Mubai, come over, help me restore my spirit power, and continue in a while. No, let's come. Ma Hongzhen called. I said that Lu is the 2nd child, it hurts your self-esteem that you abuse others like this. What do you call me? Lu Chenai raised his eyebrows and looked at Ma Hongzhen. Ah, my 2nd brother Lu, what's the matter? Ma Hongzhen felt that the atmosphere was not right, and immediately changed his words. Lu Chenai didn't bother to pay attention to him. I will only use my normal form in the next game. You have a chance to defeat me. Sitting on the ground, he clasped Dai Mubai's hands, running his spirit power. The others looked at each other, all cross-legged, and began to recover. If they lose again in the next game, it would be too embarrassing. In fact, after losing 2 games, Dai Mubai was the most calm one. He has become accustomed to being abused these days. That guy is so strong and outrageous, I really don't know how to call him, the enchanting monster among the monsters. The master was not in a hurry. He wanted to see which step Lu Chenai could achieve when he didn't use special abilities. If he still beats 6, it should be very difficult. The facts were the same as the master thought. Tang San's control and Ning Rongrong's assistance were a threat to Lu Chenai. As long as Dai Mubai drags him, Tang San takes control, and then is restrained by Xiao Wu's soft skills. If the fat guy keeps up with the injury, it will basically take away the rhythm. What's more, there is the mushroom sausage of Uncle Big Sausage. It is too troublesome to hide from the sky. Tang San, don't use the third spirit ability. When Liu Chenai woke up, the master said. Tang San's third spirit ability is indeed very strong. It's really hard to deal with without fire, but it doesn't mean that it can't be dealt with. No, I have a countermeasure. Okay, then Tang San, as long as you don't use those hidden weapons. Xiao Wu, let me see the power of your third spirit ability. The master didn't say much. Liu Chenai dared to say that, of course. Have his confidence. No problem. Xiao Wu smiled sweetly. Start. The third time they gave the order to start, the 7 people started the martial arts together. Liu Chenai rushed forward at the same time, and he was about to confront Dai Mubai. Kai Bao is famous, one said, strength. Ning Rongrong's support quickly increased Dai Mubai's strength by 30%. In terms of strength alone, Liu Chenai really couldn't compete with Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai activated the third spirit ability directly, and his body expanded again, raising his tiger claws and grabbing it towards Liu Chenai. Liu Chenai raised his black tiger palm to greet him, but when he was about to collide, he fell one place wrong. The 2 tiger palms crossed past, and no one touched anyone. Passing by, Liu Chenai turned around and kicked Dai Mubai's ass. Dai Mubai, who was already focused on the exam, couldn't stand still and fell forward a few steps. Oops! Dai Mubai's heart tightened, he passed this pass, and then, with the reaction force of this foot, Liu Chenai turned upside down, and happened to escape the entanglement of Fatty's phoenix firewire and Tang San's blue-silver grass. He never stayed in one position. His actions were a bit erratic, making it impossible for people to accurately judge his fall point. Jumping again, Tang San narrowed his eyes. Right now, the third spirit ring was bright, and a group of green light was thrown out, and Liu Chenai's face was about to be blurred, and at the same time, when his hand moved, his spirit power burst, affecting Liu Chenai's actions. Xiao Wu moved too, and a teleport appeared behind Liu Chenai, which was to form a joint attack. Kai Bao is famous, one said, power, and the other said, speed. The light of Kai Bao bloomed again, this time 2 rays of light fell on Xiao Wu. Under the strange movements of Tang San's hands, Liu Chenai felt that something was pulling him. It's not easy. Liu Chenai knew that Tang San had many secrets. Compared with ordinary spirit masters, Tang San had a great advantage in the application of spirit power. But, you are too naive, you want to trap me? The second spirit ring was shining, and the black crystal-like shield protected Liu Chenai in it. Under Liu Chenai's control, it expanded outwards until it was 5 meters in diameter. Chapter 47, Punishment. Although the defensive power was reduced a lot, the cobwebs that blocked Tang San were enough. Even if I can't touch or close together, how can you control it? Xiao Wu, who also used the third spirit ability to teleport to Liu Chenai's side, was in trouble. Liu Chenai's shield happened to encase the 2 of them, and Xiao Wu reacted very quickly. She immediately used the second spirit ability to charm her. However, Liu Chenai didn't even look at her. Before she showed her soft skills, she was caught by Liu. Chen Yi's third soul ability metamorphosed blade rested on his neck. Xiao Wu is out, said the master. Liu Chenai just gestured, not staying much, and withdrawing the shield. The spider web had no attachment points and fell to the ground, and Liu Chenai had already reached the 2 auxiliary spirit masters. Ma Hongjun's phoenix line of fire arrived, but was beaten back by a tiger demon orb by Liu Chenai, almost hurting himself. Tang San's second spirit ring was shining, and his second spirit ability was parasitic. However, before the parasitic was fully effective, a tiger roar spread throughout the audience, and the bodies of the remaining 5 people froze. The first spirit ability, Tiger Shadow's mental shock effect, and then the second spirit ring's booster effect was activated. The blue-silver grass tore off. Taking advantage of this time, Lu Chenai patted Oscar and Ning Rongrong's shoulders with 2 tiger palms, announcing that they were out of the game. By the way, he took 2 large recovery sausages that Oscar had just made, and 1 flying mushroom sausage. Go down. Lu Chenai, who had the ability to fly, was even more difficult to deal with. Tang San woke up for the first time and continued to activate the second spirit ability. Countless vines spread all over his body, and the sharp spikes pierced Lu Chenai's clothes and pierced him. Skin, toxins are introduced into it. Feeling the numbness in the body, Lu Chenai felt a little uncomfortable, and did not hesitate to turn on the second spirit ring again. There was no protective cover, but the body swelled a little bit, and the vines shattered with strength. With the help of extremely fast flying ability, approaching the fat man who could only breathe fire, easily took him away before turning around to deal with Tang San. Tang San's melee ability is also very good. After Lu Chenai approached him, he fisted a few times. He felt pain in the palm of his hand. He had to deal with Dai Muabai's attack, which made Lu Chenai a little frantic. It's a pity that Tang San's combat experience not very rich. His entanglement and spider web binding skills were perfectly resolved by Lu Chenai's second spirit ability, otherwise it would be basically impossible for Lu Chenai to quickly get it done. The effect of the mushroom sausage was still there. With that super fast speed, Lu Chenai successfully evaded a few skills, and then the third spirit ability turned into a glove, and after another punch with Tang San, it exploded, completely hitting Tang San. Fly. All that was left was Mubai. Dai Muabai's fighting skills were not as good as Lu Chenai's, and his spirit power was only 2 levels short. Dai Muabai persisted for a while before he was defeated. In the third game, it was 1v6 again, and then 1. It's not that the strength of the 6 people is so bad, but the difference in combat experience is too great. Coupled with Lu Chenai's understanding of their spirit abilities, as well as their own control and flexible use of spirit abilities, they have all been calculated by Lu Chenai. The 2 supporting and unable to get close to Xiaowu almost played no role and ended up. Tang San's second spirit ability still had some influence on Lu Chenai, but they didn't seize that opportunity. If Tang San was decisive enough to immediately bind a spider web when releasing the parasite, then Lu Chenai would most likely be caught. Restrained, the result will be completely different. Is this the so-called monster? The master's voice came, and the 6 of them were taken aback, then raised their heads in shame, fighting 3 times and losing 3 times. This is 6-1. The opponent is only about the same age as them, 30. For the third-level soul sovereign, if the first 2 can be explained by the superiority of the martial soul, what else can they say in the last one? There was chaos in the battle. What's the use of just standing in formation? Where is your overall performance? Think about where you are wrong. Now, each of you must be punished. There is a burden for you at the door. Take the load and go back and forth 10 times from the college to Soto City. You are not allowed to use spirit power. Don't want to eat if you are not done. Now, start. The 6 did not hesitate too much. The master's tone was beyond doubt. Tang San went out first, and the others naturally wouldn't say much. Am I going to? Lu Chenai scratched his head. The master deliberately emphasized the whole, and he could still hear it. What do you mean? Okay. Lu Chenai shrugged. 10 laps, just running, as if he was exercising. Overall? Maybe these people can really support life in times of crisis. 7 people at the entrance of the academy found 7 bamboo baskets. There were paper strips with the names of the 7 people on them. It can be seen that the masters were all prepared, and the weight of each person's bamboo basket was different. After weighing it, the stones in his bamboo basket should weigh 50 kilograms. The master is really not polite at all. It is estimated that some inferred from the morning exercises between him and Dai Mubai yesterday, but it is still lighter. Look at Dai Mubai. Just like Liu Chenai, the weights of Tang San, Ma Hung Jun, Xiao Wu, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong in the back are all reduced or the same, respectively, 15, 10, and 5 kilograms. He picked up his bamboo basket and put it on his back. Let's go when you're ready. Second brother, didn't you win? Why are you punished with us? Ning Rongrong asked. This is the teacher's request. We are a whole. We are all prosperous, and we will lose everything. You are punished, and of course I can't watch it. Liu Chenai smiled and said, and you didn't see that the teacher will prepare everything. Okay. That's right, the master has calculated everyone's weight. Oscar said. I'm afraid the teacher's purpose is to let us exercise our physical fitness. Even if we didn't make a mistake, the rope is inevitable this time. Hurry up. The teacher wants to say one thing is one. If we don't finish it on time, we will really have nothing to eat. Tang Sandeo. Oscar said with a bitter face, 10 back and forth, I'm afraid I will run down until the evening, I guess it won't be done this time. That's because you haven't forced yourself. The master must carry the load according to everyone's limit. There is no problem if you stick to it. Moreover, the teacher just asks to finish the run with a load, and does not say that no one has to carry his own load. If it doesn't work, you can give me your load. Liu Chenai said. It's not necessary for the time being. You are right. If I don't try, I won't know where my limit is. If I can't hold on, it won't be too late to give it to you. Moreover, your load, Oscar looked at Liu Chenai and in Dai Mubai's bamboo basket, didn't you offend the master, this burden is several times that of mine. Chapter 48, Misjudgment? It's said that the teacher puts the load according to everyone's situation, and I'm fine. Let's do this, Wrong and I have the worst physical strength. Everyone ran at our speed to maintain physical strength. When someone later couldn't hold on to adjust the weight of each other, how about it? Oscar suggested. I don't see it, Xiaoao, you are quite smart. Ning Rongrong covered his mouth and smiled. Okay, just do what Xiaoao said, don't waste time, let's go. Dai Mubai said. Liu Chenai and Dai Mubai looked at each other and smiled, the master still underestimated them, 50 kilograms, it didn't feel much to them. In addition, Xiaoao's running speed was not fast, and the first lap was completed quickly. When they returned to the academy, they found that the master was standing behind a table in front of the school with 7 glasses of water on it, which was obviously prepared for them. I picked up the cup and took a sip, the water was still warm with some salty taste, presumably the master had even calculated the time for them to return. At the beginning of the second lap, the 5 people except Liu Chenai and Dai Mubai began to feel strenuous. It wasn't obvious at first, but as the number of laps increases and the distance increases, the load seems to become heavier and heavier. It's getting inconvenient to move. On the 3rd lap, 4th lap, and 5th lap, Oscar and Ning Rongrong slowed down obviously, their vision was blurred, their feet were heavy, and the load behind them was like carrying a mountain on their backs. The others are better. Although they are sweating, their mental state is very good, but Liu Chenai and Dai Mubai are still breathing smoothly. Xiaoao, give me your weight. Liu Chenai reached out and took out the weight behind Oscar and placed it in his bamboo basket. Wrong, give yours to me. Dai Mubai added Ning Rongrong's load. Neither of them refused. They knew that their physical strength was already a bit overdrawn, and it was not the time to try to be strong. I'm afraid that they would not be able to hold on this round trip. However, the 2 of them were very surprised that the endurance of Liu Chenai and Dai Mubai, carrying so much weight on their backs, was nothing like nothing. After losing the pressure of the load, both Oscar and Ning Rongrong seemed to fly lightly. After taking a few breaths, they felt a lot more relaxed, keeping up with everyone's footsteps. The next 3 laps were completed in this way, and by the 8th round trip, the sun had already deviated from the center, and noon had passed. The sweat of Liu Chenai and Dai Mubai had already soaked their clothes, but their breathing was only a little heavy, and everything was still within a tolerable range. No, let's take a rest. Anyway, I can't eat lunch. After the 9th lap, the fat man staggered and almost fell, his hands on his knees, his fat face was already pale. Although Fatty's physical fitness is better than that of the 2 auxiliary spirit masters, his weight is extremely limited, and he will consume more every step he takes. Everyone stopped. Tang San opened his mouth, only to realize that he could not speak for a while. After taking a few breaths, Liu Chenai said, "I'm afraid it won't work. Didn't you find that the teacher calculates the time we go back every time? The temperature of the water is the same every time we go back, so we can regain our strength. It's too slow to say if there will be other punishments. Give me your stone, and there are the last 2 days. Hold on, if it doesn't work, we can still help you." "Damn, I said you are still not a human being. That's all right, I'm almost exhausted, you seem to have maintained some physical strength," Ma Hongjun said in surprise. Liu Chenai shrugged and smiled at Dai Mubai. After experiencing childhood training, the master's devil training seems to be much easier now. You must know that at that time, the 2 did not have spirit power and spirit ring to strengthen their physique, and, at that time, they are only 3 years old. Without saying much, he put Ma Hongjun's load in his bamboo basket and said, "At that time, brother was very strong. Tang San and Xiao Wu's situation is pretty good. 2 laps after insisting, there should be no problem. Ma Hongjun can still hold on without the weight, but at the last lap, the 2 of them seemed to be unable to support, and they ran away swaying, but they are still clenching their teeth. It's just that physical exhaustion can't be sustained by gritting your teeth." The 2 of them were also hard-spirited, and didn't want to cause trouble to their comrades. They passed out without humming halfway through the 9th lap. Liu Chenai and Dai Mubai, who maintained the best stamina, didn't say anything, and the bamboo basket turned in front of them, carrying Oscar and Ning Rongrong on their backs. I thought it was nothing, but at this moment the sudden increase in weight of 100 kilograms is really not just for fun. I really want to crush a mountain, and it is difficult to move. But fortunately, the remaining distance was not far away, and it passed with great effort. On the return trip, Oscar and Ning Rongrong woke up and asked themselves to come down and run. Liu Chenai and Dai Mubai did not refuse, and the distance behind them was no problem when everyone worked together. It is really uncomfortable for the 2 of them to carry people on their backs, the weight is one aspect, and it is too hot to carry them like this. "Xiao Wu, give me your weight," Dai Mubai said. "Little San is okay, you 2 are supporting Ning Rongrong, Chen Ye and I are supporting Oscar, and the fat man will live for himself." "Hey, Boss Dai, what is self-reliance and self-reliance?" Ma Hongjun complained. Xiao Wu knew about her situation, handed her weight to Dai Mubai's bamboo basket, and then took Ning Rongrong from his back. Dai Mubai and Liu Chenai supported Oscar and continued to run towards the finish line. Seeing the Shrek 7 monsters supporting each other in 2s on the horizon, the master's eyes moved. Collective, what a collective! 300 meters, 200 meters, and 100 meters. When the 7 people rushed to the college, they could no longer support them. They fell to the ground one after another. Except for Dai Mubai and Liu Chenai, the other 5 people fell into a coma. With one hand behind him, the other hand wiped the sweat from his head, he couldn't help but smile when he saw the master's somewhat surprised eyes. "I thought that the weight I put on you was enough, but now it seems that it's still not enough." The master sighed. Unexpectedly, when the teacher is still wrong, Liu Chenai moved his left hand on his right wrist twice, then took off a wristband and handed it to the master. The moment the master took it, he felt tremendous power, his hands sank, and his body was taken 2 steps forward. You still carry a weight with you? This one weighs 25 kilograms, right? Well, basically this thing won't leave the body, said Liu Chenai, rolled up his sleeves and trouser legs. There were arm guards and leg guards on them. The style is similar to the master's hand. The difference is the legs. A little bigger, the weight on both arms is 25 kilograms, and the weight on both legs is 50 kilograms. Mubai and I have been accustomed to these weights, so the 100 kilograms added by the teacher will not bring us too much burden. Chapter 49, The First Stage. This is what the instructor Su requires. People who practice martial arts can't stop exercising. Even if they become a soul master, their physical fitness is also a very important condition. Now that the results have been trained, they can't be discarded. After all, this thing has been with me for 6 or 7 years. Except when I took it off for washing and taking a bath, I never left. Since Dai Mubai and Liu Chenai were not in a coma, let them rest for a while and let them carry the boys into a room, then took off their clothes and threw them into the bathtub containing the liquid medicine. The 2 of them finally sat down cross-legged in the remaining tub. After a short while, tiredness struck, and they fell asleep. When Liu Chenai woke up, he found that the water had become almost transparent, the ingredients of the herbs were almost absorbed, and the water was still warm. It seemed that the master was still very careful to add hot water to them. There was a note not far away, asking them to go to the cafeteria to eat after they were sober. Look at the sky, it's night time, and I feel comfortable sleeping, but I feel a little stiff when I sit all the time. Get out of the bathtub, wash in a bathtub with fresh water on the side, dry your body, and when you turn your head, you just meet Dai Mubai's eyes that just opened. The 2 of them were in the best condition, and naturally recovered the fastest. With a slight smile, he leaned in front of Dai Mubai's bathtub, hung it on his face, and then put a towel on his head. Hurry up and get ready to eat. Teacher, let me help you. In the canteen, it was the master alone after his busy schedule. Liu Chen leaned forward, took the kitchen knife from the master, moved his hands quickly, and took a few breaths on the chopping board. The dish was cut into the same shape as the master cut before. Chen Yat, do you still cook? Dai Mubai didn't know anything about cooking. He didn't know what to do, so he could only watch with his head tilted to the side. Nonsense, you don't know how to cook. I don't want to. How can I feed you outside in the future? Liu Chen glared at him, turning his head to process the materials behind. The master raised his eyebrows and swept between Liu Chenai and Dai Mubai, feeling that this kind of personal relationship is a bit abnormal, but the children's affairs should be decided by themselves. In the early morning of the next day, the 7 Shrek monsters gathered on the playground again, and the atmosphere had become a lot more serious. Yesterday the master's devil training was still vivid. They were afraid that any negligence would make the master dissatisfied, that would be really unlucky. On the playground, in the same position as yesterday, there was a table in front of the master with a porcelain bowl on it. The master lowered his head and didn't know what he was thinking. Yesterday's battle was only arranged to understand you better. Your first task today is to break this bowl. Just as everyone was thinking about it, the master suddenly raised his head and said, "Don't you just smash a bowl? What a simple thing." Ma Hongjun came up first nonchalantly. Simple? Can't touch, can't use spirit abilities, can't use martial arts. The master added a series of restrictions. Ma Hongjun was stunned, standing in front of the table, stretched out both hands, staring at the bowl. Break it. Are you using mind power? There was a big cold sweat on everyone in Shrek. How can you break the bowl if you limit your martial arts spirit and you can't touch it? Soul power is soul power. Ning Rongrong said suddenly, Controlling soul power to form an attack can achieve this effect. Ha! At this moment, Ma Hung-jun yelled, the bowl on the table suddenly flew up, and then landed steadily on the ground. Haha, I knocked it away. Oscar picked up the bowl and looked at it carefully. I said, Fatty, what are you excited about? The master's request is to smash, not to fly. Do you think this bowl is intact? Ma Hung-jun froze, grabbed the bowl and looked at it carefully. How is it possible? Master, this bowl is not fake, right? Fake. The master snorted coldly. Little San, you can try it. Yes, teacher. Tang San stepped closer, pressed his hands virtually, and then snorted, and the porcelain bowl was broken into 2 halves. Ma Hung-jun was a little silly. It's really okay. The master took out 3 more bowls and put them on the table. External release of soul power to form an attack is a way to use soul power, but this is not absolute. It has strong control over soul power, so whether it is using soul power or you can control yourself easily. Generally speaking, a soul master who attacks from a distance is more adaptable, while a soul master who rarely attacks in the form of energy in close combat is more difficult. As soon as the master's voice fell, the 2 porcelain bowls were broken into pieces. Everyone looked at it and found that Xiao Wu made a gesture of with his fingers, while Liu Chenai pressed it under his palm. Needless to say, it must be the 2 of them. A dry one. It's easy. Xiao Wu made a sideways movement. Liu Chenai lowered his head and looked at his hand, lost in thought. He had not done similar training. Just now, just holding the idea of trying his soul power would be of natural use. Then, the bowl was broken and he didn't have any. Figure out what's going on. As if everything is instinct. The corner of the master's mouth twitched, and I said, can I wait for a while? It should have long been thought that monsters cannot be remembered for any reason. Fortunately, the 3 of Daimyobai at the back are still normal, the bowl doesn't move at all. The master coughed twice. I will give you the first stage of training, which is also your task for the next month. In addition to the physical training that must be completed every day. Ah! There is physical training. Oscar cried out sadly. Why, do you want to double it? No, no, master, you continue to say, I was wrong. Oscar withered immediately. The master didn't mean to care about him, and continued, in addition to physical training, I will arrange new tasks for each of you. After a month, I hope you can make a perfect meal. Cooking? Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect to be able to play like this in class. The master didn't talk too much nonsense, and directly distributed tasks to everyone. Daimyobai, your task is to make dough, and all the pasta ingredients will be handed over to you this month. The master looked at Daimyobai, who was completely stunned, and said, yes. Although Daimyobai used to be very indulgent in life, he was definitely a good student. Although he didn't know what the purpose of the master was, he decided to follow suit. He believed that the master and the master Liu Chenai trusted would not do useless things. I thought to myself, isn't it just making noodles? What's the difficulty? But this idea completely disappeared when he pressed the first pot in half and made both hands batter. Sima, before why haven't I heard that making face-to-face is such a troublesome thing? But now that we have agreed, we must work hard to achieve it. Ma Hung-jun's mission is very related to his martial soul. The kitchen is on fire. In order to make a good meal, heat is of course indispensable, and the requirement is naturally his fire control ability. With his current level, look, there is a fire in the kitchen again. Chapter 50, Hands-on Teaching. Tang San concentrated on training his external spirit bone 8 spider spears, strengthened his control, and used the 8 spider spears to complete the construction of a restaurant. At the same time, he had to hold a pickle pot, which should be sealed at all times to restrict Tang San from being always use both hands. Ning Rong Rong and Osk were carrying pickle pots that were to be sealed with soul power to plant the ground. As for Xiaowu and Liu Chenai, the master was completely speechless. "Master, is it like this? Look at this rabbit. Isn't it cute?" Xiaowu held the rabbit that her soul power had transformed to the master. What else could the master do besides smiling? And Liu Chenai, standing there with his eyes closed, and an imaginary figure standing in front of him, with a resolute and handsome face, an unruly smile, and a strong body, who is it not Dai Mubai? The master asked the two of them to try to illusion something, and the two of them came up with such a result. What else can the master say? He couldn't find any other adjectives besides his extraordinary talents. Xiaowu was still normal. The transfigured rabbit was a rabbit, but Liu Chenai, what kind of trouble did you make Dai Mubai? And after Liu Chenai got it out, he still looked ignorant. He just followed his own inner thoughts as the master said, so that he could complete the illusion most easily. In his heart, the strongest image was Dai Mubai. What the master said was indeed correct, thinking in his heart, it turned out so naturally. When he saw Dai Mubai, he was shocked, and then there was no more. The training of the master at this stage is basically a game for him and Xiaowu. If you ask them to practice more, they don't care. There is no way. Who is so talented? It's on fire again, the fat man has burned the kitchen again. Big news. Boss Dai smashed the 10th pot, and I heard from the master that if the number of damaged pots reaches 15, he will be given special training. Xiaowu, who has no task, is just walking around except for a little training every day. Depending on the training of other people, the news of various failures every day can quickly spread to everyone's ears from the place where they happened. With his fists clenched, Dai Mubai hammered the table fiercely. After so many days, he couldn't help his temper even if he hadn't succeeded even once. Hat! A chuckle came from above, Dai Mubai glared over, and when he saw the person making the sound, his anger disappeared immediately. He looked at the person next to him, and his figure was exactly the same as him and became clearer. Could not help but shook his head and smiled. "How did you come? I've been here a long time ago, but you didn't notice it." Liu Chenai waved his hand to let his soul power dissipate. The master didn't give him any other tasks, so he continued to do it, using his soul power. It will be consumed after 1 hour at most, and then restore the soul power, continue to condense. Originally, the master wanted him to cut vegetables, but the knife skills he showed, is comparable to a chef. Jumped down from the tree, glanced at the broken porcelain basin, and laughed again under Dai Mubai's awkward gaze. "Don't be too hasty. Doing things requires skill." After speaking, he walked to Dai Mubai's side, took out a new basin from the side, and poured some flour and water into it. "No matter what you do, there are key skills. Impatient can only make you unable to see the essence, making it more and more difficult. You are getting more and more irritable, forming a vicious circle. Move your hands in the basin, be optimistic. The most important thing for you is to control your strength. Blindly using brute force will only become an obstacle, so optimistic. From the outside to the inside, from the top to the bottom, hold down here, knead from the right to the inside, and then turn the other way around, looping to make the noodles into a ball." Liu Chenai's movements were unpleasant, allowing Dai Mubai to see clearly. During the whole process, the dough quickly formed in Liu Chenai's hands. "It's not difficult to see, let's try again." Liu Chenai walked aside. Seeing Dai Mubai imitating his movements jerky, the smile on Liu Chenai's face has never stopped, but even with a demonstration, it is very difficult to learn well. Liu Chenai really couldn't stand Dai Mubai's sticky hands, as if he was still struggling. He hugged him from behind and attached both hands to his hands. "It seems that I still have to teach." Dai Mubai's face flushed suddenly, and Liu Chenai slammed his head against him. "Look well, what are you thinking about?" Oh. Dai Mubai hurriedly responded, concentrating and forcing her to turn her attention from the warmth coming from behind to the surface of the basin. The master is not calm about what he sees next to him. Just teach him. He even hugged him. Isn't it okay to be reserved? The master is not a rotten person. Although there is a beloved woman, it is not that he can't accept the kind of feelings between men. But is it really good to show affection in such a broad daylight? After Luchenai taught it once by hand, he went to the side to continue his soul power formation, and asked Daimyobai to try it a few more times. After mastering the skills, all that was left was a skilled worker. For Luchenai's external casting of his spirit power, he felt very strange, and he didn't necessarily need to use it in battle. He found that as the degree of his spirit power continued to increase, his ability to control spirit skills became stronger and stronger. He had never thought that there would be a way to increase the control ability of the spirit ability other than the continuous use of the spirit ability. It would also speed up the improvement of the spirit power during consumption and replenishment. He now admires the master even more. After lunch, the sun turned westward. Daimyobai finally succeeded once, of course, by Luchenai's standards. There is no residual white flour on the wall and hands, and finally there is only a round dough in the basin. It's almost done. Let me add more difficulty. Starting tomorrow, except for physical training, you can't carry weight on your hands. When you fully control your strength, your training is almost successful. Oh, okay. He would not refuse Luchenai's arrangement, even if it would cause him a lot of trouble. 1 month passed quickly, and in a luxurious restaurant, the Shrek 7 devils were busy back and forth. Second brother. Come on. Luchenai threw out the plate containing the vegetables he had just cut, was firmly held by Xiao Wu, and poured it into a pan that was already hot under the action of Fatty's flame. It's fine after a while. Luchenai walked over with another plate. Don't worry, I understand. Xiao Wu shook her hand quickly, and then returned to the plate after 3 or 2 hits. Myobai, are you all right? Luchenai shouted outside. It's okay. Outside the restaurant, the remaining 4 people were using their soul power to throw out huge cakes. Luchenai and Xiao Wu ran outside, layered the prepared ingredients on the noodles, and then dropped them into the steamer next to the noodles in the same size. The fat man put the water in to increase the firepower output. Everyone put the steamer on it, wiped off their sweat, and finally it was done. Chapter 51, Fatty was beaten. Put the last dish on the table, and the 7 Shrek monsters joined the team of teachers. The teachers still took good care of them, facing the delicious dishes in front of them. They just waited until the 7 monsters were all seated before they started eating. Second brother, did you make this dish? It's so delicious. If you marry you in the future, you will definitely enjoy a blessing. Ning Rong Rong took a bite of the pineapple chicken nuggets made by Luchenai. The meal is so delicious. They say that to conquer a woman, you must first conquer her stomach. Second brother, my stomach has been conquered by you, and now I want to pursue you. As soon as he said this, Ning Rong Rong suddenly felt the atmosphere stagnant. Daimyobai and Oscar's expressions were not natural. Luchenai smiled as always. Okay, don't say this again. If you can, I will only cook for 1 person for a lifetime. As he said, Luchenai gave Daimyobai a glance, and a smile appeared on his mouth. Ning Rong Rong blinked, then lowered his head, and didn't say any more. She was clever and guessed it. Luchenai has shown an unusual relationship with Daimyobai since he first arrived at Shrek Academy. It's confirmed. I said, don't you guys eat? Then I'm not polite. Fatty doesn't care what they say, or perhaps they have heard something, and he doesn't want to continue this topic. He lay on the table and kept his mouth in his mouth. Stuff. There was a fat man gagging, and the atmosphere returned to the way it was before. The meal was very happy. The first stage of their training was over. They ate the food they made, and they were indescribably satisfied. Ahem. After a meal, the master stood up. The 7 Shrek monsters were silent. They understood that the master had to summarize the training at this stage. This period of time, I have calculated, Tang San, destroyed 307 bricks and 8 cans of pickles. Oscar Ning Rongrong, destroyed 13 jars of kimchi. Fatty, burned the kitchen 6 times, cooked the vegetables 21 times, and Dai Mubai destroyed 23 porcelain basins. Hearing the data summarized by the master, the 5 people secretly looked at each other and were a little embarrassed. The control was not good at first, and mistakes often occurred. I'll talk about compensation later. As far as today's results are concerned, you will be considered to have passed. The master paused, and said the final results, letting everyone breathe a sigh of relief. The second phase of training will start tomorrow, and after breakfast gather in front of the college. Boss Dai, I'm going to Soto City for a tour, are you going? The fat man leaned forward with a wretched smile when he finally had a holiday. Dai Mubai glanced at him, if you want to go, go by yourself. When have I been with you? Seeing Dai Mubai's serious warning, the fat man no longer wanted to be boring, and ran to Soto City by himself. Oscar went back to the dormitory to sleep. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong also went to rest. Although there was no battle, they felt a little tired from the physical training and the consumption of soul power. Tang San went to make his strange weapons called hidden weapon. Lu Chenai didn't sit idle either, pulling Dai Mubai to practice, and if he had an advantage, he would maximize it. If you pay enough now, you will have more ease in the future. Time. Of course, the afternoon is used for training, and you still have to sleep beautifully at night to restore the energy lost during this time. In the evening, as soon as Dai Mubai and 2 of them walked out of the dormitory to go to eat, they ran into a pig's head. Oh, it should be said that they were a fat man who was beaten into a pig's head. Fuck, fat man, how can you make yourself a bear like a woman? Dai Mubai asked with a start. Mom. It's shameful this time. Ma Hongjun's eyes were full of hatred. He had round face and small eyes. At this time, his face was swollen and his eyes were almost squeezed by the fat on his face. Who did it? Lu Chenai's eyes flickered with cold. After getting along for a while, he had already regarded the fat man as a brother. How could he just ignore him when he was beaten like this? Ma Hongjun bitterly said, let a wretched uncle be beaten. Ashamed, really ashamed. Damn, where did the pig's head come from? He was talking here, and there was a weird cry from the side. Everyone looked at it, and it turned out that Oscar had walked out. Only when he walked in, he found that it was Ma Hongjun, and handed him 2 big sausages. I said, Fatty, you didn't become like this when you were jealous with others. Don't talk about it, let's have something to eat and talk while eating. Lu Chenai said. Fatty. Tang San was eating in the cafeteria, frowning when he saw Fatty's appearance. Ma Hongjun sat down on the chair and said, brothers, you have to call the shots for your brothers. You see, they beat me, and even my handsome face is distorted. How can this make me pick up girls in the future? Okay, let's make things clear first. Lu Chenai sat down beside him and asked. After some recounting, everyone knew that Fatty was really beaten because he was jealous of Zheng Feng. The opponent was a soul sect. Not only did he mock Ma Hongjun's age, but he also played his little brother. Being humiliated in this way, this matter naturally can't just go on like this. Go, let me see, how about you? Go, of course, how can I watch my brother being bullied? The soul sect is amazing. Dai Mubai stood up. Well, although I don't have much fighting ability, I can still supply assistance. Oscar smiled. Tang San also stood up, he should be still there. Brother, go, let's go now, maybe we can bet on him. Ma Hongjun jumped up and said. Hey? Fatty, why are you like this? At this time, Xiao Wu walked in. Although a little embarrassed, Ma Hongjun said the matter again. Xiao Wu is not a peaceful character, and immediately stepped on the stool with 1 foot. "Bull, my little fat brother, he is crazy, look at your sister Xiao Wu. Revenge for you. But I have to wait until I'm full, I'm almost starving to death." Xiao Wu ran into the kitchen after speaking. Liu Chen laughed, "Yes, let's eat first. I guess he won't be able to leave for a while. Fatty, tell us about his martial spirit." Ma Hongzhen thought for a while, "How do you say it? It's different from me and Boss Dai. What you want to say is similar to that of the third brother. It has a very strong restriction. It is 2 pink semicircular covers, even my flames. It won't burn through. Control system?" The 3 of them glanced at each other, feeling a little bit in their hearts. In the Soul Master classification, the power attack system restrains the control system. If the strength is not very bad, then they should have no problem dealing with it. After dinner, the 6 people under the leadership of Ma Hongzhen found the place where he was beaten, but when they got here, they didn't want to go out immediately. "Fatty, do you usually come here to solve the evil fire problem?" Dai Muebai's brows wrinkled together. Chapter 52, Second Stage. Presented in front of the 5 people is a row of bungalows. This is a remote corner of the city of Soto. The bungalow in front is only 3 meters high. It seems that many places have been damaged. There are a few pink lanterns hanging at the door, and there are a few heavy makeup under the lanterns. It is obvious that the young and dusty woman is peddling to the pedestrians in the past. "Yourself." The corner of Oscar's mouth moved. "No wonder you always say that there are golden phoenixes in the grass nest, this is really a grass nest." Dai Muebai and Oscar couldn't flatter Ma Hongzhen's taste. It was the first time Xiao Wu and Tang San came to this kind of place, and apart from being curious, they didn't feel anything special. The fat man just chuckled weirdly, and said in a low voice, "It's cheap here, the price is cheap and the quantity is sufficient. 1 silver coin can come once, 2 silver coins 3 times. The price is high. And you must believe that there are also in the grass nest the truth of the golden phoenix. It depends on luck." Dai Muebai glared at him irritably, "Go out in the future, don't say I know you. Even though you know you don't choose food, you never thought that you were so tough. You would come to this kind of garbage place. Your golden phoenixes are old enough to be your aunts." The fat man was a little embarrassed and said angrily, "Boss Dai, you didn't come to shame me on purpose, do business first. You are waiting here, I'll ask if the has gone." While talking, the fat man walked quickly towards his grass nest. Oscar looked around, "It's very remote here, suitable for hands-on. Lao Tzu has a big sausage, Lao Tzu has a small sausage, Lao Tzu has a mushroom sausage." Listening to Oscar chanting the wretched soul curse, and starting to prepare before the war, Xiao Wu couldn't help but spit out, "It's really Uncle Big Sausage." After a while, Ma Hongzhen rushed back, "Great, that guy hasn't left yet, but he's already checking out. It's estimated that he will come out soon. Brothers, I succeeded in revenge for me this time. Please have a good meal." Dai Muebai waved his hand at him, "Stop talking nonsense, we don't dare to go if you treat us. For your taste, let's forget it." Hearing Dai Muebai's words, even Xiao Wu couldn't help nodding. She and Tang San had seen Dai Muebai open up with twin sisters. Compared with the ants in front of them, the pair of superb twins was nothing short of a match. One in the sky and one underground. While talking, a person has walked out of the grass nest. Tang San and Wu were standing in a dark corner opposite the grass nest. At this time, the sky was completely dark, and it was difficult to see this side from the opposite side. "It's him, not happy," the fat man said bitterly. "It's so wretched." Liu Chenai snorted, and the other 5 people felt cool and whistling behind him. When they turned around, they found that Liu Chenai had already used his martial arts, holding 2 daggers in his hands. "Second brother, what are you?" Ma Hongzhen asked. "Look at him like that. He just indulged and was completely unprepared. I will kill him." Don't worry, he will not be able to react. He will not leave any traces. No one knows that we did it. Liu Chenai started playing. Ying Dagger in the middle leaned against the wall and stared at the unhappy movement of the wretched uncle. It makes sense. It is best to kill the mouth directly. It is always a hidden danger to leave a soul sect outside. It is always a hidden danger to cut the grass without removing the roots. The spring breeze blows and regenerates. Tang San nodded and said. The other 4 people are all dumb. It turns out that these 2 talents are the most ruthless. They came this time just to teach this unhappiness. They didn't expect that these 2 people would kill them when they came up. Second brother, let me come. Xiao Wu shook her scorpion braid, tidied it up, and then walked out of the shadows. Little San, if you don't hold her, what is she going to do by herself? Liu Chenai retracted the martial soul in amazement and looked at Tang San. Tang San shrugged, you don't need to pull, you'll know in a while. Uncle, hello, is there any candy for sale here? Xiao Wu asked with a naive expression of innocence. The jaws of everyone in the shadow almost fell. Is this Xiao Wu? This innocent and cute is really Xiao Wu? I am afraid that no matter who it is, this is a naive and shy little loli. Oscar felt that his brain was not enough. Originally, he thought Ning Rongrong's acting skills were the strongest. Now, looking at Xiao Wu's appearance, Ning Rongrong is completely incomparable. When I was in the Junior Soul Master Academy, there was an obscene uncle molesting a girl. Xiao Wu used this trick to trick that uncle into a corner, and then blasted the Badu and throw. Tang San recalled. Break the 8-stage throw? What is that? Dai Mubai asked. It's one of the most violent wrestling methods in Xiao Wu's soft skills. You can fall for 8 times in a row. Basically, you can't resist after the first one. You will see it in a while. After following Xiao Wu for some distance, in the gloomy alley, Dai Mubai's 4 finally saw the violent blasting 8-stage throw, and they all gave birth to the idea of not being able to provoke Xiao Wu. Unhappy, they were lying on the ground. The appearance of twitching all over, this is still the result of Xiao Wu's retention of hands. The turmoil in the evening ended with unhappiness. The wound on Fatty's face quickly improved under the effect of the healing medicine given by Tang San, and it seemed to be much more normal the next day. Naturally, Ma Hongjun didn't talk about the embarrassment about him. Although basically all the classmates already knew about it, there was another one who didn't know, so he just found a reason to fall over. Had breakfast. When the familiar class bell rang, Tang Sankai came to the playground on time. In 1 month, you completed my task, and the continuous physical training has also made your abilities a lot of progress, but it takes a process for these to truly become your strength, and this process is your 2nd stage. Training. Your training venue Soto Arena. Starting from today, you will spend the next month in Soto City. Of course, your expenses will be solved by yourself. And your task is to win the Silver Fighting Soul badge after this month. Said after a meal, leading Shrek everyone to Soto City. Soto Arena of Souls can only participate in 1 individual match per person, but there are no restrictions on 2-player and team battles. In addition to Oscar and Ning Rongrong, the other 5 players will participate in the individual matches. Team fights are for each of you to participate in. You are still young. In order not to expose and cause unnecessary trouble, you must wear masks when participating in the battle. With that, the master took out the masks of 7 Shrek monsters from the spirit of the martial arts. To a few people, at the same time, don't use your real names. I have already figured out the code name for you. Chapter 53, vs Absolute Offense and Defense. Evil-Eyed White Tiger, Dai Mubai. Purple Prison Devil Tiger, Liu Chenai. Sausage Monopoly, Oscar. Thousand Hands Shura, Tang San. Bunny Rabbit, Xiao Wu. Evil Fire Phoenix, Ma Hongjun. Kai Bao Li Yulai, Ning Rongrong. The name of your team is the Shrek 7 Devils. Second brother, let's form a team of 2. Ning Rong Rong approached Liu Chenai in the great arena of souls. At the same time, Oscar also thought of holding his thigh and looked at Dai Mubai. It is too difficult to get the silver fighting spirit badge in team battle points, and it is so difficult to win a streak. Liu Chenai and Dai Mubai looked at each other, and both shrugged. Liu Chenai said, "Sorry, I'm afraid I can't help you. I have already formed a group with Mubai." Ning Rong Rong and Oscar looked disappointed. Tang San and Xiao Wu also combined into a 3-5 combination, and the remaining viable force was Ma Hung Jun, but the two were unwilling to team up with him, so they had to give up. My 2v2 battle with Mubai is about to begin, do you want to check it out? Seeing the staff members' gesture, Liu Chenai and Dai Mubai stood up. Of course. Shrek's other 5 monsters have not yet competed, so of course they have to watch it. Soto Arena, the 13th Division. Below, please have a rookie group that has won a victory in 2 pairs of 2 souls, the Yebai group. The members are the Evil Eye White Tiger, the 36th level of the War Soul, the Purple Prison Demon Tiger, the 34th level of the War Soul. During this month, Dai Mubai and Liu Chenai's cultivation speed increased significantly, and both were promoted to the 1st level. After the host announced it, there was only a sparse applause. Liu Chenai and Dai Mubai had only gone through 1 game, and they were not very famous. They are still newcomers. Their opponents are rare opponents. They have won 10 consecutive victories in the Super Soul Sovereign combination. They are composed of the 34th level Battle Soul Zun Wuking who possesses the Spirit Blue Red Frog and the 36th level Battle Soul Zunzi who possesses the Iron-clad Snail. An absolute offensive and defensive combination formed by Nair. Very different from Liu Chenai's appearance, the 10-game winning streak, the title of a rare rival, aroused strong cheers from the audience. Cut, one snail, absolutely offensive and defensive? It looks disgusting. Liu Chenai retched. Indeed, the 2 of them are not very tall. One is fat and the other is thin. Wu Qing is wearing tight leather clothes and his feet are like frogs, giving people a very weird feeling, but Snell looks good in clothes. This is this one. Face, do you dare to be more trivial? Hee, kid, just be arrogant, disgusting? One will make you lose even more disgusting. Wu Qing's eyes burst into anger, and he turned on the martial spirit directly. 3 spirit rings appeared behind him, 1 bounced. When he arrived in front of Liu Chenai, his tongue flicked in front of Liu Chenai. Liu Chenai didn't even move. There was a panic in his eyes, as if he was frightened. Liu Chenai could still play with his psychological tactics. But in my heart, I thought, Xiao Zheng, if you dare to touch me with your tongue, you don't want to go on alive today. However, fighting is forbidden when the host has not announced the start of the game, otherwise it will be directly sentenced. Wu Qing has not been arrogant enough to ignore the rules of the game and has no real contact. But I don't know, he didn't dare, and left his life. Game start. Wu Qing activated his first spirit ability the first time, and his tongue stretched out and swept towards Liu Chenai. In his opinion, this coward who was scared by him is the best deal. Liu Chenai still pretended to be panicked, his martial soul did not turn on, and he stepped back. Dai Mubai didn't care about his acting. He turned on his spirit and attacked the iron-clad Snell on the opposite side. The second spirit ring was turned on, and the white tiger column went around and blasted out. After Snell's martial spirit possessed his body, he also opened the second spirit ring, and the snail shell behind him immediately enlarged and appeared between his hands. Blocking Dai Mubai's white tiger fierce light wave. Hey, kid, the attack power is so weak, it's not enough to tickle me. Snell licked his lips and smiled. On the other side, Wu Qing's poisonous tongue had reached Liu Chenai's eyes, and the corner of Liu Chenai's mouth twitched, raising his hand to grasp Wu Qing's tongue. The soul power is attached to his hands. He doesn't want to touch this disgusting and poisonous thing casually. You are too naive, and this IQ is still to fight the soul. Wu Qing was shocked and wanted to take his tongue back, but didn't think that Liu Chenai's power was so great that Wuhan would make his tongue unable to move without possessing his body. A black light emerged, Liu Chenai's figure swelled, the purple prison demon eye tiger possessed his body, the tiger's palm and claws protruded, and he cut Wu Qing's tongue outrageously, causing him to scream, but there was nothing to do. Most of his abilities are on the tongue, and the tongue is restricted. What else can he do? It's quite tough, it's not broken. Liu Chenai twitched the corners of his mouth as he looked at the wounds on Wu Qing's tongue. At this time, Dai Mubai, who had released the Bahili light wave, had already retreated. The White Tiger King Kong was transformed, and the third spirit ability of the 1000-year spirit ring was added, and a claw was cut on Wu Qing's tongue. The attack power here was enough. Wu Qing's screams broke his tongue, and the fighting power faded by half. Chong! Liu Chenai let out a low voice, and rushed out with Dai Mubai. Liu Chenai was slightly behind by half a step. In terms of defense, Dai Mubai was better. Wu Qing stepped back, Snell stepped forward, and the first and second spirit abilities were activated at the same time. The snail shell was rotated on both hands, and a layer of misty yellow light appeared on it. Seeing that Dai Mubai was about to hit it, Liu Chenai stretched out a hand, and the second and third spirit rings were bright, and the tiger demon orb under the effect of the second spirit ability amplification effect was already under his control, pressing it on the snail shield. There was a blunder, black smoke filled, the shield formed by the snail shell shattered, and Snell spurted blood back. At this moment, a crimson frog's mouth on the ground opened under the two of them, and instantly tied them in place. Hey, how about my third spirit ability, the ground-bound frog? Wu Qingyan, who retreated and hid behind Snell just now, said with a smile, we are absolute offensive and defensive, absolute defense is Snell, and absolute supply is also him. You die! Just as he spoke, Snell had already used the third spirit ability, and the snail shell changed again, forming a huge barrel on his back, extending to his shoulders, the muzzle of red light bursting. It's a little careless, I'll be scolded again when I go back. Liu Chenai sighed, but this kind of hidden and sudden skill is really hard to avoid, however, it's like restraining us by this. That's too much. Raising his hand and pressing it on Dai Mubai's shoulders, his spirit powers exchanged. Dai Mubai roared and activated his first spirit ability. Together with Liu Chenai, the shield expanded outwards, abruptly opening the frog's mouth and jumping out of it. What? Wu Qing was shocked, he had never thought that anyone could break his third spirit ability. Chapter 54, Crazy Team. Snell also didn't expect the two of them to rush out, and directly released the third spirit ability that hadn't fully charged, hoping to attack them before the two of Liu Chenai escaped. It's a pity that his third spirit ability has extremely high attack power, but it has big flaws. It takes a long time to charge up and has a small attack range. It needs to be controlled first to complete the hit. And now, since Liu Chenai escaped, what happened? May give him a chance to hit. With ease of dodging skills, Liu Chenai didn't make any more moves. With the support of his and her spirit power, Dai Mubai and a Bahuli light wave blasted the two off the ring. The referee announced the victory of Yebai's combination, and each of them had 1 point credited, and walked away leisurely. At this time, the audience realized that the absolute offensive and defensive combinations winning streak was ended, and they burst into amazing cheers for the rookie combination. Awesome! As expected, it was Boss Dai and Brother Liu. They won so easily. Ning Rong sighed. The two of them can beat the Soul King flying together. It's normal to win at the same level. The fat man folded his hands behind his head and said indifferently. In one day, the 7 Shrek players played their 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 battles. All of them were lucky. They did not encounter restrained or particularly strong opponents, and all won 1 or 2 victories. Dai Mubai, Lu Chenai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu all had 2 battles, all of which consumed their soul power, but with most of the time to practice and the assistance of Oscar to restore the big sausage, their soul power was restored to its peak in the evening. At this moment, the 7 Shrek monsters were all standing together, and in front of them were the Master, Flanders, and Zhao Wao Qi. The Master said, "It's almost time to participate in team battles. Since we signed up late, we will be ranked behind. Remember, you will face a team with all members above level 30, and 1-on-1, 2-to-2 is different, your cooperation is more important than your personal strength. In terms of cooperation, we will be a little worse. After all, it was the first team battle, but during this period of time, we have learned a lot about each other. Tang San, you are the control spirit master in the team, and the command on the battlefield leave it to you," Dai Mubai said. Tang San did not refuse, as the sole master of the control system, the soul of the team, this was his responsibility. As the master said, the Shrek 7 devils were arranged for the penultimate game. When they appeared in the lounge, they immediately attracted the attention of others. It's okay for a person to wear a mask, but it's impossible for a group of people not to attract attention. The 7 were looking for a seat to sit down. An extremely strong man who was over 2 meters tall suddenly walked towards them. He was in his 30s. He was naked and showing exaggerated dark muscles. At first glance, he knew that he was a power soul. Division. This person didn't seem to be aiming for them, but he passed by Dai Muabai's side, and inadvertently stretched out his foot to trip Dai Muabai. Of course Dai Muabai was aware of it, but as if not aware of it, he lifted his foot and kicked it up. With a bang, both of them had a meal. The big man's gaze fell on Dai Muabai. He didn't say a word, just looked at Dai Muabai in such a provocative manner. Dai Muabai looked at him unceremoniously, and faintly uttered 2 words, "Garbage." That's right, it's just rubbish. Even if you don't know who this person is, you can't do anything to Dai Muabai with insidious tricks when you are in your 30s. The restroom is half the age. What is it that is not rubbish? Looking for death? A fierce light flashed in the big man's eyes, and he waved his hand to hit him. Dai Muabai did not show weakness and raised his hand to win. Both sides did not release the martial arts. After a collision, Dai Muabai took 2 steps back, but the big man just shook. "Stop it!" Just as the 2 sides were about to fight, a neutral voice suddenly came in, and a man in his 40s strode forward. An upcoming battle was interrupted, and the man reprimanded the man. From the conversation between the 2, everyone in Shrek knew that this big man was the captain of their first team battle, the leader of the Mad Clan, and the middle-aged man was the supervisor of the Soto Arena, Director Ao. Don't be deceived by appearances. All members of the Mad team are above level 35. They have registered for 7 days in the Battle of Souls and have scored 7 consecutive victories. Please ask for your luck. If you lose, give in immediately. The Mad team makes a move, either death or injury. Unexpectedly, when we arrived at the Arena of Souls, we ran into hard-to-eat bones, either dead or injured. I want to see who it is either dead or injured. Dai Muabai sneered. This crazy rhino is not easy. Oscar said, "Boss Dai, do you remember the first sentence the supervisor said just now? Don't be deceived by appearances. He is awakening us. Mad rhinos is definitely not as superficial. Rough." Being able to become a team captain, leading his team to 7 consecutive victories, brings fear to other combinations, and it is definitely not just about strength. This guy is probably here to test our strength. Dai Muabai nodded, it is very possible. If this is the case, we should be more cautious. Please listen carefully. If the situation is not good, don't force it. Immediately use Xiaoao's mushroom sausage to fly away from the soul fighting platform. Everyone's safety, that's the most important thing. The opponent's is at a high level, and the spirit of Mad Rhinoceros is obviously of the power type. We try to avoid head-to-head encounters when fighting, and we will target other opponents first. I will try to limit Mad Rhinoceros as much as possible. Tang Sandao. By the way, Xiao San, don't count my spirit awakening form into our combat effectiveness. I won't use it until the critical moment. Liu Chenai said. What they want to fight is a team battle, not a personal show. If he uses his perverted awakening ability, it will be finished by simply dropping the opponent in seconds. It has no meaning at all. The master's restriction on them was that they couldn't use hidden weapons. Tang San's 8 spider lances and Liu Chenai's abilities were not restricted, allowing them to control themselves. I understand. Tang San nodded. Everyone in Shrek waited for half an hour, and finally, it was their turn to appear. Entering the preparation area with the Mad Squad, at this time, they finally saw the Mad Squad's members. Crazy Rhinoceros stood at the forefront. Behind him were 2 middle-aged men who looked very similar, a coquettish woman, then 2 young men with small stature, and the last middle-aged man who was probably at least 40 years old. On Shrek's side, except for the fat man's unusual body shape, everyone else was normal, and they all wore masks, and they couldn't see anything. The Mad Squad, which has won 7 consecutive victories, is obviously much more popular than the newcomer combination of Shrek. When it comes out, the shouts like the Mad Squad, tear them, kill them, did not stop. While bringing pressure, it also makes people excited. Chapter 55, War. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. This countdown is unique to team battles, in order to give both sides time to release the martial arts, so as to prevent someone from affecting the performance due to the slow release of the martial arts. At the same time, it is to make the release process of Wuhan clear and attract the audience. Brothers, open martial arts! Dai Mubai yelled, his aura suddenly increased, his muscles swelled instantly, covered with white hair, and a strong white light radiated from his body. Liu Chenai next to him did not change as much as he did, but his aura was not weak at all, covered in black tiger skin, black light radiated. The 2 colors, one black and one white, complement each other, which is really eye-catching. Behind them and on the members of the opposing Mad team, various rays of light lit up one after another. In addition to the rays of martial soul releasing yes, there was also the rays of spirit ring, which was extremely dazzling from a distance. On the Shrek 7 Devils side, except for Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong who are 2 spirit rings and the best ratio of 2 yellows, the other 5 each have the best ratio of yellow, yellow and purple 201,000 spirit rings. Relatively speaking, the Mad team is much worse, it has 2 more spirit rings than the Shrek 7 monsters, and the quality is still uneven. The best is the woman standing in the center, 2 yellows and 1 purple. The other team captains are a combination of 1 white, 1 yellow and 1 purple, let alone others. The situation of the best spirit ring matching brought a lot of visual impact to the audience. The audience who originally thought that Shrek would not be able to win should calm down the 2. The spirit ring is a manifestation of strength. Speaking of the last beginning, Director Ao, who was the host, flew back, with a surprisingly fast speed, obviously his strength was extraordinary. The disc of wishful thinking, the light of defense blooms, the disc of wishful thinking, the halo of attack blooms. The 2 circles of the same color as the 2 spirit rings were released instantly, adding a layer of yellow and white light to each of the 6 companions in front of them. The light of attack and the light of defense have the effect of increasing attack power by 10% and defense power by 5%. The opponent's auxiliary spirit master took the lead, but his own Ning Rongrong seemed calmer. The 7 treasure glazed tower was suspended in her palm, and the 2 spirit rings hovering around her were placed on the 7 treasure glazed tower in his hand, and the light flickered. The extravagance is pressing. She is always ready to increase the team members, she is very smart, waiting until the 2 sides are about to fight before applying the increase, can have the best effect. Go! Guangxi roared, and when he saw the other's spirit ring and Ning Rongrong's Kaibao glazed tile pagoda, he regretted his previous provocations. He also decided that he would never use the Kaibao glazed tile sect. It's not something he can afford to offend. The spirit of the mad rhinoceros is just a typical rhino, defense and strength. The body swelled in a circle, and there was a thick stratum corneum on the skin, and the horns of the head that shone with light stretched out. At the same time he roared, he had already collided with Dai Mubai, who was in the forefront. Kaibao is famous, and one says, power. At the same time, Ning Rongrong's power increase fell on Dai Mubai's body, and his 30% increase in attack power made Dai Mubai and Guangxi fight hard. Wind. The power of the first auxiliary tool Wuhan is fully demonstrated. Behind Guangxi the two martial spirits were the same, with double horns on the firstborn, and a layer of white hair on the skin. It was a sheep martial arts spirit, and followed Guangxi to charge. Liu Chenai and Xiao Wu greeted them, and with Ning Rongrong's increase, they easily stopped them. Behind the three of Guangxi, the two agile attack-type spirit masters moved, their hands extended, their knees slightly bent, covered with brown hair. They were the monkey spirits. Quickly bypassing the three people in the front, pointing straight at Ning Rongrong behind. At the same time, the only female soul master in the mad team with top-level spirit ring configuration also moved. The same control-type soul master as Tang San. From the changes when she released her spirit, it can be seen that her spirit is actually a spider. As she raised her hand, a series of spider silk shot out from her palm, knitting quickly in the air. Liu Chenai chuckled, spider martial spirit, wouldn't it happen that Tang San had absorbed the human face demon spider's martial spirit restraint? You must know that the human face demon spider has the title of Spider King. Tang San naturally knew what he should do. Lan Yinko stretched out and separated 6 pieces and wound them around the waists of the 6 teammates. The rest used the winding spirit ability to hinder the footsteps of the 2 monkey spirit masters, Fatty, Phoenix Firewire, in the air put. Ma Hongjun was ready long ago, and the purple-red flame spewed out to meet the cobweb falling from the sky. When the 2 monkey spirit masters saw the blue-silver grass swarming, their figures stagnated, and they were controlled by the control system spirit masters who restrained themselves, so it would be difficult for them to make a difference in this game. Liu Chenai fought with the soul master sheep while quietly moving towards the wild rhinoceros. Seeing that the distance was almost the same, the first spirit ring behind him brightened up, and when he threw a punch, the sound of a tiger's roar came out, under his control. The surrounding mad team members were in a trance. When the goat spirit master came back to his senses, Liu Chenai was already gone. Captain, be careful. Unfortunately, it was too late for his reminder. Liu Chenai flashed behind Mad Rhinoceros, and the Tiger Devil's orb was directly used, turning into a blade to slash him behind Mad Rhinoceros. Dai Mubai stepped aside in time, and even made up a tiger's palm smoothly. When Guangxi was sober, he found that he was already flying in the air, and what greeted him was a green light. He subconsciously wanted to resist, but he didn't expect to be caught by the suddenly opened spider web. Tang San's third spirit ability was bound by the spider web. How terrible is Liu Chenai's powerful spirit control skills that Liu Chenai didn't dare to strike. The mad rhinoceros who was bound to the ground couldn't get rid of the spider web no matter how hard they struggled. Instead, he was bound by the spider web closer and closer. The corrosive and paralyzing 2 kinds of poison on the spider web began to erode the cuticle on his body. Happy cooperation. Liu Chenai licked his lips and restrained the opposing team leader. He confronted the goat spirit master again, and Dai Mubai took over Xiao Wu's position and let Xiao Wu use her speed to attack the opponent's auxiliary soul master. Kaibao is famous, and the second said, speed. The accelerating light of the Kaibao glazed tile pagoda fell on Xiao Wu, making her speed faster again. The battle is now under the control of everyone in Shrek. Without the help of other people, it is unlikely that the crazy rhino will break free. Daimyobai and Luchanai practiced against the two goat spirit masters, relying on their extraordinary tacit understanding and integration. The effect of soul power will not take long to kill them. The two monkey spirit masters were controlled by Tang San, and there was no chance to get close at all. Even the control spirit masters opposite were severely restricted by Tang San and Ma Hung Jun. The scale of victory has quietly tilted towards the Shrek Seven Devils. Humph, look down on me too much. The Spider-Woman Soul Master was very upset by Tang San's restriction. At this moment, she saw Xiao Wu rushing up and snorted coldly, and the two monkeys came back and it was too late, so she would take care of her personally. Right. Chapter 56, Crazy. A spider thread shot out from her hand and entangled Xiao Wu. But Xiao Wu's movements didn't stop at all, she was getting closer and closer to the Soul Pan Master, and the spider silk was about to stick to her. At this moment, the third spirit ring behind Xiao Wu lights up, and the whole person disappears in place, appearing behind the Ruyi Pan Auxiliary Spirit Master. Her hair is wrapped around the neck of the Ruyi Pan Spirit Master, and her feet are resting on his waist. At that moment, the waist bow was activated, and the Ruyi Pan Soul Master was thrown out. The Ruyi Pan Soul Master was standing close to the edge, and with this throw, he was thrown out of the field. Don't want to succeed. Seeing that the Ruyi Soul Pan Master was about to fall to the ground, the spider female Soul Master screamed, and another spider silk from her hand wrapped around the Ruyi Soul Pan Master's waist, trying to pull him back. You should think about yourself first. Tang San snorted coldly. As a control-type spirit master, it is his responsibility to control the audience. How to make the Spider-Woman Spirit Master do what he wants at this time? Lan Yinko entangled her, and Ma Hung Jun's Phoenix line of fire was activated at the same time. If she insisted on saving their auxiliary Spirit Master, then she would face the end of the game. Don't worry about me. During this short period of time, the Soul Pan Master glowed strangely, unable to tell the color. Beihu! Luchanai immediately shouted, feeling something bad. Daimyobai knew that at this time the two goat spirit masters had been half crippled by them, and they gathered together to resist their attacks. Luchanai pressed his hands on Daimyobai's back, and Daimyobai's first and third spirit abilities, as well as Luchanai's and Ning Rongrong's boosts, abruptly emitted a wave of Baihuli, blasting on the Shuangyang spirit master. Directly they fainted from the beating. At this moment, the light emitted by the Ruyi Pan Soul Master was divided into 6 parts, which were injected into the 6 members of the crazy team. Except for the 2 fainted goat spirit masters, the other 4 were shocked, their eyes turned red, and their bodies swelled. Even the bound rhinoceros jumped up from the ground with his waist strength. It's madness, all attributes have increased. Everyone, be careful, Shura, limit mad rhinoceros. Luchanai recognized this skill. During his travels, he had seen a lot of spirit abilities. This madness, just in it. Fortunately, there are only 4 people left on the opponent, even if there is a frenzied increase, it may not necessarily win. God of Cookery, you and Liulai fly into the air with mushroom intestines. Tang San understood what he was going to do now. Others might be able to withstand the attacks of members of the Mad Team, but the 2 auxiliary spirit masters would be very dangerous. Oscar nodded, handed Tang San 5 big sausages, and then flew into the air to eat mushroom sausages with Ning Rongrong to ensure his safety. Seeing the 2 auxiliary spirit masters flying up, the dual monkey spirit masters and the crazy rhinoceros of the Mad Team did not respond, only the spider female soul master frowned. Luchanai and Daimyobai stubbornly resisted the double monkey soul master who had escaped Tang San's control, and they both took 2 steps back. This madness was really not ordinary formidable. The 8 strands of long pink hair formed by the Spider-Woman soul master stretched out, and 4 strands hooked onto the spider web on the body of the wild rhinoceros who stood upright, pulling desperately, coupled with the full force of the wild rhinoceros itself, it entangled him. His cobwebs were actually pulled away a little bit. Although a large net-like scar was left on the wild rhinoceros, as long as he could escape from the range of the spider web, then, if he joined the opponent's camp, the scene would immediately change. Sura, Charm Rabbit, control it. After eating an Oscar's recovery sausage, Liu Chen yelled in a low voice. Generally speaking, he will lose his sanity after being mad. From the eyes of the three of the mad team, this is indeed the situation. But why didn't you fight on your own? He guessed that the core of the opponent was on the control spirit master of the mad team. Tang San immediately understood. A large amount of blue-silver grass poured out of his hand in the form of blocking the spider female soul master's hair, and at the same time shouted, "Phoenix!" The fat man immediately used two spirit abilities, bathing the phoenix and adding the phoenix line of fire, pulling the mad rhinoceros's hair to the spider woman soul master and burning it. Their purpose was just to cover up, and the real purpose was already quickly approaching the Spider-Woman Soul Master under the lead of Tang San's blue-silver grass. Most of her sight was blocked by blue-silver grass and phoenix firewire, and it was not until Xiao Wu approached her that she was alert. Before she could react, a tiger roar came into her ears, making her mentally confused for a moment. Before she woke up, her eyes met Xiao Wu's pink eyes, and she was the first soul in Liu Chenai. After the special effect of the shadow, Xiao Wu's second spirit ability, Charm, was activated. The eyes of the Spider-Woman Soul Master immediately lost Qingming and became frantic like the other four in the mad team. Seeing this scene, Liu Chenai knew that the crazy team had already lost. Bringing the three of them and Mad Rhinoceros together, they will attack each other regardless of enemy and me, and everyone in Shrek can just watch the show. Within a few minutes of effort, the mad team all fell to the ground. The Shrek 7 Devils win. In Director Ao's incredulous tone, he announced the result of the game. Ning Rong Rong has fallen back to the stage with Oscar and raised his hands high together with his partners. In the first team battle, he achieved a complete victory. Is the 7-game winning streak very good? It's not that we beat him down. Boss Dai, Brother Liu, Brother Tang, you are so handsome. Ning Rong Rong said after leaving the Soto arena with a mask, looking for a hidden place to take off the mask, and returning to the hotel. From the beginning of the game, the whole situation was firmly controlled by them, and the opponent's strength was not fully displayed in the end. Dai Mubai shook his head, I'm only responsible for fighting. The biggest credit goes to Chen Ye and Xiao San. Chen Yi's precise judgment and Tang San's nearly perfect control and connection have allowed us to win so easily. Originally I wanted to ask Ning Rong Rong why he didn't say that his handsome Oscar and Ma Heng-jun stopped talking. They asked themselves that they really didn't have any qualifications to fight. Liu Chenai dumbly said, well, winning is everyone's credit. It is not one of us who can dominate the game if we play well. We are a team. We can't do without any one person. Each of us is a hero. Well said, each of you is an indispensable element for the team to win. With applause and footsteps, the master came over. Talk about it, what do you think? Every one of us hasn't run in enough, and the cooperation seems a bit rusty. As the captain, Dai Mubai said first. Before solving the opponent's auxiliary spirit master, I should first control him with charm, so that he won't have the opportunity to use the third spirit ability, and our game won't face the latter situation. Xiao Wu he stuck his tongue out and said. Chapter 57, Find. Our team has 2 auxiliary soul masters, and the fighting ability seems insufficient. I didn't have much power in this team battle. Oscar lowered his head and said. Okay. They clapped their hands. Everyone raised their heads, and found a smile on the stiff face of the master. What I want to say is that you are all very good, and there is nothing wrong with making mistakes, as long as you realize that you can correct it later. Yes, it's normal if you don't cooperate with each other. After all, you're only fighting team battles for the first time. The 2 auxiliary spirit masters are your disadvantage, and they are also your advantage. Oscar, Don't underestimate yourself. Just ask, that team has recovery like ours. What about ability, continuous fighting ability and flying ability? You have to know that what you defeated was a 7-game winning streak team of souls above level 35. Your growth has exceeded my expectations. Thank you. Surprise me. Rarely received praise from the master, everyone in Shrek's eyes flashed with excitement. You can take a day off tomorrow, but in addition to rest, I need you to summarize your gains and losses, and tell me the day after tomorrow and your conclusions. The master said at last. Don't cause trouble, but if someone bullies you, you must not lose the face of our Shrek Academy. Flender continued. Go, I won today, I invite you to drink. Watching the teachers leave Shrek and everyone relaxed, Daimyo Bai waved his hand and led them to find a table in a nearby restaurant to sit down and order a table of dishes and dishes. 2 barrels of good wine. Second brother, third brother, I respect you, although you say it is the credit of all of us, but we are not stupid, I still know what the fat is. Ma Hongjun stood up and said. Lu Chenai and Tang San didn't refuse either, they just slowly took a drink while raising their wine glasses. I said, how come your third brother stands so weird? Oscar complained, his age ranked third, but the names related to third are often related to Tang San, and he smiled unkindly. Second brother, Xiao San, I also respect you, I'm not as good as you in terms of strength, but you can't be better than drinking. Lu Chenai had another drink indifferently, but Tang San was stopped by Xiao Wu. Xiao Ao, do you want to get my brother drunk? I'll drink with you. Having said that, Xiao Wu fully showed the style of her elder sister, and drank all the ale in the glass in one sip. Okay, good wine quality means good character. I respect everyone. It was Ning Rongrong who stood up this time. She was not in a hurry to drink, standing there looking at everyone, her eyes were reddish. When I first came to the academy, I once caused a lot of trouble for everyone. At that time, the third brother and Xiao were right, if this continues, I am afraid I will never understand the meaning of the word friend. So many days have passed, we have been practicing together, fighting together, and experiencing life and death together. Thank you, my partner. This I respect everyone for a glass of wine, and I also want to say something to you that I have been unable to say. I'm sorry. After speaking the last 3 words, Ning Rongrong poured a sip of ale. When she was drinking, 2 rows of crystal clear tears had already flowed down her white cheeks. Rongrong, don't drink so hard. Oscar kindly reminded. Seeing what Ning Rongrong looks like now, he is probably the happiest person. When he saw Ning Rongrong for the first time, he determined his goal, but later suffered a blow. But now Ning Rongrong has become so cute. It is said that the plasticity of the child is the strongest. Only 12-year-old Ning Rongrong is now completely different from a few months ago. Rongrong, we are partners and brothers. We are now and we will be in the future. We accepted you as early as when we returned from the Star Do Great Forest. Don't talk about it anymore. Come on, everyone. Drink. But you are all ages. Too small, drink less. It seems you can't go there. Lu Chenai glanced at him. When Daimyo Bai was lost, he raised his wine glass with a dry cough to cover up. Oscar seemed to have heard something suddenly, and said, Rongrong, why do you call Tang San third brother, but you call me Xiao? This seems unfair, right? Ning Rongrong blushed pretty and gave him an angry look, but did not answer. Ma Hongjun on the side saw some clues. Xiao, even if you rank third, you are really second. I hope there is such a difference. Oscar was a wise man, and he immediately recalled. He took a deep look at Ning Rongrong, and almost laughed excitedly. Hurriedly said, Yes. Yes, I am not good, I will find drink. Drinking this thing, the more you drank, the closer you drank, and the more you drank, the more you couldn't control it, including Daimyo Bai, who initially shouted to drink less, but in the end he just kept asking for alcohol. Although the 7 of them are not very old, they are soul masters. They already have physical fitness far superior to ordinary people, coupled with this period of exercise, is undoubtedly extremely strong for the ability to digest alcohol. It took 2 hours for the meal to be over. Ma Hongjun fell first, followed by Oscar, and then Xiao Wu. No one thought that the 4th was Daimyo Bai, the oldest. After Tang San fell, Lu Chen's drink was also dizzy. He stopped, and the only one who was not drunk in the end was Ning Rong Rong. Rong Rong, you can't tell, really is a hero in female middle school. Lu Chenai praised. Ning Rong Rong blinked his beautiful eyes. I don't know I can drink so much. This is the first time I drink. Lu Chenai was speechless, stood up, and picked up Tang San and Oscar. You take a look here, I will send them back first. He sent the 3 people back twice. And came back again to see that Ning Rong Rong had helped Xiao Wu up. Xiao Wu, please. Lu Chenai smiled. No problem. Ning Rong Rong patted his chest. Walking to Dai Mubai who was leaning on the chair, Mubai, go back. Dai Mubai opened his eyes, saw Lu Chenai close at hand, laughed, and put his hands around Lu Chenai's neck. Brother. Well, let's go, I'll help you go back. Allow Dai Mubai to hug him, put his right hand under Dai Mubai's armpit, and force him to stand up. Rong Rong, let's go first. Oh, good. Ning Rong Rong seemed to be frightened, and replied blankly, knowing that the 2 had walked into the hotel before reacting. What did I hear just now? Boss Dai called his brother? What is the expression of attachment? The expression of the second brother just now is so gentle. Worse, seeing and hearing so many things that shouldn't be heard or watched, the second brother won't kill people in a fit of anger, right? Regardless of the messy thoughts in Ning Rong Rong's heart, he took Dai Mubai to the corner of the 2nd floor of the hotel and a princess hugged Dai Mubai. No one would see it here. It was much easier to hold it. Chapter 58, Emperor Fighting Team. Returning to their room, Lu Chenai took off Dai Mubai's clothes and took him to clean his body. But this bath didn't go well. The drunk Dai Mubai kept making trouble for him, and it took a full hour for a bath to be over. Why didn't I see how you are not honest before? Lu Chenai raised his hand and knocked Dai Mubai's head. After drying it, he threw him on the bed. Without waiting for Lu Chenai to go to bed, Dai Mubai, who was half asleep and half awake, copied Lu Chenai and opened his hands, smiling stupidly. He raised his hand and hung it on Dai Mubai's nose, and said with a smile, it depends on how you grow and become childish, how old you are, and you still have to hug. As soon as he was lying on the bed, Dai Mubai hugged him tightly. Brother, I really like it. Lu Chenai pulled the quilt up, hugged him with his backhand, and kissed him softly between his drunk lips. I like you too, so much, so much. The drunkenness surged, coupled with the fatigue after 3 games in a day, his eyes fought, and he stopped insisting, holding Dai Mubai's sturdy body in his arms, and fell asleep in contentment. The fighting spirit continued. In the next month, the Shrek 7 Devils in the sub-match of the Soto Arena of Souls could be said to be up and running. Within a month, the 7 Shrek monsters had participated in the 27 battle spirits. 27 matches and 27 wins. There is no opponent in the first gear of level 30. In the individual match, Tang San and Lu Chenai carried out their good luck to the end, and the opponents they encountered were as strong as theirs. Tang San's powerful control and Lu Chenai's rich combat experience and powerful combat capabilities allowed them to win 27 consecutive victories. The results. Similarly, the duo of Shrek's 2 teams also achieved a record of complete victory, and Tang San Xiaohu, Dai Mubai and Lu Chenai showed quite a tacit understanding. Other people's individual competition results were a bit worse. Dai Mubai won 25 times in 27 stations, Xiaowu won 20 times, and Fatty won 23 times, all of which were quite good results. But the team battle results were enough to allow them to step into the level of silver fighting spirit. The task of the master has been completed. In another month's time, Daimyo Bai and Lu Chenai's spirit power rose to a level. The speed of the spirit power improvement made the master do not know what to say, so they could only express a unique sigh. After all, their cultivation method is impossible. Copy. At the same time, Tang San broke through the 33rd level, Ma Heng-jun reached the 27th level, and Ning Rongrong was even higher, reaching the 28th level. The horrible winning streak has attracted the attention of countless spectators and also attracted the attention of Soto Arena. It took less than a month to register and reached this level. If it weren't for the settlement time, their current fighting spirits the badge level is too low, and it has been invited to the center of the great fighting arena. As night fell, the city of Soto was still brightly lit. There was an endless stream of people watching the game. It was the end of the month and it was also a weekend. There were so many people who came to watch the game. Today is also the last game of the month for the Shrek 7 monsters. The master took the Shrek 7 devils to sign up, but he didn't expect to cause a strong reaction from the staff. Are you the 7 Shrek monsters? The staff member who got the badge exclaimed, please wait a moment. He ran out without waiting for the master to stop him. The master frowned. This was the first time he encountered this situation when he signed up. Generally speaking, the staff of Soto Arena is not so unqualified. But it's too late to sign up elsewhere. The badge has been taken away and I can only wait here. The master doesn't know, no matter which sub-region he enters today, he will face the same result. It didn't take too long to wait. After a while, the previous staff member returned to the registration point with one person. Sorry for keeping you waiting a long time. The staff politely handed the team battle badge back to the master. The master person brought by the staff had the impression that it was Director Ao, the host who came to the Soto Great Fighting Arena to participate in the first team battle in the Shrek 7 Devils this time. Because Tang San told the master afterwards that the Director Ao had kindly reminded them of the power of the crazy team, so the master still had a relatively deep impression on this person. Director Ao smiled, hello, dear leader, I don't know if we can talk. It won't delay you too much time. The master said indifferently, does it represent you personally, or does it represent Soto's Arena of Souls? Director Ao hurriedly said, of course it represents Soto's Arena of Souls. The master nodded. He had anticipated this situation a long time ago. After all, the results of the Shrek 7 Devils in this month were so outstanding that it was impossible not to receive attention. Especially Tang San, who played the best and won all the victory in the whole month, was definitely the focus of attention. Although the master is very reluctant to deal with the Great Fighting Arena, the power of the Great Fighting Arena is so huge that even the country must be a little afraid of it. Naturally, he would not take the initiative to offend, nodded immediately, and led by Director Ao to a quiet room behind the registration point. Everyone in Shrek did not follow up. After the master came out, he told them that they didn't need to participate in one-on-one or two-on-two matches tonight, and they were directly preparing for team battles, and their opponents were very strong. Preparing to lose weight, Tang San held the materials handed over by the master and shared it with everyone, his expression a little solemn. Royal Fighting Team, all 7 players, all Silver Fighting Soul Badge holder. Captain, Yu Tianheng, Wuhan, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus, a 39th level Assault Soul Warrior. Soul Ring, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Deputy Captain, Dugagoose, Wuhan, Biphosphor Snake. 38th level Control System War Spirit Master. Soul Ring, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team Members, Graphite, Wuhan, Suanmu Turtle, a 38th level Defense War Spirit Master. Soul Ring, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team Members, Stone Mill, Wuhan, Suanmu Turtle, a 37th level Defense War Spirit Master. Soul Ring, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team members: Yu Feng, Wu Hun, Wind Bell Bird, a 36th level Agile Spirit Warfare Master. Soul Ring, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team member: Oslo, Wu Hun, Ghost Leopard, a 36th level Agile Spirit Warfare Master. Soul Ring, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Team members: Yelingling, Wu Hun, Juxin Begonia. 35 level Auxiliary System Spirit Master. Soul Ring, 2 yellow and 1 purple. All the best Spirit Ring ratios, all of which are above level 35. Flander held the crystal glasses on his nose. If I guess right, this team must be famous in a certain city. How come it suddenly came to Soto City? Xiao Gang. You really shouldn't agree with them. Fighting spirit. I'm afraid, we are not rivals. The master said indifferently, pressure is the motivation. When faced with difficulties, you will shrink back, and you will never become a real strong person. Flanders, were you vigorous when you were young? The author has something to say. I almost forgot to update Hyun. I was very busy recently. At the end of the semester, I have to hand in the final homework and review the exam. I don't have much time to write, and it may be off for a while. Please forgive me, it will be back to normal in 3 weeks. Chapter 59, Battle Emperor. Flanders' face was a little ugly when the master said, Zhao Waoqi on the side did not forget to fan the flames, gloating and said, Master, you are really tough, you are right. Only by facing difficulties can you gain something. The master raised his hand and pointed to the information. The 7 opponents are a very complete combination, both offensive and defensive. The most important thing you should pay attention to is their leader and deputy captain, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Soul Master and the Jade Snake Soul Master. Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus is known as the strongest attacking beast spirit, and its position in the beast spirit is equivalent to that of Rongrong's Kaibao Glazed Pagoda in the auxiliary spirit. In order to control, the offspring of the poisonous Douluo Dugubo are extremely powerful toxins, plus 2 prestigious Suanmu Tortoise Spirit Masters in the defense system, your winning rate is no more than 30%. The master analyzed, that's right, do you remember the crazy team? The Emperor fighting team fought with them and won in less than 5 minutes. The atmosphere in the room was solemn, which was a great challenge for them. The strongest attack? Hey! Liu Chenai chuckled, his purple prison demon eye tiger had never been afraid of anyone. How strong can it be? It's just a group of souls. When he first reached level 30, he dared to pick the soul sect. He had no choice but to attack the defensive system. If he faced other systems and the opponent was careless, he would not be able to escape the fate of being killed by Liu Chenai. Now that he has reached the 35th level, why should he be afraid when facing 7 souls who are about the same level as his own? The other 6 people in Shrek came back to their senses, and only then did they remember that Liu Chenai instantly lost the terrifying abilities of the 6 of them. After not using it for a while, they would almost forget it. The master also discovered that he had ignored Liu Chenai. This guy's mutant martial soul was comparable to the top martial soul. During this period of time, he performed very modestly, giving most of the tasks to his teammates, allowing them to gain more experience, but this does not mean that Liu Chenai is weak. Say what you need, and promise to let them all step down within 10 seconds. Liu Chenai's words showed strong self-confidence. Even if you don't think about me, you ask yourself that you are worse than them? Soul power is not a problem. We are only a few years old. When we are older with them, we will definitely explode them. Is the white tiger martial spirit inferior to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus? Tang? 3. Although your martial arts spirit is blue silver grass, do you think you are mediocre with your cultivation speed and control ability? Fat Phoenix is the top martial arts spirit, so don't say anything. Rongrong's Kaibao Glazed Glass Pagoda Master also said, the strongest auxiliary weapon spirit, Xiao Wu's powerful soft skills, and Xiao Ao, a food type spirit master with innate soul power. You are already on top of the food-type martial soul because of the little soul power gap. I think I can't beat him. Yes, we can win. I can restrain the poison of the most troublesome green phosphorus snake. With the assistance of Rong and Oscar, it is enough to make up for the gap in spirit power. Tang San said affirmatively. Master, can I make an opinion? Ning Rong said suddenly. The master nodded, just tell me. Ning Rong said, when fighting spirits, our primary goal must be on the other's auxiliary spirit master. I know the spirit of Juxin Haitang. Unlike other spirits, this spirit is one. There can only be one successor in each generation. There can only be 2 9-heart begonia spirit masters who are alive at the same time. Only if the one is dead, the offspring may reappear. It can be said that it is the least number of martial arts. Dad once said that Juxin begonia is a miracle in Wuhan. Regarding the novel martial arts, the master is always more curious than ordinary people, and immediately asked, then what is the role of the Juxin begonia martial arts? In what way does it play a supporting role? Ning Rong said solemnly, 9-heart begonia is good at only one ability. No matter how many spirit rings it has only one spirit ability. This is also its terrifying point. Its function lies in its scope. Sexual healing. The degree of healing is controlled by the soul master's mind. The higher the level, the more soul rings, the more soul power is used for healing. My father said that with the Juxin begonia soul master, even if you want to die, it is not easy. Therefore, after the battle begins, we must first let her out of the battlefield, otherwise, before her spirit power is exhausted, we will not be able to cause any damage to any opponent. After listening to Ning Rong's words, the master's face seemed to become stiff, and he stood there for a while before slowly saying, this is really a nearly perfect combination. Don't worry, I won't let her play her role. Liu Chenai said, don't know, forget it, see, isn't it you the first second? He doesn't want to use his awakening ability to help the team directly win, but there is no problem getting through the joints. Liu Chenai moved his shoulders, and for a long time he didn't use his awakening ability, and he felt itchy hands. In the main arena of souls in the center, there are a total of 12 high-level VIP rooms and 320 ordinary VIP rooms. These rooms are hardly available. Senior VIP rooms have their own owners, and ordinary VIP rooms are fully booked at the beginning of each year. Suddenly, the brightness of the golden light that was already very bright in the main arena of souls in the center increased again, and all the light was no longer scattered in all directions, but concentrated towards the arena of souls, like a huge spotlight. The beam of light fell from the sky, just shrouded in the entire soul fighting platform. Just from such a light-type soul guidance device, you can see how rich the arena of souls is. In the middle of the fighting platform, the ground suddenly bulged out of a 2-meter diameter circle. As it rose slowly, one could see a thick gold pillar under the raised circle, and on the gold pillar, this Shizhung is relying on a girl. The girl looked only 18 or 9 years old, in a dignified and beautiful white dress, and big brown wavy hair. The plump and her impressive slender waist all reflect amazing beauty. Holding a cone-shaped loudspeaker soul guide in his hand, Qiao had a professional smile on his face. It's an honor to see all the distinguished guests again. The girl in the white skirt walked out after the round platform rose to its place, whirled around in place, and waved to the surrounding stands. The round platform that sent her to the stage quietly descended, and soon returned to its normal position, without leaving a trace. It is an honor to be able to host the group battle soul contest in the main arena for the distinguished guests again. I hope that all the distinguished guests will have a great time tonight. Today will be a highlight, and we will only arrange this one tonight. Even though the 2 players in the battle are only at the soul sovereign level, they both already have the honor of the silver fighting soul badge. If you have to give them a title, I think the word genius will be very suitable. I will do everything for you all the time. The VIPs will give an explanation. Now, let me introduce the situation of the opponents to the VIPs. The author has something to say. Let me show you more to prove that I'm still alive. Chapter 60, Sekal, Siege. Emperor Fighting Team, Captain, Yu Tianheng, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Master. Shrek 7 Devils Team, Captain, Evil Eye White Tiger. White Tiger Spirit Master. This white skirt girl as the host skillfully introduced the situation of the two sides against each other. The purpose is very simple, which is to bring a sense of expectation to every VIP audience present. Okay, I won't say if there are more than Douluo. Next, I will invite the players from both sides to play. Douluo is also a soul master of the soul sovereign level. I really want to see that these soul masters of the same level as Douluo will have what a wonderful performance. While talking, white light suddenly gushed out of the host's pockets, and then, there was a ray of white in her wavy brown hair, and a pair of white wings quietly stretched out behind her. 3 yellow spirit rings appeared on her at the same time, and the third spirit ring gleamed, and the wings lightly flapped into the air with her sound-amplified spirit guide. Just as Dalu said. She is also a soul master of the soul sovereign level. Although her third soul ring is not the best millennium level, the ability that this soul ring gives her is obviously to fly. For a soul master with a flying spirit to say. This is extremely important. Douluo is a cute and gentle animal, a white dove that symbolizes peace. On both sides of the fighting platform, 2 doors opened silently at the same time, and the players from both sides entered the arena at the same time. Walk towards the center of the fighting spirit stage. On the left, it was Huangdu team. Blue Lightning Tyrannical Dragon Soul Master Yu Tianheng walked at the forefront of the team, and the lone geese habitually nestled beside him. Following the two, the Shi family brothers. Then came the Black Panther Oslo and the Wind Chime Bird Yu Feng. At the end, it was Ye Lingling, the mysterious soul master of 9 Hearts Begonia. Compared with the different outfits of the Huangdu team, the Shrek 7 Devils looked much neater here. The same black outfit. The same green mask. Although they vary in height, they look like a strict group. As soon as the players from both sides came out, Dai Mubai, who was walking in front of the Shrek 7 Devils, and Yu Tianheng, the captain of the Huangdu team, had their eyes violently collided in the air. The eyes of both people solidified for a moment, and there seemed to be a roar of dragons and tigers in the entire battle arena. Liu Chen squinted his eyes in the middle of the night, his gaze swept across the team members of the Huangdu team. There were only 2 women inside. He could easily find the target, smiled coldly, and then moved his gaze away. It is unwise to cause prey to be alert before hunting. In the next minute, the spirits were released for both parties, and the same best spirit ring matching appeared on both sides of the venue, and the dazzling brilliance filled people's eyes. It was obvious that Shrek's side was weaker, 2 purple spirit rings were missing, and the gap was not small. The blue-purple-blue-silver grass swam out around Tang San's body quietly, covering the ground on his side, and at the same time, 6 blue-silver grasses had quietly wrapped around the waists of the other 6 Shrek 7 Devils. Start! The 2 words came out of pockets, and the originally quiet scene was instantly detonated. Dai Mubai rushed forward, while Liu Chenai stepped back and used Dai Mubai's body to hide his figure, constantly shortening the distance with the prey. It was not Captain Yu Tianheng who rushed to the forefront of the Huangdu team, but 2 Suanwu tortoise spirit masters wearing tortoise shells. Dai Mubai wouldn't show weakness to anyone, and the 2 tiger palms grabbed their heads respectively. However, at this moment, the graphite and stone-milled heads suddenly retracted into the tortoise shell. Dai Mubai's blow was to no avail. The sharp claws grabbed the tortoise shells on their chests, and the harsh rubbing sound accompanied by sparks. At this time, the blue electric glow flashed, the strong front of the dragon's arm, and the blue thunder and lightning condensed into a claw shape in mid-air, taking advantage of Dai Mubai's failure to strike, and when the new force was not born and the empty door was exposed. The attack came. Seeing that the attack was about to come, Daimyo Bai suddenly disappeared. No, it shouldn't be said that he disappeared, but was dragged away by blue-silver grass. Yu Tianheng was stunned for the calmness of Yu Tianheng, the first soul skill thunder shrouded in the empty space, and it swept a full 20 meters in the air before it dissipated. The air was distorted wherever it passed, bursting out a heart-pounding crackle. Sound. Xiao Wu stopped the ghost and leopard soul master Oslo, and the fat man blocked the way of the wind chime soul master with his phoenix flame. No one in the Wangdo team noticed that one person had disappeared. At this time, Daimyo Bai retreated. How could Yu Tianheng make him do what he wanted? After a short lag, another thunder dragon claw blasted out. The target was not Daimyo Bai, but Tang San, who was in control of the overall situation. The muffled hum sounded at the back of the Huangda team, and Duguyan was shocked. When he looked back, the 7-core begonia Yelingling had fallen to the ground. When the pupils of the lone geese shrank, Yelingling had lost the ability to fight, and the lone geese immediately reacted. The second spirit ring gleamed, and the purple toxin attacked towards Lu Chenai. Lu Chenai grinned, stretched out his thumb and gestured around his neck. The next instant, he disappeared in place, and the spirit ability of the Dugagoose also fell in the empty space. I suddenly thought of something. Tianheng, be careful. Unfortunately, he was too late to react. Xiao Wu and Daimyo Bai were pulled back by Tang San's Lan Yinko, and Lu Chenai walked in the void to Yu Tianheng's side, and cooperated with Tang San to form a 4-on-1 offensive. Hurry up, shouted Dugagoose. Wuhan possessed his body, and the snake tail formed by his legs swam quickly on the ground. Kai Bao is famous, and one said, Li Ning Rong Rong, who had not moved since the beginning of the game, understood, tapping his finger, and the Kai Bao glazed pagoda shot 5 rays of light into Daimyo Bai and others. At this moment, it was Shrek. The explosion of the strength of everyone in the college. Fuchsia flames swept across, blocking the way of everyone in the battle team. Lan Yinko crazily wrapped around Yu Tianheng's legs, and the attacks of Daimyo Bai, Lu Chenai and Xiao Wu followed. Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus, the 1000-year soul ability Thunder Wrath was launched. An extremely dazzling blue thunder light burst into Yu Tianheng's body in an instant. Accompanied by a strong explosion, the blue-silver grass entwined around him turned into coke and flew around in an instant. Thunder Fury, effect, within a certain period of time, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Soul Master is in a state of rampage, the power of thunder and lightning is increased by 100%, and the spirit power is increased by 50%. If he does not actively stop his skills, he will not stop until his soul power is exhausted. And every time Thunder Rage is launched, it consumes a lot of soul power and exerts a lot of load on the body. If it were not for being in a crisis, Yu Tianheng would never release his third soul ability so easily. Blue-silver grass itself is not conductive, but the energy contained in Thunder Fury is too huge. Blue-silver grass cannot stop its explosive energy. The author has something to say. It's really going to explode. There is the last week left, and normal updates will resume after the 30th.